This is the sequel to the first book, The Dimming, so make sure you check that story first before diving into this. And before we dive in, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. The Dimming. Book 2. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. Peach Leaf Snow. The ice groans under my boots. Long, drawn-out complaint like bones settling. Elias crouches 3 meters ahead, one hand pressed flat against the frozen lake surface. He's listening. Kid does this thing where he tilts his head just slightly, eyes half closed, like he's waiting for the ice to tell him secrets. I count my heartbeats against my gloved fingertips. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alan's tin rattles in my jacket pocket with each tap. The rhythm keeps me grounded. Keeps me from thinking about what's under this ice, how deep the water goes, how cold it would be if we fell through. Fish, Elias says. Single word. He doesn't waste them. The blood aurora ripples overhead, casting everything in shades of rust and shadow. We've got maybe 2 hours before the glow intensifies enough to wake anything dormant. The rotten have been quiet lately. Too quiet. That's what Nick said 3 days ago before he took the dogs north to scout. He hasn't come back yet. I kneel beside the hole we drilled yesterday, ice chips still scattered around the rim like broken teeth. The sonar device sits on its side, screen dark. Battery died sometime during the night. I shake it. Nothing. Elias makes a soft clicking sound with his tongue. Not a word, just air against teeth. The sound travels across the ice, bounces back. I watch his face as he processes whatever echo returned. His eyes stay closed. Deep, he says. Cold. Yeah. Cold. The kind that gets into your chest and stays there. I pull the fishing line from my pack. Crude thing made from stripped electrical wire and a bent nail. Alan taught me this. Before. When teaching someone to fish meant Saturdays by a lake that wasn't frozen year-round. Sun on your shoulders, beer getting warm in your hand while you waited for a bite that might never come. The wire feels stiff between my fingers, even through the gloves. I've wrapped electrical tape around the sharp end where it loops, but the tape's coming loose. Adhesive doesn't hold well in cold this deep. Nothing does. Everything breaks down eventually. Materials, plans, people. I thread the line through the hole. The wire disappears into darkness. Elias clicks again, louder this time. The sound makes my teeth ache. He's reading the space beneath us, measuring depth through echo. I've watched him do this 100 times and still don't fully understand it. The way his face changes when the sound comes back, like he's seeing something I can't, something moves under the ice. Not fish. Too big. The surface beneath my knees vibrates, subtle tremor like a heartbeat that isn't mine. Chloe. Elias's voice has an edge I don't hear often. He's staring at a spot 10 meters to our left. The ice there looks darker, not shadowed, wrong. I see the glow before I process what it means. Jade green veins spreading beneath the surface like roots. They pulse. Store and release. Store and release. Photosynthetic. The rotten underneath has been collecting whatever dim light filters through the ice all day, saving it. And now it's moving. The veins branch and divide, spreading outward from a central point. Beautiful. Almost. If you didn't know what it meant, the chlorophyll gathers light the way a battery stores charge, except batteries don't grow, don't spread, don't pulse with something that looks too much like life. The ice cracks. Not loud, just a whisper-thin split that runs from the dark spot toward us. Back, I say. Not loud either. Elias is already moving. The surface bulges upward. The rotten breaks through, shoulder first, then head. Its face is gone, not ripped away, grown over. Chlorophyll veins map every inch of exposed skin, glowing soft and steady like those old exit signs that used to line hallway walls. The leaves rustle as it turns toward us. Silk stockings sound, almost gentle. It shouldn't be awake. Wrong time. Wrong light. But the aurora flares overhead, blood-red spike across the sky, and the moon catches the edge of the hole in the ice. Reflects. Just for a second. That second is enough. The rotten's movement smooths out. The stored daylight in its veins burns brighter. 4 hours of cloudy day sun compressed into 2 hours of twilight mobility. It pulls itself through the hole, leaves trailing behind it like wedding dress fabric. Water streams off its shoulders, freezing before it hits the ice. The sound is wrong, wet and dry at the same time, organic matter moving through frozen air. I reach for the fishing line. Stupid instinct, like a piece of wire will matter against this. Elias grabs the sonar device. He doesn't ask, doesn't hesitate, just swings it against the ice with both hands. The screen shatters. The noise, sharp crack followed by electronic whine, cuts through the aurora hum. The rotten turns toward the sound, away from us, noise over light. It prioritizes the louder signal. I want to tell him to stop. Want to grab his arms and pull him back before he makes himself more of a target. But my body won't move. My brain's stuck processing the fact that my 12-year-old kid just weaponized our only navigation tool without a second thought. Elias hits the ice again and again. The sonar device comes apart in his hands, battery pack splitting open, circuit board snapping, pieces scattering across the frozen surface. He's making a mess, making himself a target, and he knows it. I can see it in the set of his shoulders, the way he's positioned himself between me and the rotten. When did he learn to do that? When did he stop being the one I protect and start being the one who protects me? The rotten lunges, not fast, just persistent, steady. Its hands leave wet prints on the ice, each one freezing solid before the next lands. The jade glow pulses brighter with each movement, burning through stored sunlight like fuel. I grab Elias's shoulder and pull. We move, away from the hole, away from the scattered electronics. The ice creaks under our combined weight but holds. Barely. I can feel the flex beneath my boots, the give that means we're skating the edge of too much pressure. The rotten reaches the sonar debris. Stops. The leaves on its arms rustle as it crouches, touching the broken pieces like it's trying to understand what made the sound. Its fingers, still human-shaped, still recognizable, press against the shattered screen. There's something almost curious in the gesture, almost thoughtful, that's worse than mindless hunger. Intelligence means adaptation, means learning. The aurora fades, the jade glow in its veins dims. Not gone, just banked, waiting for more light. We don't wait to see if it follows. Back at the shore, Elias sits on a rock and stares at his hands. They're shaking, not from cold, from adrenaline crash, from doing something he wasn't supposed to have to do. I crouch beside him, count my heartbeats, 1, 2, 3, 4. The tin rattles in sync with my pulse. You okay? I ask. He clicks his tongue, soft. Then, scared, single adjective. That's all he needs. I want to tell him it's fine, that he did the right thing, that I'm not terrified by how quickly he acted, how he didn't freeze, how he understood the threat before I did, but my throat feels tight. Words stick. What comes out is, me too. He looks surprised, like he didn't expect me to admit it. Instead, I reach out and tap my gloved fingers against his knee. Same rhythm as my heartbeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. He matches the rhythm with his own hand against the rock. A shared pulse. A shared moment. But then he looks at me, really looks, and I see it. The curiosity underneath the fear. He wants to know why the rotten glows, wants to understand how the leaves store light, how the veins pulse, how something that used to be human can become something that runs on photosynthesis. That's what scares me most. Not the rotten, not the aurora, not even the fact that we almost didn't make it off that ice. It's Elias's curiosity that keeps me awake at night. The way his eyes track light sources, the way he clicks his tongue to navigate darkness, but watches the glow of the rotten like other kids used to watch fireworks. Wonder instead of fear. I've been keeping him in the dark his whole life, literally. Blackout boxes and midnight moves and never letting him see full daylight. Told myself it was for his safety, told myself it was necessary. But standing here on this frozen shore, watching him stare at his hands, the same hands that just saved my life, I realized something. He's not afraid of the dark anymore. He's mapped it, made it his. What he's afraid of is staying there. The wind picks up, carrying the smell of cut grass and copper, chlorophyll and blood. The rotten under the ice hasn't moved from the sonar debris. Maybe it's dormant again, maybe it's learning. Either way, we need to move. Come on, I say. We've got coordinates to find. Elias stands, rubs a strip of foil between his fingers. Self-soothe habit I've watched him develop over the years. The crinkling sound is soft, almost musical. The tower? He asks. The tower. It's where the uplink coordinates are supposed to be. Dead Ranger Park Station, 70 kilometers north. If the intel's good, we'll find the satellite access codes. If it's not, well, I'll figure that out when we get there. Elias starts walking. I follow. The smashed sonar device lies abandoned on the ice behind us, and the rotten sits motionless in the hole, glowing faintly in the dimming light. Chloe stands over the debris, breathing in rhythm with her pulse taps as the jade glow fades into the ice. Chapter 2. Ashes in Mitten. The tin shouldn't rattle. That's the first thing I notice when we're packing up to move inland. It's been silent for weeks, packed tight, contents settled, but now something's loose inside. I shake it near my ear. Soft clicking sound like seeds in a dried pod. Elias watches me from across the camp. He's folding the tarp we used for the tent, movements precise, methodical. Kid learned early that wasted motion means wasted energy. Can't afford either. Tools? He asks. I stop shaking the tin. Look at the faded peach logo. Look at Elias. Back to the tin. Yeah, tools. The lie tastes metallic, like I've been chewing on the same copper wire we use for fishing line. We walk. The terrain shifts from frozen lake to broken highway. The road's buckled in places. Frost heave pushing asphalt into jagged ridges that catch your boots if you're not careful. I am careful. Always. Elias follows 3 steps behind, close enough that I can hear him clicking his tongue occasionally, mapping the path through sound. I've gotten used to the clicking. First few months after he developed the habit, it drove me half crazy. Constant noise. Constant reminder that he couldn't see the world the way I could. But now it's just Elias. The way some people hum while they work, the way Alan used to tap his fingers against his thigh when he was thinking through a problem. The peach logo on the tin has faded. You can barely make out the fruit anymore. Just a ghost of color where the paint hasn't worn completely away. Alan picked this tin specifically, said something about how peaches meant summer, meant hope. Meant a world where fruit came in cans and you didn't have to worry about where your next meal came from because the store would always have more. I don't remember if he actually said all that or if I'm filling in gaps. Memory does that, smooths edges, fills spaces with feeling instead of fact. The tin slips. I don't drop it, just lose grip for a second. It hits the ground with a dull thunk, lid pops, and ash. Gray powder spills across the white snow. Not a lot. Maybe a handful. Maybe more. It scatters in the wind before I can react, particles catching the weak sunlight and glinting like dust motes. Elias is beside me before I can crouch down. He stares at the ash, then at me, then back at the gray smear on the snow. Not tools, he says. My throat closes up. Can't breathe. Can't think. Just stand there watching the wind take more of the ash away, spreading it thinner and thinner until it disappears into the snow completely. Like it was never there at all, like Alan was never there at all. Elias reaches down, touches the ash with one finger, brings it to his mouth. Don't. Too late. He tastes it. His face scrunches. Bitter. Wrong. Chemical. He spits into the snow, then looks at me with something I can't quite name in his eyes. Not accusation, not hurt, just knowledge. The kind you can't unknow. Whose? He asks. I close the tin, scoop what ash I can back inside, but the wind's already stolen most of it. My gloves come away gray, stained, like I've been handling charcoal or old newsprint. Someone who burned, I say. That's not the whole truth, but it's enough truth that I don't feel like I'm lying completely. Alan didn't just burn. He went into the water when the dam blew. Drowned or crushed or both. Doesn't matter which came first. What mattered was what came after. What dragged itself out of that water 3 days later, skin already starting to split and bloom with those first jade veins. Nix and I couldn't leave him that way, couldn't let him become one of the things that glow in the dark. So we burned what was left, collected the ash, and I've been carrying it ever since because what? Because it makes the guilt weigh less? Because it's proof he existed? Because some part of me thinks if I scatter him in the right place, at the right time, I'll finally be able to breathe without counting heartbeats. Elias sits in the snow, doesn't say anything, just rubs his foil strips between his fingers, crinkle, crinkle, and waits. Alan, I say finally. It's Alan. It's Alan. The name feels said it out loud in months. Just called him someone, or before, or didn't mention him at all. Like silence could erase the fact that I'm the one who set the charges. I'm the one who blew the dam. I'm the one who decided flooding the valley was worth it if it stopped the rotten from spreading. And Alan was in that valley. Elias stops crinkling the foil. You kept him. Not a question, just a statement of fact. Yeah. Why? Good question. I've asked myself the same thing every time the tin rattles in my pocket. Every time I count heartbeats and tap the metal rim in rhythm. Every time I think about scattering the ash somewhere and moving on. Because if I don't, I say slowly, then no one else burns. It's the first time I've said it out loud. The vow I made standing over Alan's pyre, watching the smoke rise into a sky that was already too dark. If I carry this, if I feel the weight of what I did every single day, maybe I'll think twice before I decide someone else's life is an acceptable cost. Maybe I'll plan better, account for more variables. Not overlook the possibility that the person you love might be exactly where you didn't expect them to be. Elias stands, brushes snow off his pants, looks at me with those eyes that have never seen full daylight but somehow see right through every wall I've built. Where? He asks. Where what? Where do we take him? So no one else burns. The uplink, the tower, the satellite that's slowly tilting its mirrors to bathe the world in permanent daylight. If we can reach it, if we can crash it, then maybe the rotten stop evolving. Maybe the chlorophyll veins stop spreading. Maybe we buy the world a few more years of semi-darkness. Maybe Alan's ash can rest somewhere that matters. North, I say. To the uplink coordinates. To the tower. Elias nods, tucks his foil strips back into his pocket, starts walking. I close the tin, mostly empty now, just a fine layer of gray coating the bottom. The peach logo stares up at me. Faded but still visible if you know what you're looking for. Still insisting on hope, even though hope is just a word people use when they've run out of better options. I follow Elias. The tin goes back into my pocket. Lighter now. Wrong weight. Every step makes it rattle less than before, and somehow that's worse than the constant noise. Behind us, the ash we couldn't recover is already disappearing under fresh snow. By tomorrow, you won't be able to tell anything spilled here. By next week, it'll be gone completely. Just another thing the world swallowed. But Elias knows now, knows what I've been carrying, knows why I count heartbeats and tap rhythms and refuse to let him out of my sight even when he's clearly capable of saving himself. And he's still walking, still following, still trusting me to lead even though I just showed him exactly how much my planning is worth. The silence between us feels different now, shared instead of separate. Both of us carrying Alan's memory in our own way, me with the tin, him with the taste of ash still bitter on his tongue. A shared silence between us as the gray ash vanishes into the white snow, leaving only the call to the Arctic uplink. Chapter 3, Ray of Leaf. The ambush happens at the overpass. Should have expected it. High ground, clear sight lines, only one path through unless we backtrack 6 hours. I don't stop walking when I spot the first kid. Neither does Elias. There are 4 of them, maybe 5. Hard to tell when they're standing that still. They're wearing planter pots on their heads. Terracotta, ceramic, one plastic bucket that used to hold joint compound. Each pot has rotten cuttings growing out the top, living crowns. The leaves are small, just starting to bud, but they're already glowing faint jade in the dim afternoon light. The kids don't move, just stand there across the overpass like a checkpoint. I count my heartbeats. 1, 2, 3, 4. The tin barely rattles anymore. Not enough ash left to make noise. Elias clicks his tongue, once, twice, reads the space. His hand tightens on his foil strips, but he doesn't pull them out. He's waiting to see what I do. What I do is keep walking. The kids don't react until we're 10 meters away. Then the middle one, taller than the others, bucket crown tilted at an angle, raises one hand. The gesture is almost polite. Almost. Stop, the kid says. Voice hasn't broken yet. 14, maybe. Hard to tell with the pot shadowing their face. I stop. Elias stops 3 steps behind me. We're passing through, I say. Not looking for trouble. You're carrying something. This from the kid on the left. Smaller. The ceramic pot on their head has a crack running through it. We can smell it. That's new. The rotten track by light and sound, not scent. But these kids aren't rotten. Not yet. There's something in between. Living cultivation projects wearing their future selves like hats. Food, I say. Supplies, nothing you want. Lies. The tall one with the bucket crown steps forward. Sunlight, what little filters through the clouds, catches the leaves growing from the pot. They rustle. Silk stockings sound. You're carrying a seed. We can feel it growing. The peach seed. The one I've been keeping in my jacket pocket, letting body heat trick it into thinking spring might actually come. I'd almost forgotten about it. Just another weight among all the other weights. It's not for trade, I say. Everything's for trade. The kid reaches up and adjusts the bucket crown. Mother Lux taught us that. Before she ascended. Ascended, that's one word for it. Another word is burned. Another word is chose permanent daylight over her own children. And now those children are wandering around with plant pots on their heads, calling her a saint. We're not interested in your mother's teachings, I say. Then you're interested in her sons. The voice comes from behind the line of kids. Deeper. Older. Ray would like to meet you. A figure steps around the edge of the overpass. 16. Maybe 17. Hard to tell because his skin is wrong. Fiber-optic strands woven through the flesh, subcutaneous implants that catch light and redirect it. When he moves, he glows. Not jade green like the rotten. Blue-white, cold spectrum, like LED strips under skin. His voice modulates when he speaks, radio tuning quality, multiple frequencies layered over each other. You're the ones from the lake, Ray says, not a question. The ones who smashed the sonar. Elias's hand moves to his pocket, to his foil. I shift my weight slightly, putting myself between him and Ray. We were fishing, I say. Things got complicated. Things get complicated when you fight the light. Ray steps closer. The fiber optics in his arms pulse in rhythm with his words. Mother always said that. Fight the light, and the light fights back. Your mother was wrong about a lot of things, Ray smiles. His teeth glow faintly. Implants there too. She was wrong about you, said people from the old world couldn't adapt. But you're still here. Still surviving. That's adaptation. He looks past me, directly at Elias. And you, born after the dimming, you've never seen full daylight, have you? Elias doesn't answer. Just clicks his tongue. Soft. Uncertain. I could show you, Ray says. Colors you don't have words for. Warmth you've only felt secondhand. All you have to do is stop fighting. We're not fighting, I say. We're passing through. With a seed. Ray tilts his head. The fiber optics trace patterns across his throat. A peach seed. Still viable. Still alive. You know what that means? It means hope. It means the world might grow again. That's the plan. So give it to us. Ray spreads his hands. The gesture would look reasonable if his palms weren't glowing. We'll plant it in consecrated soil. We'll tend it under the mirrors. When Helios finishes deploying, that tree will be the first to bear fruit in permanent daylight. And if I say no, then you're choosing darkness. Ray's voice drops to a whisper, but the radio distortion makes it carry. And darkness is just another word for dying slow. The kids with the planter pots move, not toward us, just shifting, tightening formation, making it clear that passing through isn't an option anymore. I reach for the gun. Old reflex. Stupid reflex. The moment my hand touches the grip, Ray shakes his head. Don't, he says. They're children. They're in my way. They're offering you a place. Ray's fiber optics pulse brighter. Night gardener. That's what we'd call you. Someone who tends the dark, someone who remembers what it was like before and helps us build what comes after. I don't want a place. Then what do you want? The uplink, the satellite, the codes that will let me crash Helios before it turns the world into a greenhouse. But saying that out loud makes me a target, makes Elias a target, makes this confrontation about more than a seed. I want to pass, I say. That's all, Ray sighs. The sound has reverb. Mother always said the old world would rather burn than bend. I thought she was exaggerating. He raises one hand. The kids with the planter pots, close ranks. I pull the gun. Don't aim at the kids. Aim at the pots. At the crowns of living, rotten cuttings growing out of their heads. Move, I say. Ray's face shifts. The fiber optics dim slightly. You'd shoot children? I'd shoot what's growing on them. It's a distinction that matters to me. Not sure it matters to anyone else. Elias clicks his tongue. Sharp. Warning sound. He's reading something in the echo I'm not catching. The kids rush. Not fast, not coordinated, just committed. Like this is a drill they've practiced. Like Ray's given them instructions and they're following through. Even though they're clearly scared, I fire twice. Not at flesh, at ceramic, at terracotta, at plastic. The pots shatter. The rotten cuttings fall, leaves still glowing, still rustling, and the kids scream. Not pain, confusion. They reach up to where the crowns used to be, patting their heads like they've lost something precious. One kid drops to their knees, starts gathering the leaf fragments, cradling them. Elias hasn't moved. He's just standing there, staring at the broken pots, at the kids, at me. I grab his arm. We're leaving. He doesn't resist. Just lets me pull him past the line of children, past Ray, who's watching with that same radio-distorted calm, past the scattered remains of what used to be future rotten. We're 20 meters down the highway when Ray calls out, "You'll come back." His voice carries, layered and strange. When the darkness runs out, when the cold gets too deep, when you realize there's nowhere left to hide, you'll come back, and I'll still offer you a crown. I don't look back. Don't answer. Just keep walking. Keep pulling Elias along because he's slowing down, looking over his shoulder at the kids who are still gathering leaf fragments like they're precious. They were scared, Elias says finally. The kids. I know. You scared them more. My hand is shaking. I shove it in my pocket, feel the tin rattle against my knuckles, feel the peach seed pressing against my palm. I know, I say again. We walk in silence for another 100 meters. Then Elias stops, pulls his arm free, stares at me with those eyes that have never seen full daylight but somehow see everything that matters. The boy who glowed, he says. Ray, he promised me colors. My chest tightens. He promised you a lie. How do you know? Because I've seen what happens to people who chase light. Because I've watched the rotten evolve from shambling corpses to photosynthetic hunters. Because Ray's mother went into a satellite uplink station and never came out, and now her son thinks he's going to finish what she started. But what I say is, because color without context is just brightness, and brightness burns. Elias clicks his tongue, quiet, thoughtful, then he turns and keeps walking. Behind us, Ray's voice echoes one more time across the empty highway. Not words, just sound. Musical and distorted and wrong. Chloe stands with the gun still in her hand, watching Elias walk ahead. The severed plant crowns lie scattered across the overpass, their jade glow fading slowly in the afternoon light. Elias stares at them, the warm white of the muzzle flash still burned into his retinas like an after-image he can't blink away. Chapter 4: Solar Scar. The greenhouse wasn't on any map. That's the first problem. Second problem is that we only found it because Elias tripped over the entrance. Ventilation shaft hidden under snowdrift, grate still warm enough to melt the covering. Third problem is that we're inside now, and I'm starting to realize this was a mistake. The air is wrong. Too warm. Too humid. Smells like cut grass and copper, chlorophyll and something else, something organic breaking down. The ventilation shaft opened into a tunnel, the tunnel opened into a maintenance corridor, and the corridor opens into this. Rows of hydroponic tables stretching into darkness. Grow lights overhead, most of them dead, but enough still flickering to cast everything in sickly yellow-green. The tables are full, not with vegetables, not with anything you'd want to eat. Rotten cuttings. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Each one carefully planted in nutrient solution, each one sprouting those jade-green leaves that store sunlight like batteries. They hum. Not loud, just a low-frequency buzz that you feel in your teeth more than hear. Elias clicks his tongue. The echo comes back wrong. Too much soft material absorbing sound, too much organic matter in the way. Chloe, he says, single word. Means, we should leave. I agree. But before I can turn around, something moves in the darkness between the tables. You're early, a voice says, female, older, calm. I wasn't expecting visitors until after the next aurora cycle. A figure steps into the dim light. Woman, maybe 50. Hard to tell because she's wearing something over her eyes. Not a blindfold exactly. More like grafts. Rotten leaves pressed directly against her eyelids, held in place with medical tape and something that might be scar tissue. She's blind. Or was. The leaves twitch as she looks at us, following our movement like they're seeing on her behalf. Dr. Garland, she says, introduces herself like we're at a conference, like this is normal. You're the ones Ray was talking about, the mother and the night child. We're not, I start. Semantics. Dr. Garland waves one hand, dismissive. You're keeping him in darkness. That's maternal. Whether it's care or control is irrelevant to the plant. She moves closer. Her feet are bare. I can see more grafts, small leaves pressed against the soles, sucking up warmth from the ground, feeding data back through nerve endings that shouldn't be able to process photosynthesis. The plant sees everything, she continues. Infrared, ultraviolet spectrums you've forgotten existed, and it shares. That's the beauty of symbiosis. I give it nutrients and warmth. It gives me sight. Elias is behind me now, not hiding exactly, just putting me between him and Dr. Garland. We're looking for the tower, I say. Ranger Park Station. You thought this was it. Dr. Garland smiles. The leaves on her eyelids quiver. Common mistake. The station's another 30 kilometers north, but you found me instead. Fortunate. We're leaving. Before I tell you about the boy, she tilts her head. The leaves track Elias's position. He's compatible. 80%. I can see it in his heat signature, the way his cells are already preparing for the change. My hand moves to the gun. What change? Photosynthesis. Dr. Garland says it like it's obvious, like it's good news. He's been living in darkness long enough that his melanin production has shifted. His cells are hungry for light. When the mirrors finish deploying, when Helios bathes the world in permanent day, he'll be one of the first to transform. Not into rotten, something better, something conscious, aware, a bridge between what we were and what we're becoming. He's not transforming into anything. You can't stop it. Dr. Garland steps closer. I raise the gun. She doesn't seem to notice. The spores are already in him, in you, in everyone who's breathed air in the last 18 months. They're just waiting for the right conditions, waiting for enough light to trigger the change. Then we don't give them light. You can't hide forever. The leaves on her eyelids quiver faster. Excited. Helios will see to that. Mother Lux understood. The only way forward is adaptation. The only way to survive is to let the plant in. She reaches out, touches my shoulder. Her fingers are warm, too warm. I jerk back, but not fast enough. Something pricks my hand, not a cut, just pressure, like a needle pushing into flesh without breaking skin. I look down, see nothing, but Dr. Garland is smiling. There, she says. Now you'll understand. I don't feel different, don't feel anything except the urge to get Elias out of this greenhouse and somewhere safe. We're leaving, I say again. Helios can be steered. Dr. Elias, Garland's voice follows us as I pull Elias toward the tunnel. The mirrors are directional. You don't have to crash the satellite, you can aim it. Give light to those who want to adapt. Keep darkness for those who don't. It's not all or nothing, it's choice. We don't want your choices. You want to crash the satellite. She says it with certainty. Ray told me, he said you're carrying the old world's fear, that you'd rather destroy something beautiful than let it change you. We're at the tunnel entrance now. I'm pushing Elias ahead of me, keeping my body between him and Dr. Garland and whatever she just did to my hand. Your boy will photosynthesize, she calls out. Last words before we're back in the maintenance corridor, back in the ventilation shaft, back in the cold where things make sense. When his skin starts to green, when the leaves begin to sprout from his fingernails, you'll remember this moment. You'll remember I offered you a choice. The grate slams shut above us. Snow starts to cover it again almost immediately, like the world is trying to hide what's underneath. Elias is breathing hard, not from exertion, from fear. His hand finds mine, squeezes once, then lets go. What did she do? He asks. I look at my hand. Nothing visible, no wound, no mark. But there's a sensation, faint pressure under my fingernail, like something's lodged there, growing. Nothing, I say. She did nothing. Another lie. They're getting easier. We walk, put distance between us and the greenhouse. The wind picks up, cutting through layers, and I'm grateful for the cold. Grateful for something I can feel that makes sense. But the pressure under my fingernail doesn't go away. By nightfall, I can see it. Thin black vein running from the nail bed toward the first knuckle. Barely visible, just a shadow under skin. I pull my glove back down, keep walking. Elias clicks his tongue every few minutes, mapping the terrain, avoiding obstacles I can't see in the dark. He's gotten better at it. More confident, like he's finally accepting that darkness is his territory, his advantage. That should make me feel better. Instead, it makes my chest tight. Dr. Garland's words loop in my head. Your boy will photosynthesize, not might, will. Like it's inevitable. Like all my planning, all my careful darkness, all the years I've kept him away from light, none of it matters. The spores are already in him, already waiting. We make camp in a collapsed gas station, roofs mostly gone, but 3 walls still stand, and that's enough to block the wind. Elias sets up the tarp while I check our supplies. We're low on everything that matters. Food, fuel, medical supplies that aren't 18 years expired. The tin barely rattles anymore when I pull it out. Almost empty. Just fine dust coating the bottom. I tap it anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heartbeat rhythm. Grief rhythm. Chloe. Elias's voice breaks my counting. He's staring at my hand. You're bleeding. I look down. Small dot of red beneath my fingernail where the black vein meets the nail bed. Not bleeding exactly, seeping. The vein is pushing up, trying to break through. It's nothing, I say. It's spreading. He's right. The vein has grown since this afternoon. Already past the first knuckle, reaching toward my palm. Still thin, still barely visible, but present, growing. I close my hand into a fist. Feel the pressure increase, like something inside is pushing outward against skin that won't give. We keep moving, I say. Tower's 3 days out, maybe 4 if the weather turns. We get there, we get the codes, we crash the satellite. Then we find someone who knows how to cut this out. And if we can't cut it out, the question I've been avoiding, the one I don't have an answer for, then we deal with it, I say. Same as everything else. Elias doesn't look convinced. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out his foil strips, starts crinkling them between his fingers. The sound fills the silence. Rhythmic, soothing, repetitive. I want to tell him it'll be fine. Want to say that Dr. Garland was lying, that the vein is just an infection, that we'll fix it before it becomes a problem. But my mouth won't form the words. Too many lies already today. Too many promises I can't keep. Instead, I reach over and tap his knee. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heartbeat rhythm. Shared pulse. He stops crinkling the foil. Taps back. Same rhythm. Same timing. We sit like that for a while. Not talking, just breathing. Just existing in the same space while the wind howls outside and the black vein under my fingernail continues its slow crawl toward my wrist. Dr. Garland's whisper echoes in my skull. Your boy will photosynthesize. I examine my hand in the dark, turning it slowly in the faint aurora light that bleeds through the broken roof. The thin, needle-black vein is visible now even without direct light, a dark thread beneath pale skin, growing steadily toward my palm. The clock has started and I'm the only one counting down. Chapter 5. Click code. The whiteout hits on day 3. Not a storm exactly, just wind picking up loose snow and turning the world into static. Can't see 5 meters ahead. Can't see the ground beneath my boots. Can't see Elias even though he's right next to me. We should stop. Wait it out. But the tower is close, maybe 10 kilometers, and the black vein under my nail is past my second knuckle now, spreading faster. I don't have time to wait. We keep going, I say. Elias clicks his tongue. The sound disappears into white noise. Too much interference. Too much wind. Can't see, he says. I know. Can't hear. I know. He clicks again. Louder. Sharper. The echo comes back distorted, broken into fragments by swirling snow. He's trying to map the space, but there's too much chaos, too much movement. The click echo system that works in stillness fails in whiteout. I pull out the compass. Needle swings wild. Useless. Magnetic north doesn't mean much when you can't see landmarks to orient yourself. How far? Elias asks. 10 kilometers, maybe less. In this? In this. 3 hours of walking blind, maybe more. 3 hours of hoping we don't step off an edge, don't walk into a ravine, stay, don't wander in circles until the cold stops being something we feel and starts being something we become. The vein pulses under my glove. I can feel it now. Not just pressure, but warmth. Wrong warmth. Like something inside my hand is generating heat that doesn't belong there. We can do it, I say. Elias doesn't argue. Just pulls out his foil strips and starts crinkling them. Nervous habit, self-soothing. He does it when he's scared but won't say so. We walk. The world disappears. No ground, no sky. Just white and wind and the sound of our boots crunching through snow we can't see. I keep one hand on Elias's shoulder, anchor point. Proof he's still there. He clicks every few steps, not trying to map anymore, just maintaining presence. Proof he exists. Proof sound still travels even when sight is gone. My face goes numb. Then my fingers, then my toes. The cold works its way inward, layer by layer, and I stop counting heartbeats because I can't feel them anymore through the gloves. Chloe, Elias says, voice muffled by wind. I need to guide. What? I need to guide. You need to follow. He stops walking, turns to face me. His eyes are dark, pupils blown wide from growing up in blackout boxes. Eyes designed for darkness, not whiteout, but still better adapted than mine. I can't see, I say. I know. He reaches up, pulls the scarf away from my face. That's why you need to trust me. He presses something into my hand, thin strip of cloth, torn from the tarp maybe. I don't ask where he got it. Blindfold, he says. You're trying to see. It's making you slower, making you doubt. Elias, do you trust me? The question cuts through wind and cold and fear. Simple, direct. The kind of question that only has one answer, even though a dozen complications surround it. Yes, I say. Then close your eyes. I tie the blindfold. The whiteout disappears. Everything disappears. Just darkness and cold and the feeling of Elias's hand finding mine. I'm going to click, he says. You're going to follow the sound. Not my hand. The sound. Understand? No, you will. He starts walking. I follow. His hand drops away from mine, and I panic for a second. Anchor gone, connection severed, but then he clicks. Sharp sound cutting through wind. I step toward it. He clicks again. I step again. The rhythm develops slowly. Click, step, click, step. He's not mapping the space ahead. He's mapping me, teaching me to navigate by sound instead of sight, teaching me what he's known his whole life, that darkness is just another kind of visibility if you know how to listen. We walk for what feels like hours, might be 20 minutes, might be 3 hours. Time stops meaning anything when you can't see it pass. The clicks change, shorter intervals, faster pace. Elias is speeding up, reading something in the echoes that I can't hear. I match his speed. Trust the sound even though every instinct screams to stop, to tear off the blindfold, to see. Duck, he says. I duck. Feel something brush my hair, rock overhang maybe, tree branch, doesn't matter. I trusted and I'm still alive. Left. I turn left. 3 steps fast. I take 3 steps fast. The ground changes. Softer, then harder, then soft again. Elias is reading the snow density through echo, steering me around drifts that would slow us down or holes that would swallow us. My legs burn. My lungs burn. The cold has worked its way so deep that I've stopped shivering, body giving up on heat production because there's nothing left to burn. But I keep walking. Keep following the clicks, keep trusting that Elias knows where he's leading, even though he's never seen this place in daylight, never walked this path before, never had anyone teach him how to guide a blind person through a whiteout. He's inventing it as he goes, learning in real time, and somehow it's working. Stop, he says. I stop. Silence. No wind. No whiteout hiss. Just quiet. We're through, Elias says. I pull off the blindfold. The world comes back. Not white, gray. We're on the far side of the whiteout. Clear air, visible ground, frozen interstate stretching ahead toward a cluster of buildings that might be the tower complex. Behind us, the whiteout wall churns, solid barrier of wind and snow that we just walked through blind. Elias is breathing hard, face red from cold, eyes bright with something that might be pride or might be terror or might be both. 3 kilometers, he says, in zero visibility. I look at him, really look, at the kid who learned to see with sound, who guided me through impossible conditions, who just proved that everything I've been teaching him about survival might be backwards. Maybe keeping him in darkness wasn't protection. Maybe it was preparation. You did it, I say. We did it. He's right. We did it together. Him guiding, me trusting. Role reversal. Power shift. The line crossed where parent becomes student and child becomes teacher. My hand throbs. The black vein is visible through my glove now. A dark thread spreading from nail to palm, reaching toward my wrist. Growing faster. Feeding on body heat, on movement, on the fact that I'm still alive and therefore still fueling whatever's taking root inside me. But we made it through the whiteout. We're 3 kilometers from the tower, 3 kilometers from the uplink codes that might let us crash Helios before permanent daylight becomes permanent. And Elias just showed me that trust matters more than sight. Come on, I say. Towers close. We walk toward the buildings, side by side this time. Not parent and child, not protector and protected. Just 2 people navigating the same darkness in different ways. The blindfold hangs around my neck, and Elias's clicks have changed. Softer now, less frantic. Confident, like he finally understands his place in this world isn't behind me, it's beside me. The trio crosses the frozen interstate together, the whiteout wall churning behind them like a solid barrier. Elias walks without clicking now, and Chloe keeps the blindfold around her neck, proof that trust has become a tangible thing between them. No longer something questioned, but something relied upon. Chapter 6, Seed Necklace. The trading post isn't on any map either, but we smell it before we see it. Smoke and cooking meat and something underneath that might be human waste, or might be chemicals, or might be both. The building used to be a rest stop. Now it's fortified with scrap metal and wire, windows covered with sheet plastic that glows faintly from firelight inside. We need supplies. Food, fuel, something to wrap around my hand that isn't already frozen stiff with old sweat. The vein has reached my wrist now, thin black line disappearing under my sleeve. I've stopped looking at it. Looking makes it real. Elias clicks his tongue as we approach, reading the structure. Mapping exits. 3 people inside, he says. Maybe 4. How do you know? Breathing, different rhythms. Right? Of course. The kid can hear people breathe through plastic and metal from 50 meters away. The door opens before we reach it. Man steps out, older, maybe 60, missing most of his teeth. He's wearing 3 coats layered on top of each other and what might be a dog's collar around his neck. Decorative choice or functional restraint, I can't tell. Trading or taking, he asks. Trading, I say. Good. Taking gets messy. He waves us inside. The interior smells worse than the exterior. Body heat and old food and something sweet that might be gangrene. 4 people, just like Elias said. 2 by the fire, 1 behind what used to be a customer service counter, 1 in the corner sharpening something metal. The man with the collar gestures to a table covered in objects. Not organized. Just spread out. Battery packs, medical supplies with expired dates, 3 cans of food with no labels, ammunition that might fit guns that haven't existed in a decade. What are you looking for, he asks. Sled dogs, I say, and anything that warns about light. The man's eyebrows go up. Specific. We're traveling north. Everyone's traveling north these days. Towers popular. Ray's made it fashionable. He scratches his neck under the collar. Dogs I can do, but they're expensive. You got currency? I pull out the supply pack. Count what we have. Batteries. 6 half-charged. Medical tape. Water purification tablets. 1 can of something that used to be soup. Not enough. The man shakes his head. That'll get you 1 dog. Maybe. You need 3 for a sled team. And the light warning system, he pulls out a small package wrapped in cloth. These are custom. Dark bells. Ring only when exposed to light. Took me 2 months to calibrate the sensors. What do you want? He looks at Elias, then at me, then at my jacket pocket where the peach seed rests. That, he says, whatever's growing in your pocket, I can feel it from here. My hand moves to cover the pocket. Stupid instinct. Like hiding it will make it less visible. It's not for trade. Everything's for trade. You just said so yourself. It's a seed. Just a seed. Seeds are worth more than gold now. The man leans forward. You know how many living plants exist? Real ones, not rotten grown? Maybe 100, maybe less. And you're walking around with 1 in your pocket like it's nothing. The fire crackles. Someone in the corner stops sharpening. Everyone's listening now. It's not nothing, I say. It's what? A symbol? A memory? Proof that Alan existed? That peaches used to grow on trees and summer used to mean something other than more hours for the rotten to hunt? It's important, I finish lamely. So are sled dogs. The man sits back. 3 dogs trained with a functional sled, plus dark bells for each collar. That's fair trade for a viable seed. Elias touches my arm, gentle pressure. He's not saying anything, but I know what he's thinking. We need the dogs. We need the bells. We need to reach the tower before the vein spreads past my elbow. And the seed is just potential, just hope in compressed form. It's not Alan. Alan is ash in a tin that barely rattles. The seed is something separate, something that might grow if planted or might die if kept in my pocket forever. I reach in, pull out the peach seed. It's warm. Body heat has been tricking it into thinking spring might come. Small split along one side where it's already trying to sprout. Desperate growth in impossible conditions. This seed, I say slowly, contains genetics from before the dimming, before the spores. It's pure. I know, the man says. That's why I want it. If I give it to you, what happens to it? I plant it, tend it, sell the fruit once it grows, get rich. He smiles with his remaining teeth. Or I fail and it dies, and I'm out 3 dogs and a set of bells. That's trading. Risk for reward. You'll plant it in darkness. I'll plant it in whatever conditions give it the best chance. Might be darkness, might be filtered light, might be next to a grow lamp if I can find one that still works. He holds out his hand. Do we have a deal? The seed sits in my palm, small, unremarkable, just compressed potential wrapped in a shell that's already cracking. I think about Alan teaching me to fish, Alan laughing at bad jokes, Alan standing in the valley when the dam blew because he was exactly where I didn't expect him to be. I think about carrying his ash and counting heartbeats and making promises to ghosts that can't hear them. And I think about Elias guiding me through a whiteout. About trust mattering more than sight. About how holding on to symbols doesn't bring people back, it just makes the present heavier. Deal, I say. The man takes the seed, holds it up to the firelight. Beautiful, he whispers. Then he wraps it carefully in cloth and tucks it away somewhere I can't see. 20 minutes later, we're outside with 3 sled dogs and a functional sled. The dogs are old, graying muzzles, slow movements, but their eyes are clear and they don't growl when Elias approaches them. The dark bells hang from their collars, silent in the dim afternoon light. One dog is familiar, scarred muzzle, missing half a back foot, Nix's favorite from before. That's, I start. Returned, the man says. Nix came through a week ago, traded the dog for supplies, said he didn't need it anymore, didn't say why. Nix is alive, or was a week ago. That's something. Not much, but something. Something. The dog limps over to me, sniffs my hand, the one with the black veins spreading under the glove. It whines, soft, uncertain, like it can smell something wrong. I crouch down, scratch behind its ears. The dog leans into my touch, then pulls back suddenly. One of the dark bells on its collar jingles. Not loud, just a tiny sound, but I freeze. What just happened? I ask. Elias clicks his tongue. Aurora, he says. Starting. I look up. The sky is brightening, blood red spreading across gray clouds. The aurora cycle beginning, and with it the rotten waking. The stored daylight in their veins activating. The world becoming dangerous again. The dark bells jingle louder as the aurora intensifies. All 3 dogs' collars ringing now, high-pitched chime that cuts through wind and distance. We need to move, I say. Elias is already loading the sled. Fast, efficient. He works like someone who's done this before even though he hasn't. Natural adaptation. Learning through necessity. The trading post door slams shut behind us. The man with the collar has retreated inside, along with everyone else. Smart. Aurora hours are hiding hours. You don't travel, you don't make noise. You certainly don't stand outside with 3 dogs whose collars are broadcasting your location to anything photosynthetic in a 5-kilometer radius. But we're 2 kilometers from the tower, 2 kilometers from the uplink codes, and the vein under my glove has started to itch. Deep, bone-level sensation that means something's changing, growing, preparing. We harness the dogs, climb onto the sled. The scarred dog takes point, limping but determined. The other 2 fall in line. Go, I say. The dogs run. Not fast. They're too old for fast, but steady. The sled cuts through snow, following the highway toward the tower complex. The dark bells ring constantly now, keeping rhythm with the dog's movement. Elias crouches behind me on the sled, silent, listening. His hand rests on my shoulder, not for comfort, just for connection. Anchor point, proof we're still together. The aurora fills the sky, red deepening to purple deepening to that sick jade green that means the rotten are fully active. I can see them in the distance, dots of light moving across the landscape, not toward us yet, just moving, hunting, feeding. The tower appears ahead, concrete structure rising out of snow and broken trees, 50 meters tall, maybe more. Solar panels on the roof, half of them shattered, windows dark, no sign of movement. The dark bells ring louder. The dogs slow. Something's wrong. Elias clicks his tongue. Once, twice. The echo comes back strange, distorted, like there's too much space ahead or not enough space, or stop, he says. I pull the sled to a stop. We're 100 meters from the tower entrance. So close. But the dogs won't go further. They're whining, straining backward against the harness, trying to retreat. The dark bells are ringing so loudly now that I can barely think. Then I see it. The tower isn't dark because it's abandoned. It's dark because something's blocking the light, something covering the windows from the inside. Not boards, not metal, leaves. Thousands of jade green rotten leaves pressed against the glass, creating a living curtain that blocks all external light from entering. The tower is a greenhouse, and we're about to walk inside. The sled dogs howl, their dark bells ringing frantically in the thickening aurora light. Chloe stares at the leaf-covered windows and the itch beneath her gloves spreads. Past her wrist now, reaching toward her elbow, keeping perfect time with her racing pulse. Chapter 7. Aurora Siren. We can't go in. That's the smart choice, the correct choice. The tower is compromised, filled with rotten or rotten adjacent or something worse. We should retreat, find another way, wait for the aurora to fade. But the vein under my sleeve has reached my elbow. I can feel it branching now. Not one line, but multiple threads spreading through tissue like roots seeking water. And my fingernail, the one where it started, has taken on a faint green tinge. Barely visible, just a hint of chlorophyll where there should only be keratin. We don't have time to retreat. We go around, I say, find a different entrance. Elias nods. He's staring at the tower with that expression he gets when he's processing too much information at once. Head tilted, eyes half closed, like he's listening to something I can't hear. We lead the dogs in a wide arc, keeping the tower on our right. The dark bells keep ringing, constant alarm that makes my teeth ache. The aurora overhead has deepened to full jade now, and I can see movement in the valley below us, rotten, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They're not attacking each other, not fighting for territory, they're just moving, walking in loose formation like they're heading somewhere specific, like they have a destination. Migration, Elias says they're migrating. To where? He points at the tower. There, of course. The tower has power, or had power at some point. Solar panels on the roof, backup generators, maybe even working lights inside. To the rotten, it's a beacon, a promise of stored energy, a place to congregate and charge their photosynthetic cells in safety. We've been walking toward a nest. The dogs pull against the harness. They don't want to be here. Can't blame them. I don't want to be here either. We find a service entrance on the north side, metal door half buried in snow, hinges rusted but still intact. No leaves on the windows here. No signs of rotten presence, just dark glass and silence. Stay with the dogs, I tell Elias. No. It's not a request. I know. He's already unharnessing the lead dog, the scarred one with half a foot. That's why I'm not listening. I want to argue. Want to pull rank or invoke safety or do anything that keeps him outside where he's safe. But the vein under my sleeve chooses that moment to pulse, visible throb against fabric, and I realize something. If I go in alone and don't come out, Elias is stuck here. No codes. No way to crash the satellite. No way to stop Helios from finishing its mirror deployment and bathing the world in permanent daylight. He needs to come with me. Not because I want him to. Because he has to learn. Because if I fail, someone needs to finish this. Stay close, I say. Don't touch anything. Don't look directly at any light sources. I know how to be careful. I know. But I'm saying it anyway. The door opens with a screech that cuts through aurora hum and dark bell chime. Inside is darkness. Real darkness. Not the kind Elias navigates with clicks, the kind that absorbs sound and sight and hope. I pull out the flashlight. Dead battery. Should have checked earlier. Should have planned better. But planning is just another word for hoping circumstances cooperate, and circumstances stopped cooperating 18 months ago. Elias clicks his tongue. The echo maps a corridor. Narrow, maybe 10 meters long, opening into a larger space beyond. No obstacles in the path. No immediate threats, we move forward. The darkness wraps around us like fabric. I keep one hand on the wall, following concrete until it becomes drywall, until it becomes something else. Something soft, something that rustles. I stop, shine the dead flashlight anyway, hoping nothing, just darkness and the feeling of leaves brushing my knuckles. Elias, I whisper, do not move. I'm not moving. Good. Keep not moving. I pull my hand back slowly. The rustling continues, not from my movement, from something else, something responding to our presence. The darkness shifts, not lighter, just less empty. Shapes resolving out of shadow. Human shapes. Standing shapes. Shapes that shouldn't be able to stand because standing requires muscle control and balance and things that rotten aren't supposed to have when there's no light to power them. But these rotten are powered. I can see it now, faint jade glow seeping from beneath skin, from veins that have grown so extensive they've replaced the circulatory system entirely. They're not using external light. They're burning stored reserves, living on battery power in perfect darkness, waiting. Back, I whisper, slowly. Elias clicks his tongue, sharp. The sound bounces off too many surfaces, walls, floor, ceiling, and those human shapes that aren't quite human anymore. One of the rotten moves, turns its head toward the sound. Leaves rustle like silk stockings. We retreat. Careful, quiet. Every step measured to avoid noise, avoid attention, avoid triggering whatever predatory instinct makes rotten track movement. The corridor stretches longer than it should. 10 meters becomes 20, becomes 30. We should have reached the door by now, should have felt snow wind and heard aurora hum, but there's only darkness and rustling and the sense that the corridor is growing, stretching, adapting to keep us inside. Elias grabs my arm, squeezes once. Signal. I stop. He clicks again. Different rhythm. Faster. The echo comes back wrong. Split, fractured, like it's bouncing off something that wasn't there before. The rotten have moved. They're between us and the exit now. Cutting off retreat. Boxing us in. Can you map a path around them? I whisper. No. Too many. Too close. Right, of course. Too many. Because we walked into a nest and didn't check corners and didn't verify exits and didn't do any of the 1,000 things I should have done if I wasn't so focused on reaching the uplink before the vein reaches my shoulder. The rustling gets louder, closer. Multiple sources now, ahead, behind, probably to the sides if there were sides in this darkness. They're surrounding us. Run or fight, Elias asks. Calm. Too calm. Like this is a training exercise instead of the moment before we're torn apart by photosynthetic corpses. I reach for the gun. Fingers find empty holster. I traded it. Somewhere between the greenhouse and the trading post, I traded my gun for what? Dark bells? Supplies I don't remember? The memory's fuzzy. Unreliable. The vein pulses. Hot. Angry. Like it's feeding on my panic. Run, I say, toward the sound. What sound? The one you're about to make. Elias understands immediately. He inhales, holds it, then screams long, high-pitched child terror sound that cuts through darkness like a blade. The rotten react, not to us, to the sound source. They turn, leaves rustling, bodies shifting, moving toward where Elias's scream originated. We run in the opposite direction. Blind sprint through darkness, hands outstretched, hoping the corridor doesn't dead end or drop off or lead us directly into more rotten. My boots hit something soft. Fabric, maybe? Or flesh. Don't stop to check. Just keep running. Light ahead. Real light. Not jade glow. Gray-white. Daylight filtered through clouds, filtered through broken windows. We burst through a doorway into a stairwell. The aurora illuminates everything through a skylight 3 stories up, blood red washing over concrete and metal, and safety. Elias slams the door behind us. No lock, just a door between us and the rotten-filled corridor. We climb. Fast, 2 steps at a time. The stairwell spirals upward, and I can hear the door opening behind us. Hear leaves rustling. Hear something that might be footsteps or might be bodies dragging themselves forward on stored light that won't last much longer. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th. The skylight gets closer. The aurora light gets brighter. The dark bells on the dogs outside ring so loudly I can hear them through concrete and distance. 5th floor, the stairwell ends. Steel door marked roof access, authorized personnel only. I try the handle. Locked. Of course it's locked. Elias clicks his tongue, presses his ear against the door. Empty, he says. Nobody on the other side. But it's locked, so unlock it. I look at the handle. Standard commercial lock. Probably keyed. probably requiring a tool I don't have or a skill I never learned. The vein under my sleeve pulses again, stronger, like it's responding to stress or light or the proximity of other infected tissue. I wrap my hand around the handle, pull hard. The metal's cold against my palm, cold enough that it should hurt, but I don't feel it. Just pressure, just need. Something inside the lock breaks, not smoothly, messily, like metal grinding against metal until one piece gives up and snaps. The door swings open. I stare at my hand, at the glove covering the vein that's now thick enough to see through fabric. Did I break that lock? Or did something inside me, something photosynthetic and wrong, lend me strength I don't normally have? Don't think about it. Don't analyze. Just move. We step onto the roof. The aurora fills the sky, full jade now, bright enough to cast shadows. The solar panels are shattered, like the structure notes said, but something's still functional. Something's still powered. Because in the center of the roof, surrounded by broken panels and rusted equipment, a satellite dish points skyward, active, functional, connected. And below us, in the valley, the rotten have stopped moving. They're just standing there, hundreds of them, all facing the tower, all glowing jade in perfect unison, like they're waiting for something, like they're receiving a signal. Elias grabs my arm, points at the satellite dish. That's not for communications, he says. That's for broadcast. I look closer. See the modifications. The additional equipment bolted to the dish's base. The frequency generator hooked into jury-rigged solar batteries. This isn't an uplink station for accessing Helios. It's a transmitter, broadcasting to the rotten, coordinating their movement, turning them from random wanderers into organized units. Someone's controlling them, I say. Not someone. Elias's voice is tight. Something. The satellite dish rotates, slow mechanical turn, aligning with something overhead, with Helios, with the mirrors that are still deploying, still tilting, still preparing to flood the world with permanent daylight. And when they finish, when every mirror is locked in place, this transmitter will broadcast the signal at full strength. The rotten won't just migrate to the tower. They'll migrate everywhere, coordinated, unified. A photosynthetic army responding to a single voice. We're not looking at a nest. We're looking at the beginning of an invasion. The valley below fills with jade light as the rotten stand motionless, their internal glow pulsing in perfect synchronization. Chloe watches the satellite dish complete its rotation, and somewhere high above in the darkness between stars, Helios waits, 18% deployed and counting, one mirror at a time. Chapter 8, Milk of Moon. The transmission tower is a problem for later. Right now, the problem is getting off this roof without walking back through a corridor full of rotten, who are definitely more coordinated than I gave them credit for. Elias clicks his tongue, reading the roof's edge. Fire escape, he says, southwest corner, rusted but intact. We move. The aurora is fading now, transition period between full charge and dormancy. The rotten in the valley below are starting to slow, their jade glow dimming as stored daylight runs out. They'll be stationary again soon, for a few hours, maybe less. The fire escape rattles when I test it. Old metal, rust flaking off in chunks, but it holds. We climb down 3 stories of careful descent while the sky shifts from jade to purple to that sick gray that means night is coming. The dogs are where we left them, still harnessed to the sled. The scarred one limps over, nuzzles my hand. The one with the vein. It can smell the infection, can sense something wrong, but it doesn't pull away this time, just leans in like it's trying to offer comfort to something it recognizes as wounded. We need food, Elias says, and rest. He's right, we've been moving for 18 hours straight. My legs are shaking. My hands are numb, and the vein has spread past my elbow, reaching toward my shoulder in thin black threads that pulse with their own rhythm. We make camp a kilometer from the tower, far enough that the transmission signal won't reach us, close enough that we can go back tomorrow with a plan that isn't hope the rotten don't coordinate their attack. Elias unpacks what's left of our supplies. 2 cans of something unlabeled, water purification tablets, and a sealed container I don't recognize. What's that? I ask. Reindeer milk. Nix left it at the trading post. Said if anyone came through asking about him, to give them this. Nix, alive a week ago. Thoughtful enough to leave supplies. Not thoughtful enough to wait for us. I open the container. The milk is frozen, solid block of white with sediment at the bottom. I scrape some into our pot, add snow, set it over the portable burner. The flame is weak, running on fumes, but it's enough to melt the milk into something drinkable. Elias watches the pot, doesn't say anything, but I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand keeps moving to his stomach. What's wrong? I ask. Lactose, he says. I can't process it, makes me sick. You don't have to drink it. We don't have anything else. He's right. The cans are empty, we checked. The water is frozen. The milk is the only calorie source we have that doesn't require thawing or eating something that might be older than Elias. Drink it anyway, I say. Slowly. We'll deal with the aftermath. The milk heats. I pour half into a cup for Elias, half into a cup for me. It tastes wrong, sweet and sour at once, with a texture that's more slurry than liquid. But it's warm. It's calories. It's survival. Elias drinks, slow sips. His face scrunches with each swallow. How bad? I ask. Bad. Scale of 1 to 10. 15. I want to smile. Want to make a joke about his pain tolerance. But the vein pulses under my sleeve and I realize something. If I'm gone, if this infection spreads faster than I can cut it out, Elias needs to know how to function through discomfort, through pain, through the certainty that comfort isn't coming. Finish it, I say. All of it. He doesn't argue, just drinks. Methodical, mechanical, like he's performing a task instead of feeding himself. By the time the cup is empty, he's shaking, not from cold, from nausea. His hand presses against his stomach, and I can see him running breaths, trying to keep the milk down through sheer willpower. Lie down, I say. I'm fine. You're not. Lie down. He lies down, curls on his side. The shaking gets worse. His breathing becomes shallow, rapid, cramping. System rebelling against something it can't process. I want to help, want to do something other than watch him suffer. But there's no medicine, no cure. Just time and hope that his body adapts fast enough to extract nutrients before rejecting everything. So I do the only thing I know how to do. I sing. Not well. I've never sung well. But Alan used to hum this tune when he couldn't sleep. Korean lullaby his mother taught him. I don't know the words. Just the melody. Just the rhythm that's supposed to soothe and settle and remind you that someone's watching over you, even when everything hurts. The tune comes out rough, off-key, but I keep singing anyway. Elias's breathing slows, the shaking eases, his hand unclenches from his stomach. Again, he whispers. I sing it again, and again. Each repetition smoothing rough edges, finding the right notes, remembering how Alan's voice sounded when he sang it that last time before the dam blew. Somewhere during the 4th repetition, I realize I'm crying, not sobbing. Just tears running down my face while I sing a lullaby to a kid who isn't mine by blood, but is mine by every other definition that matters. Chloe, Elias says. His voice is thick with pain, but clear. You're my mother. Not a question, not a request, just a statement of fact. Like he's been thinking it for a while and only now found the words. I know, I say. Say it. Say what? Say I'm your son. The words stick in my throat because saying it makes it real, makes it permanent, makes it hurt when, not if, when something goes wrong. But I'm already crying, already singing, already holding vigil while he suffers through reindeer milk because we don't have any other options. You're my son, I say. The aurora flares overhead, brief, bright, then fades. The rotten in the valley have gone dormant again. The world is dark and cold and full of threats we can't see coming. But Elias is smiling, small smile, painful smile, but real. Okay, he says, okay. He falls asleep still smiling, anyway. Quiet now, just for me. just to fill the silence with something other than wind and dark bells and the sound of my own heartbeat counting down how much time I have left before the vein reaches my heart. The tin barely rattles when I pull it out. Almost empty. Just dust now. I tap it anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the rhythm's different. Not Alan's heartbeat. Elias's. Faster. Younger. Still learning how to beat steady. I tuck the tin away, pull off my glove, look at my hand in the dim light. The vein has reached my bicep, black threads spreading under skin like roots seeking anchor points. My fingernails are definitely green now, all 5 of them, faint jade tinge that glows almost imperceptibly when the aurora flares. 7 days until full transformation. That's what Dr. Garland said. 7 days until photosynthetic trance. Until I stop being human and start being something else. I've got 3 days left, maybe 4 if the cold slows the growth. We need to get those codes, need to crash Helios, need to finish this before I become part of the problem I'm trying to solve. Elias stirs in his sleep, whimpers, stomach still cramping, but he doesn't wake, just curls tighter and keeps breathing while I keep humming that Korean lullaby that's the only thing I remember about Alan's mother, except that she was kind, and she smelled like cinnamon, and she died before the world dimmed. The fire burns down to embers. The aurora fades completely, and I sit there in the darkness singing to my son while the infection spreads through my arm like promises I can't keep. Chapter 9, The Half-Lit Boy. Morning comes with radio static. Not loud, just present, hissing between frequencies like someone's trying to find a signal that doesn't exist anymore. Elias wakes first, sits up slowly, one hand still pressed to his stomach. You hear that? Yeah. The static resolves into words. Distorted. Layered. Multiple frequencies broadcasting the same message. Blood work shows 80% compatibility. Recommend immediate harvest for conversion protocols. Subject designation, Elias Thomas Knight raised. I'm moving before the message finishes. Grabbing the sled supplies, pulling Elias to his feet, unharnessing the dog so they can run free if needed. What is it? Elias asks. Ray. Broadcast from the tower. He knows we're here. How? Good question. We've been careful. Avoided light. Stayed quiet. But the dark bells have been ringing every time the aurora flares, broadcasting our position to anything listening. Smart. The trader who sold us the bells was either working for Ray or working for whoever controls the transmission tower. Either way, we've been tracked since we left the trading post. The radio static continues. Invites extended to Elias Thomas for Ascension ceremony. Transport provided to Relay Station Beta. Mother's throne awaits the first Leaf Saint. Leaf Saint. Ray's term for whatever Elias is supposed to become. Whatever 80% compatibility means in a world where spores turn people into photosynthetic batteries. Elias is staring at the horizon. At the tower. At the transmission dish that's still broadcasting even though the aurora's gone and the rotten should be dormant. He wants me, Elias says. He wants everyone. You're just convenient. No. Elias turns to look at me. His eyes are different, clearer, like something's resolved that wasn't resolved before. He wants me specifically, because I've lived in darkness, because my cells are adapted, because you're not compatible with anything except staying human. But what if I am? His voice is quiet, curious, not scared. What if I could see colors, real colors, not just what you describe, not just what I imagine? What if I could see red and blue and yellow and know what they mean? At what cost? I don't know. That's what I want to find out. The radio static shifts. New voice, younger. Ray's voice without the distortion. Elias, if you're listening, and I know you are, come to the tower alone. I'll show you what your mother's been keeping from you. I'll show you light. Elias's hand moves to his pocket, to the strip of mylar he took from the tower floor, the shard that shows Ray's reflected face. He's been carrying it this whole time, keeping it, hiding it from me. When? I ask. What? When did you take that? He doesn't pretend not to know what I'm talking about, just pulls out the mylar shard, holds it up. Ray's face stares back, fiber-optic features frozen in permanent half-smile. After you scattered Alan's ashes on the mirrors, Elias says, I wanted to remember what he looked like, the boy who promised colors. He's not promising colors. He's promising conversion. Maybe conversion is worth it. It's not. How do you know? Because I've watched people transform. Watched them sprout leaves and lose language and forget everything that made them human, except the hunger for light. Because Dr. Garland's grafts let her see in infrared, but she can't recognize faces anymore. Can't remember names. Can't hold conversation that isn't botanical metaphor. Because the veins spreading through my arm isn't just infection, it's replacement. One system for another. Photosynthesis for blood, chlorophyll for hemoglobin. Something that looks alive but isn't, not the way humans understand alive. But I don't say any of that, just because I need you to stay you. Elias tucks the mylar shard away. What if I don't know who me is? Then we figure it out together. Without Ray. Without conversion. Without whatever he's broadcasting from that tower. The radio static cuts out. Silence. Then new sound. Mechanical whir. Grinding gears. Something large moving. I turn toward the tower. The transmission dish is rotating again. Faster this time. Aggressive. And the rotten in the valley, dormant just minutes ago, are starting to glow. Faint jade seeping through skin even though there's no aurora, no sunlight, no external power source. They're being activated remotely, woken from dormancy by broadcast signal. We need to destroy that tower, I say. How? Good question. We have no explosives, no weapons except one knife and whatever rocks we can throw. No plan except hope something works. The vein pulses under my sleeve, hot, angry. And I realize something. I'm part photosynthetic now, part rotten adjacent. Maybe I can interface with the transmission system. Maybe I can hijack the broadcast. Maybe I can turn Ray's coordination signal into chaos. Maybe I can weaponize my own infection. Stay here, I tell Elias. No. It's not a request. I don't care. We stare at each other, mother and son, protector and protected. Except I'm not protecting anymore. I'm surviving. And survival means doing things that scare both of us. If I don't come back, I start, you're coming back. If I don't, I continue, you take the dogs, go north, find Nix, tell him about the tower, tell him about Helios, tell him to finish this. You're coming back, Elias repeats. Louder, like volume makes it true. I want to believe him. Want to think I'll walk into that tower, hack the transmission system with my photosynthetic hand, and walk out victorious. But the veins at my shoulder now, spreading across my collarbone, reaching for my chest cavity where my heart beats its countdown rhythm. I've got 2 days left. Maybe less. I love you, I say. First time I've said it out loud. First time I've admitted that this terrified, curious, darkness-adapted kid has become more important than survival. More important than mission completion. More important than crashing satellites or stopping infections or saving worlds that don't want to be saved. Elias doesn't say it back, just clicks his tongue once. Soft. The echo maps the space between us. And in that space, in the fraction of a second it takes for sound to travel and return, I hear everything he can't say out loud. Go, he says. I'll wait. I grab the knife, the dead flashlight, the radio that's still hissing static, and I walk toward the tower while my son watches from a kilometer away with dark bells ringing warning that neither of us can afford to heed. The rotten in the valley are fully active now, moving in formation, converging on a single point. And that point is exactly where I'm headed. The radio crackles one more time. Welcome home. Welcome home, Chloe, Ray's voice says. Mother always said you'd come back eventually. Said you couldn't resist the light. I smash the radio against a rock. Pieces scatter. The voice cuts out, but the transmission continues. I can feel it now. Vibration in the vein, in the green tinge spreading across my fingernails, in the part of me that's already decided what I'm becoming. The tower waits. The rotten converge. And somewhere overhead, Helios continues its slow deployment. Mirrors tilting, focusing, preparing to flood the world with light that will finish what the spores started. Chloe stands at the tower's base, staring up at the transmission dish that rotates with mechanical precision above her. The radio lies in pieces at her feet, and Elias watches from a distance, too far to help, too close to run, as his mother walks toward the entrance where jade light spills from every crack and seam. Chapter 10. The Sky. The door opens before I touch it. Automatic. Motion sensors still functional after all this time. Inside is exactly what I expected. Corridors lined with mylar, every surface reflective, every light source multiplied 1,000 times over. Someone turned this tower into a funhouse mirror, a trap designed for anyone stupid enough to carry a flashlight. I keep the dead flashlight holstered. Navigate by feel instead, hand trailing along the wall, feet shuffling forward, counting steps to avoid obstacles I can't see. The mylar whispers. That's the first thing I notice. Not rustling like leaves, actual whispers, voices layered over each other, distorted by reflection and repetition until I can't tell if it's one person talking or 100. 80% compatibility makes him ideal. Mother would have approved. First leaf saint requires proper ceremony. Ray's voice. Over and over, echoing through the mylar corridors until it sounds like he's everywhere at once. In front of me, behind me, inside my head, I keep walking. The vein pulses in rhythm with the whispers, like it's responding to something in Ray's voice, some frequency that resonates with chlorophyll and infection and everything I'm trying not to become. The corridor opens into a lobby, large space, 3 stories tall, glass ceiling letting in gray morning light, and covering every inch of glass, every surface, every reflective panel, mylar, thousands of sheets. Layered so thick that even the weak daylight becomes blinding when it bounces through the space. I shield my eyes, but it's too late. The light has already hit, already reflected, already multiplied into something painful and bright and wrong. The vein burns. Not metaphorically, actually burns. I can feel it heating under my skin, feeding on the reflected light, growing faster than before. Accelerating. And in the center of the lobby, standing perfectly still, rotten. 12 of them, maybe more. They're not moving, not glowing, just standing there with jade veins dormant, leaves folded against skin, waiting. For what? For the generator to start. I see it now. The backup power system, solar generator hooked into the building's electrical grid. Dormant because there's not enough light to power it through mylar scattered reflections. But if someone flips the switch, if someone decides to manually engage the system, every light in this building turns on. Every bulb, every fixture, every LED strip, an exit sign, an emergency lamp that hasn't burned out yet, and the rotten wake up. All at once. Coordinated. Activated by sudden flood of light in an enclosed space with only one exit. It's a trap. For whoever comes after me. For Elias, if he decides to follow. For anyone stupid enough to think they can reach the uplink console without paying the price. The blast doors on the far side of the lobby are closed. No manual override. No way to open them without power. Which means I have exactly one choice. Start the generator. Open the doors, and fight through dormant rotten who will immediately stop being dormant or turn back. Leave. Admit that this mission is impossible and the satellite will deploy its mirrors and the world will flood with permanent daylight and everyone I've tried to save will transform into photosynthetic batteries whether they want to or not. The vein pulses. My fingernails glow faint jade. And I think about Elias watching from a kilometer away with dark bells ringing and hope dwindling with every second I don't come back. I walk toward the generator. Slow steps, careful placement. The rotten don't move, don't track my movement. They're really dormant, really waiting. My hand finds the switch. Industrial breaker, heavy, rusted. It'll take force to flip. I count my heartbeats, 1, 2, 3, 4. Except the rhythm's wrong now, uneven. The vein has spread past my collarbone, reaching toward my sternum, reaching toward the heart that's trying to pump blood through tissue that's slowly transforming into something else. I think about Alan, about the dam, about decisions made in seconds that define everything after. I think about Elias waiting, about Ray broadcasting promises, about Dr. Garland offering serum and Nix leaving reindeer milk, and everyone making choices based on information they don't fully have. And I think this is the point, the moment where I either commit or retreat, where I either accept that the path forward involves casualties, maybe including me, or I admit that survival sometimes means abandoning the mission. I flip the switch. The generator groans. Solar panels on the roof, broken, barely functional, channel what little light they can into the system. It's not enough. The generator struggles, whines, threatens to give up. Then the mylar catches proper angle, reflects, multiplies, focuses scattered gray light into concentrated beam that hits the panels like a weapon. The generator roars to life. Every light in the lobby turns on. The rotten wake up. Their jade glow flares, sudden bright that makes my eyes water. They turn in unison, all of them, looking at me, looking at the only moving target in a room full of light. The blast doors on the far side begin to open, slow, mechanical grind. They'll take 30 seconds, maybe a minute. The rotten move faster. I run, not toward the doors, they're not open enough, toward the stairs, maintenance access in the corner, maybe leads up, maybe leads to another way around. Maybe leads nowhere, but at least it's motion. At least it's trying. The rotten follow. Not shambling. Not slow. Fast. Coordinated. Moving like pack hunters who've been given a target and a green light. I hit the stairs at full sprint. Take them 2 at a time. Behind me, leaves rustle and footsteps echo, and something crashes as the first rotten reaches the stairwell. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. 4th, each landing the same, mylar-lined walls, flickering lights, the sense that I'm climbing into something worse instead of escaping something bad. 5th floor, the stairs end. Steel door marked roof access. I try the handle. Locked. Of course it's locked. The rotten are coming up the stairs. I can hear them. Not footsteps anymore, just rustling. Like they're climbing as a single organism, leaves braided together, moving as one. I grab the handle with both hands, my infected hand and my clean hand. Pull with everything I've got. The lock doesn't break, the door doesn't open, but the vein flares. Hot, bright, and for a second, just a second, I see jade glow seeping from my palm through my glove. See the veins in my hand pulse in rhythm with the approaching rotten. Same frequency, same broadcast, same signal. I'm one of them now, partially, enough that the infection recognizes its own kind. I let go of the handle, press my infected palm flat against the door, and I think, open. Nothing happens. I think it again, louder, more desperate. Open. The door stays locked. But the rotten at the base of the stairs stop climbing. Just for a second, like they heard something, like they received a signal that conflicts with their current orders. I press harder, feel the vein burning through my glove, feel chlorophyll spreading from palm to fingertips to something inside the lock clicks. The door swings open. I don't wait to understand how. Just bolt through, onto the roof, into weak morning light that feels like fire against skin that's half green now. Elias is down in the valley. I can see him, tiny figure next to the sled. He's standing, watching, waiting. And behind him, more rotten, dozens, converging from all directions, responding to the broadcast signal, responding to the active transmission that's been calling them here since we arrived. He doesn't see them yet. He's too focused on the tower, on me, on hoping I come back. But they're going to reach him in minutes, maybe less. I look at the transmission dish, at the equipment, at the frequency generator that's still broadcasting Ray's coordination signal across every photosynthetic cell in a 5-kilometer radius. And I realize I can't destroy it, but I can redirect it. I pull off my glove. My hand is wrong. Half skin, half green, veins bulging like roots against flesh. My fingernails are fully jade now, glowing faint even in daylight. I press my palm against the frequency generator. Feel the current. Feel the signal broadcasting through my nervous system. Feel the connection. And I think, stop. The rotten in the valley freeze, all of them. Just stop moving mid-step like someone hit pause on their coordination. But the ones in the stairwell behind me don't stop. They keep coming because they're responding to proximity, to immediate threat, to the fact that I'm right here and I'm infected and I'm broadcasting conflicting signals into their shared network. I need to send clearer message, need to override Ray's broadcast with something stronger, something that tells them, wrong target, look elsewhere. I think about Elias, about his face, about his voice, about everything that makes him human and worth protecting. And I broadcast, child, safe, off limits. The rotten in the valley turn, away from Elias, toward the tower, toward me. Because I just painted a target on myself. Just told every photosynthetic cell in range that I'm the threat. I'm the one who needs to be neutralized. The first rotten emerges onto the roof. Then another. Then 5 more. The stairwell door is open, and they're pouring through, and I'm standing here with my infected hand pressed against the frequency generator, trying to save a kid who's a kilometer away while losing myself 1 cell at a time. The blast doors below finally finish opening. I can hear it. Mechanical clunk that means the path is clear. The uplink console is accessible. The codes are waiting. But Elias is watching. And I just chose his life over the mission. The rotten close in, leaves rustle, hands reach, and I think about Alan's ashes scattered on mylar, about peach seeds traded for sled dogs, about all the things I've sacrificed trying to keep one kid alive in a world that's designed to kill everything human. Behind me, the transmission dish keeps rotating. The broadcast continues, and somewhere in my nervous system, the infection spreads past my collarbone, past my shoulder, reaching toward the heart that's still trying to beat despite everything working against it. The blast doors are open, the path upward is locked, and I'm trapped on this roof with a dozen rotten who are starting to realize I'm not fully one of them anymore, not human enough to ignore, not infected enough to join. I'm something in between. Something wrong. Something that needs to be corrected. The first rotten grabs my arm, the infected one, and I feel its chlorophyll veins reach for mine. Feel the infection trying to synchronize, trying to complete the transformation, trying to finish what Dr. Garland started when she pressed that spore beneath my fingernail. And I realize this is it, the point of no return. I chose the mission over mercy when I started the generator, chose Elias's life when I redirected the broadcast, chose to stand here instead of running. Now I have to live with the consequences, or die with them. The blast doors hiss shut far below, and Elias stands motionless on the frozen ground, watching jade light spill from every window of the tower while his mother disappears into something that looks like dawn but feels like extinction. Chapter 11. Mylar Whispers. The tower interior smells like burnt plastic and old sweat. Every surface reflects, walls, ceiling, the floor tiles cracked into thousands of mirror shards. I press my palm against the nearest panel and count 3 reflections of my hand before the angles get weird. Elias clicks his tongue. The sound bounces off the mylar in layers, coming back distorted. Sharp, he says. He means the walls, or the way sound fractures here. Hard to tell with him. I pull the ash tin from my pocket, empty now, mostly, just gray dust coating the bottom and that dent from the dam. The peach logo's worn down to a shadow. I tip it sideways and tap the rim. A thin stream of ash falls onto my glove. We need to cover the mirrors, I say. All of them. Nix limps past me, his prosthetic clicking against the floor. With what? I show him the tin. He stares at it, then at me. That's... I know. The first mirror takes 3 handfuls. I spread Alan's ashes across the surface with my fingertips, watching gray smear into dull coating. The reflection vanishes under the residue. My hand leaves prints in the dust. Elias watches from the doorway. He's rubbing that foil strip between his fingers. The crinkle sounds soft under the echo of our breathing. If, I start, count my heartbeats. If we black out the mirrors without making noise, then Because the rotten downstairs are moving on stored daylight, we can reach the stairwell. Nix pulls his dark bells off and wraps them in cloth, muffled now. He nods toward the next panel. The second mirror is bigger. I pour more ash, spread it thin. Alan's remains coat my gloves, settle into the creases of my knuckles. The peach tin feels lighter with each pour. Halfway through the third panel, the tin's empty. I turn it over. Shake it. Nothing. There's more, Nick says, pointing down the corridor. Dozens of mylar panels line the walls, catching the faint green glow from the stairwell below. My fingernail itches. The black vein under the nail has spread to the first knuckle now, thin dark line threading toward my wrist. I curl my fingers into my palm. We use dirt, I say. Or, wait. Elias moves past me. He pulls something from his pocket, a shard of mylar, palm-sized, edges taped with black fabric. He holds it up to the nearest panel. In the reflection, I see a face that isn't ours. Ray Lux. His skin glowing faint blue, fiber-optic threads visible under the surface. The image wavers, more like a projection than a reflection. He's smiling. I reach for the shard, but Elias steps back. Found it, he says. Downstairs. When? He doesn't answer. Just pockets the shard again and moves to the next mirror. Starts wiping ash from my gloves onto the surface. Nix catches my eye. Doesn't say anything. Just watches Elias work. The corridor takes an hour. We move panel by panel, using ash residue and dirt scraped from the floor tiles. My gloves are gray-black now, Alan ground into the fabric. Every handprint I leave looks like a ghost pressed against the walls. Elias hums while he works, low sound that clicks in his throat between notes. Some kind of rhythm I don't recognize. What's that, I say. Nothing. But he keeps humming. And the tune has a pattern. Short, long, short. Pause. Long, long, short. Morse code. I stop spreading ash. What are you saying? He goes quiet. Rubs the foil strip faster. Nothing, he says again. The itch under my fingernail spreads. I want to scratch it, but that would mean stopping work. And if we stop, we won't reach the stairwell before the rotten below wake fully. Nix finishes the last panel on the right wall, smears dirt across it until the reflection dies. That's the main corridor, he says. Side rooms still have mirrors. We skip them. What if we need to go back through? We won't. I don't know that. But we're out of ash, and my hand is starting to glow faint green along the vein line. Elias clicks toward the stairwell. His tongue sound comes back cold, metallic taste in the air. Down, he says. We move as a line. Nix first with his muffled dark bells, then me, then Elias trailing his hand along the blacked-out walls. His fingers trace patterns in the ash-dirt coating. The stairwell opens into a server room. Banks of dead equipment line the walls, screens cracked, cables hanging like tendons. Everything's coated in dust except for one console near the center, its screen glowing soft blue. Active. Nix stops at the doorway. His prosthetic catches on the threshold and he has to adjust his weight. The paw hinge squeaks. Below us, something rustles. We freeze. The sound comes again. Silk stockings sliding against concrete. Chlorophyll rotten, moving in the levels below. Stored daylight keeping them active even in the tower's darkness. I count heartbeats. Tap the empty tin against my thigh in rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rustling fades. Elias moves past me toward the console. The blue screen light catches on his face, throws shadows under his eyes. He reaches for the keyboard. Don't, I say. Too late. His fingers brush the keys and the screen flickers, loading bar appearing, text scrolling too fast to read. Nix grabs my arm, points. The walls here aren't blacked out. Mylar panels line the server room in a grid pattern, and now the blue screen light bounces between them, multiplying into dozens of glowing rectangles. Each reflection shows the console, shows us, shows the stairwell behind us, shows movement in the doorway below. A rotten pulls itself up the stairs, jade veins glowing along its arms, leaves sprouting from the bone structure of its spine. It moves smooth, no stumble. 4 hours of stored sun, maybe more. It sees our reflections in the mylar, turns toward the server room. I pull the box cutter from my belt. Nix moves left, positioning himself between the rotten and Elias. His dark bells shift under the cloth wrapping but don't ring. The rotten steps into the room. Light from the console catches on its chlorophyll veins, makes them glow brighter. It tilts its head, tracking the reflections on the walls, seeing us multiplied across every panel. Can't tell which one is real. Elias clicks his tongue. The sound bounces off the mylar in chaos. Dozens of echoes returning at once, layering over each other until the original direction is lost. The rotten freezes, turns its head left, then right. Confused. I move along the wall, keeping my reflection behind a console shadow. The blue screen light shifts as I pass. My reflection appears on a different panel, 3 walls away from where I'm standing. The rotten lunges toward my reflection, hits the wall. Mylar crumples under the impact. The sound rings through the room, sharp metallic crash that brings 2 more rotten up the stairs. Nix throws his dark bells toward the far corner. They hit the floor with muffled clanks, rolling under a server bank. The rotten follow the sound, move past us toward the bells. Elias hasn't moved from the console. He's staring at the screen, reading the scrolling text, lips moving silently. The blue light makes his eyes look hollow. I grab his shoulder, pull him toward the exit. He resists. "Wait," he says, "it's now." We run. Out of the server room, up the stairwell, but taking steps 2 at a time. Behind us, the rotten crash through the mylar panels, their leaf rustle sound filling the corridor. The door at the top is sealed. Blast door, thick steel, electronic lock. Nix hits the control panel. Red light. Locked. I try the override. Nothing. Below us, the rustling gets louder. Elias pushes between us, pulls the mylar shard from his pocket and holds it up to the lock sensor. The shard glows. Soft blue light spreading through the fiber-optic threads taped along its edges. The lock clicks green. Door opens. We fall through and Nix slams it behind us. The seal hisses, magnetic bolts engaging. On the other side, something heavy hits the door. Then again. The steel dents slightly but holds. We're in a hallway. Clean white walls, no mylar. Emergency lights running on battery backup, throwing red shadows across the floor. I lean against the wall and breathe. Count heartbeats. The tin rattles empty in my hand. Elias pockets the mylar shard. Won't look at me. "How did you know?" I say. "Guessed." "That's not," he interrupts. "Downstairs, it showed the tower map. Upper levels are lined with mylar for insulation." He pauses. "Ray's people installed it before." "Before what?" He doesn't answer. Just walks down the hallway, his foil strip crinkling between his fingers. Nix watches him go, then looks at me. "That shard he's carrying." "I know. You see what was on it?" "Yeah." "And you're letting him keep it." I stare at the blast door. On the other side, the rotten have stopped hitting it, but I can hear them rustling against the steel, leaves scraping metal in soft rhythm. The black vein under my fingernail pulses, just once, barely noticeable. "For now," I say. We follow Elias down the hallway. The emergency lights flicker every few seconds, throwing our shadows long and then swallowing them again. The hallway ends at a junction. 3 paths. Left toward what looks like residential quarters, right toward a cargo elevator, straight ahead toward more stairs. Elias clicks toward each path, listens. "Up," he says, pointing straight ahead. "Why?" "Because that's where the roof access is." He looks at me. "And you want to reach the uplink console, right?" I tap the empty tin. "That's the plan." "If," he says, copying my cadence, "if we go up now, then, because the rotten are stored below, we can reach the console before they spread to upper floors." He sounds like me. Same if-then-because structure, same tactical rhythm. I don't know how I feel about that. We take the stairs. 20 flights, my count. Nix has to stop twice to adjust his prosthetic. The paw hinge keeps catching on the steps. Elias doesn't stop, just keeps clicking upward, mapping the route. On the 15th floor, the walls start showing mylar again. I stop. We blacked out the lower levels. "Not all of them," Elias says. He pulls out the mylar shard. In the reflection, Ray Lux is still there, grinning, glowing, his voice a soft static I can almost hear through the glass. The room is blacked out now, with Alan's remains coating every surface, but Elias stands near the sealed door, and in his pocket I see a glint of reflection, shard hidden, catching the emergency light like a secret kept in glass. Chapter 12. Dog Star Descent. The dogs smell wrong. I notice it before we reach the cargo bay, that cut grass and copper scent mixed with something sour. Nick smells it too. He stops at the doorway and his prosthetic goes still, no clicking. Inside, the sled team is tied to a support beam. 5 dogs left from the original 8. 3 lie flat, sides heaving. The other 2 are standing, but their legs shake. One of them, the lead dog, the one Nix calls Star, has a leaf sprouting from her shoulder. Small thing, jade green about the size of my thumb, but the veins around it glow faint in the cargo bay's darkness. Nix makes a sound in his throat. Not words, just air. The dog turns toward us, and her eyes catch the emergency light wrong. Too bright, pupils reflecting green instead of normal shine. When, Nix says. I think back. The mirror sliver in the server room, the way the mylar crumpled when the rotten hit it, shards scattering across the floor. The dogs were tied near the door, close enough that... The mylar, I say. When it broke, a piece must have cut the leash. Nix moves into the cargo bay. Slow steps, prosthetic barely making sound now. He's focused on Star, watching how she breathes. The leaf on her shoulder moves slightly with each inhale. Elias stays in the doorway. He's rubbing the foil strip, but not clicking, just standing there, silent. Star's front leg buckles. She catches herself, but the movement makes the leaf rustle. Soft cashmere sound that doesn't belong to a living thing. The other dogs shift away from her, whine low in their throats. How long, Nick says. He's talking to me, but watching Star. Infection timeline. I start, then stop. Count heartbeats. Tap the tin. Hour 0 is black vein. Day 3 is leaf bud. That's a full leaf, Nix interrupts. So past day 3. Maybe day 5, 6. How long until she turns? I don't answer because I don't know. The rules are for humans. Rotten that we're human before the spores took them. Dogs are different biology, different metabolism. The chlorophyll might move faster, or slower. Or Star's leg buckles again. This time she doesn't catch herself, just goes down on her side, breathing hard. The leaf on her shoulder spreads, small tendrils reaching toward her neck. The dark bells on her collar start ringing, soft at first, then louder as she struggles to stand. Light. I look up. There's a window in the cargo bay wall. Small thing, reinforced glass, but it faces east, and the emergency lights near it are reflecting off something outside. Mirror flash from the tower exterior. Dawn must be close. Pre-dawn light bouncing off the orbital mirrors, enough to trigger the bells. The other dogs hear it. Start pulling against their leashes, trying to get away from Star. Nix kneels beside her, runs his hand along her head, careful not to touch the leaf. Hey, he says. Soft voice I've never heard him use. Hey girl, it's okay. Star's breathing slows. She looks at him, and for a second her eyes are normal, just dog eyes, brown and tired. Then the leaf spreads another inch and her pupils flash green again. Nix pulls a knife from his belt. Elias makes a sound behind me. I turn and he's got both hands pressed over his ears, foil strip crushed between his palms. Go outside, I tell him. No. Elias. I said no. He lowers his hands, stares at Star and Nix, at the knife, at the way the leaf is spreading toward the dog's throat now. Nix doesn't look at us, just keeps his hand on Star's head, thumb rubbing behind her ear. She was a good dog, he says. She still is, I say. No, he shakes his head. She's gone. This is just... He stops, breathes. This is just the thing wearing her. The knife is standard issue. Fixed blade, 6 inches, the kind you use for cutting rope or opening cans. Not for this. But here we are. Star tries to stand again. The leaf spreads to her chest now. Jade veins crawling along her ribs. She makes a sound. Half whine, half something else. The chlorophyll rustle under the dog noise. The dark bells ring louder. More mirror flash from outside. Nix positions the knife. I turn away. Not because I can't watch. Because Elias is standing there with his hands over his ears again, and if I watch this, I'll see my own future. The box cutter in my belt, the black vein under my fingernail. Someone kneeling beside me with a blade while I make sounds that aren't quite human anymore. Behind me, Star goes quiet. The dark bells stop. Nick stands up, doesn't say anything, just moves to the other dogs and starts checking their leashes, their collars, looking for any sign of mylar cuts or leaf growth. The dogs press against him, whining, licking his hands, wanting reassurance that they're not next. Elias finally lowers his hands. He's staring at Star's body, at the leaf that's already wilting now that the host is gone. The jade glow fading to gray-green. "Does it hurt?" he says. "What?" "The infection. When it takes you. Does it hurt?" I look at my fingernail. The black vein has reached my wrist now, thin, dark thread under the skin. Sometimes it itches, sometimes it pulses, sometimes I don't feel it at all. "I don't know," I say. Nix finishes checking the dogs. 4 left. He divides the sled rigging between them, redistributing the weight so they can still pull. His hands move automatic, knots and buckles and adjustments he could do in his sleep. But his hands are shaking. "We need to move," I say, before more light hits the windows. Yeah, he doesn't move. Just stands there with the lead rope in his hand, staring at Star's body. Elias walks over and picks up the dark bells from Star's collar. They ring once, soft chime that echoes in the cargo bay. He wraps them in cloth like Nix did before, muffling the sound. "For later," Elias says, offers them to Nix. Nix takes the bells, pockets them without looking. We harness the remaining dogs to the sled, lighter now without Star's weight in the lead position. The dogs know something's wrong, keep looking back at where Star was lying. One of them, younger male, mostly gray, starts keening, low sound that builds into a howl. Nix grabs his muzzle. Quiet. The dog goes silent but keeps shaking. Outside the cargo bay I hear rustling, the rotten from the lower floors spreading up through the tower now that dawn light is touching the mirrors. "We go up," I say. "Roof access. Get to the uplink before..." "Before what?" Nix is looking at me now, really looking. At my hand, at the black vein visible even in the cargo bay's dim light. "Before you turn into that?" He points at Star's body. I curl my fingers into my palm. "I have time." "How much?" "Enough." That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. The rustling gets louder, closer. Elias clicks toward the doorway. "Cold," he says. Then, quieter, "Close." We move. Nix leads with the dogs, their claws scrambling on the smooth floor. I follow with the box cutter drawn. Elias trails behind, clicking every few seconds to map the corridor. The stairs to the roof are narrow. We have to unhitch the dogs and carry them up one at a time, 40 pounds each, dead weight in our arms, their hearts hammering against our chests. By the third dog, my hand is numb. The black vein pulses with each heartbeat now. Synchronized. On the 20th floor landing, we stop. The dogs need water. Nix pours from a canteen and they lap it up, tongues pink and normal. Elias sits against the wall. He's still got Star's dark bells in his pocket. They shift when he moves, metal clinking soft against metal. "Will you do that?" he says, not looking at me. "You won't," I say. But if, I don't answer, can't. Because the truth is I don't know what I'll do when the vein reaches my elbow, my shoulder, my throat, if I'll lie down quiet like Star did, or if I'll fight it, make them hold me down, turn it into something messy. Nix drinks from the canteen, wipes his mouth. "We should rest," he says, "before the final push." "No time." "You're shaking." I am. Hand trembling around the box cutter handle. I steady it against my thigh, but that just makes my legs shake instead. The black vein glows faint jade now. Just for a second, barely visible. But it's there. Nix sees it. Doesn't say anything. Just checks the dog's harnesses again, even though they don't need checking. Elias stands, walks to the stairwell door and clicks through the gap. Listens. "Up," he says. 6 more floors. We climb. 21st floor. 22nd. The dogs are tired now, moving slow. One of them, the gray male, keeps stopping to look back down the stairs. 23rd floor, 24th. My hand is glowing steady now, not bright but noticeable in the stairwell's darkness. Elias sees it, clicks once, sharp sound that comes back wrong, distorted. What? I say. He doesn't answer, just keeps climbing. 25th floor, the door here is different. Reinforced steel electronic lock with a keypad. Sign above it reads, Roof access, authorized personnel only. Nix tries the door. Locked. I check the keypad. Dead. No power. Elias pulls out the mylar shard, holds it up to the lock sensor. Nothing happens. He turns the shard over. In the reflection, Ray Lux is still there, but the image is darker now, flickering. It's not working, Elias says. Try again. He does. Still nothing. Nix kicks the door. Dents it slightly but doesn't budge the lock. Below us, the rustling starts again. Closer now. The rotten are climbing. My hand pulses. 3 times. Fast. The glow spreads past my wrist, threading toward my elbow in thin jade lines. Elias is staring at the mylar shard, at Ray's reflection, at the way it flickers and fades. He's not answering, he says. Who's not? I've been trying to reach him, since the server room, but he's... Elias stops, looks at me. He's gone quiet. The rustling gets louder. Nix positions himself at the stairwell, knife drawn. The dogs cluster behind him, whining. I grab the keypad, pry at it with the box cutter, trying to expose the wiring underneath. The blade slips, cuts my palm, quick, sharp pain, and then blood, dark red mixing with the jade glow from my veins. The blood drips on the keypad. The lock clicks green, humming as the electronic seal disengages, but I stand there watching the blood mix with the faint glow spreading through my fingers, my hand reflected in the steel door like a question I can't answer yet. Chapter 13, Green Pulse. The hydroponic floor smells like soil and chlorophyll and something underneath that's almost sweet. Rotting vegetation, maybe. Or the rotten themselves, their leaf-covered bodies breaking down into compost. The ceiling is glass. Reinforced panels that show the sky above, still dark, but there's a green tinge to the aurora now. Mirror flash from the satellites, catching on the tower's exterior and bouncing down. Below the glass, rows of plants. Tomatoes, lettuce, something that might be corn, and between them, small shapes that move wrong. Rotten buds. Infant-sized curled in planter boxes filled with dark soil. Their skin is green-gray, chlorophyll veins visible through translucent tissue. Leaves sprout from their spines, their shoulders, the backs of their skulls. They're humming, low sound, rhythmic, like a lullaby sung in a frequency I can barely hear. The leaves rustle with each breath, creating harmony. Elias clicks toward them. The sound bounces off the glass ceiling, comes back distorted. Warm, he says. One of the buds shifts, opens its eyes, milky white, no pupils, turns its head toward the sound. Doesn't move otherwise, just watches. Nix backs toward the door. We shouldn't be here. Too late. A woman steps out from behind the tomato rows, tall, maybe 50, wearing lab clothes stained green at the knees. Her eyes are covered, not bandaged, but grafted. Rotten leaves, thin as tissue paper, stretched across her eyelids. The leaves move when she looks at us, shifting focus, tracking our heat signatures. Dr. Garland, I say. She smiles. Chloe, you found my garden. Her voice is soft. Botanical Latin mixed with lullaby cadence, the way a mother might sing to a sleeping child. She moves between the planter boxes, touching the leaves of the rotten buds as she passes. They hum louder. They're beautiful, aren't they? Garland kneels beside one of the buds, runs her finger along its spine, tracing the chlorophyll veins. 3 months old, fed on synthesized sunlight and, well, other things. What other things? Nix says. Volunteers. Garland stands. The leaf grafts on her eyelids flutter, seeing something we can't. Infrared, body heat, the way our blood moves under our skin. People who understood, who wanted to evolve. She's looking at my hand now. At the black vein threading past my elbow, the jade glow pulsing with my heartbeat. You're infected, she says. Not a question. I curl my fingers into my palm. How long do I have? Day 6, judging by the spread. She tilts her head. The leaf grafts shift, focusing tighter. Maybe 7 if you stay cold. After that, the photosynthetic trance begins. You'll still be conscious. for a while. And then you'll root, become stationary. Your nervous system will integrate with the chlorophyll network and you'll join the garden. She says it like it's a good thing. Elias is standing near the doorway, not clicking anymore, just holding the foil strip, crinkling it over and over. There's a cure, Garland says. Of sorts. I tap the empty tin. Count heartbeats. What kind of cure? Not a cure, a choice. She moves closer. The humming from the rotten buds gets louder, syncing with her footsteps. You can stop the spread, prevent the trance, but only if you give the infection what it wants, which is growth. She gestures toward the planter boxes. The spores need organic matter to propagate, living tissue, preferably human, but they'll accept alternatives. You want me to plant something? Someone. She looks at Elias, then back at me. The ashes you carry, the ones you scattered on the mirrors, they belong to someone important, yes? My hand tightens on the tin. Plant them, Garland says. Here in the soil, let them feed the garden. The spores will accept that as trade, organic matter for your life. They'll stop spreading. And if I don't, then you have 3 days, 4 at most. After that, she touches my wrist. Her fingers are cold. After that, you'll be singing lullabies with the rest of them. The rotten buds hum louder. One of them shifts in its planter box, leaves rustling. Nix steps between us and Garland. We're leaving. You can't. She doesn't move. Just stands there with her leaf-grafted eyes focused on me. The tower is sealing. Ray's protocols activated when you entered the roof access corridor. By now, every door below the 20th floor is locked. The only way out is up. Then we go up. To the uplink console. Yes, I know your plan. She smiles again. Crash the satellite, shut down the mirrors, plunge the world back into darkness. Very noble. You're not stopping us. I don't need to. She turns away, moves back to the planter boxes. You'll stop yourselves. The infection will see to that. Unless... She looks at me again. Waiting, I stare at the empty tin, at the dent from the dam explosion, the faded peach logo. Alan's last piece. The only thing I have left of him besides guilt. How long would it take? I say. The planting. Minutes. The spores work fast when given proper substrate. And it would stop the spread. Completely. You'd keep the chlorophyll already in your system, the jade veins, the glow. But it wouldn't progress. You'd stay human. Elias is beside me now. He's not looking at Garland or the rotten buds, just at the tin in my hand. Don't, he says. It's the only way. No. He grabs my wrist, the infected one. His fingers press against the jade veins and I feel it pulse under his touch. There's another way. We find it. Together. Garland watches us. The boy is optimistic. That's sweet. But biology doesn't negotiate. The humming gets louder. More rotten buds shifting in their boxes. One of them opens its mouth. No teeth, just soft tissue, and the lullaby sound comes out clearer now. Almost words. Almost human. My hand is glowing brighter. The jade spreads past my elbow, threading toward my shoulder in thin, luminescent lines. I look at the tin, then at Elias, then at the planter boxes. If I plant the ashes, I say, what happens to them? They feed the garden, become part of the chlorophyll network. Their organic matter integrates with the spores and eventually blooms into something new. Into what? Whatever the garden needs. Food, oxygen, more rotten. She kneels beside a planter box, touches the soil. The network decides, not me. The black vein under my fingernail pulses 3 times. Fast. Nix is watching me. Don't do this. I have to. No, you don't. He moves closer. We find another way. Cut off the arm before it spreads further. Like, cauterize it. Something. It's past day 7, Garland says. Amputation won't work now. The spores are in her bloodstream. Cutting the arm would just speed the process. Elias is still holding my wrist. His fingers are cold. Please. I tap the tin. Count heartbeats. Calculate the timeline. 3 days, maybe 4, versus the time it takes to reach the uplink console and input the crash code and get out before the tower collapses. The math doesn't work. Unless I cheat. I look at Garland. If I plant the ashes, you help us reach the roof. I can do better than that. She stands, moves to the far wall where a control panel is mounted, screen dark, keypad inactive. I can give you access to the satellite feed, show you how to redirect the mirrors instead of crashing them. Why would I want that? Because crashing the satellite will kill millions. All that stored daylight in the rotten, it will discharge at once when the mirrors go offline. They'll move, hunt, spread faster than your darkness can stop them. She taps the control panel. But if you redirect the mirrors instead of shutting them down, point them away from Earth, you can dim the world gradually, give people time to adapt. Ray said the same thing. Ray wants to ascend into the satellite, become living sun. I want to evolve humanity into something that can survive without burning everything to stay warm. She looks at me. We're not the same. The rotten buds hum louder. One of them reaches toward Garland, tiny hand, fingers ending in leaf tips. She takes the hand, holds it gently. Your choice, she says. Plant the ashes and save yourself, or don't and let the infection decide your fate. I open the tin, tilt it. A few grains of ash remain, caught in the dent, pressed into the crevices, not enough to scatter, barely enough to see. I close the tin. I'll find another way, I say. Garland's leaf grafts flutter, disappointed. Then you have 3 days, 4 at most. After that, I'll be singing lullabies. I know. We move toward the door. Nix first, then Elias, then me. The dogs follow, their claws clicking soft on the floor. Behind us, Garland doesn't move, just stands there among the rotten buds, her leaf-grafted eyes tracking our heat signatures. Chloe, she calls. One more thing. I stop. Don't turn around. The boy, she says. Elias. His blood test showed 80% spore compatibility. Clut, higher than any subject I've seen. If he's exposed, even briefly, he'll turn faster than you did. Minutes, not days. He won't be exposed. You can promise that. Watch me. We leave. The door seals behind us with a hiss, magnetic bolts engaging. In the hallway, Elias is staring at his hands, turning them over, checking for black veins that aren't there yet. Don't, I say. Don't what? Don't think about it. We have a job. We do the job. That's all. He looks at me. And if she's right, if I turn, what then? I don't answer. Can't. Because the truth is, I don't know what I'll do if Elias starts glowing jade and humming lullabies, if I'll kneel beside him like Nix did with Star, if I'll use the box cutter before he roots, if I'll let him go or hold on until we both turn into garden fixtures. Nix adjusts his prosthetic, the paw hinge squeaks. We need to move before she changes the locks again. We climb. 26th floor. 27th. The jade glow in my arm is steady now. Bright enough to cast shadows. 28th floor. Elias clicks ahead, mapping the route. His foil strip is worn thin from rubbing, almost transparent. 29th floor. A window here shows the sky. Still dark, but the aurora is stronger now. Green and blue waves mixing, throwing light against the tower's exterior. The rotten bud's lullaby is still audible. Soft humming that follows us up the stairwell, echoing in frequencies I feel more than hear. Elias stops at the 30th floor landing, presses his hand against the wall. Cold, he says. Then, quieter, close. The door ahead is marked roof access, same reinforced steel as before, but this time there's no electronic lock, just a manual bolt rusted from disuse. Nix pulls it, the bolt groans but moves. The door opens, cold air hits us, wind cutting across the roof, carrying the smell of ozone and chlorophyll. Above us, the sky is changing. The aurora pulses brighter, green-blue waves spreading across the darkness, and beyond that, just visible against the stars, the satellite, Helios. Its mirrors beginning to deploy, petals of reflective metal opening like a flower toward the sun. I stand at the threshold, my jade-veined arm trembling as wind cuts through the doorway, and grip the box cutter tighter. The blade inches from the glowing skin I might need to carve away before 3 days run out. Chapter 14. Son of Sun. The roof console sits in a small shelter, reinforced plastic walls, transparent ceiling showing the sky. Inside, banks of dead monitors and a single active screen glowing soft blue. Ray is waiting. Not physically. His body, if he still has one, isn't here. But his image fills the screen. Skin glowing with fiber-optic threads, eyes reflecting satellite feed. He's smiling. "Chloe," he says, voice modulating like radio tuning. "You made it." I don't respond. Just move to the console, checking the keyboard, the access ports, the power supply. Everything's active, running on satellite feed. Elias stops in the doorway. He's staring at the screen, at Ray. "Elias," Ray says, softer now. "I was hoping you'd come." Nix positions himself between the screen and Elias. "Don't talk to him." "Why not?" Ray's image tilts. "He's been talking to me for days, haven't you, Elias?" Elias doesn't answer, just rubs the foil strip between his fingers. Well, the crinkling sound is loud in the small shelter. I check the console interface. Satellite control protocols, mirror alignment data, uplink status, all accessible. But encrypted. Need authorization codes to make changes. "You won't find them," Ray says. "The codes. Mother Lux changed them before the dam, only I have access now." "Then give them to me." "Why would I do that?" "Because I'm going to crash your satellite either way, with or without codes." Ray laughs. Soft static sound. "You think you can crash Helios? The mirrors are already deploying. In 6 hours, they'll reach optimal alignment. The world will have permanent daylight. The rotten will have unlimited movement, and humanity, what's left of it, will finally evolve or die." That's not evolution. That's genocide. Semantics. His image flickers. Evolution is just genocide, and with better marketing. Nix moves to the console. "How do we shut him up?" "You can't." Ray's voice comes from multiple speakers now, surrounding us. "I'm everywhere in this system. Every cable, every processor, every satellite feed. I'm the tower now. And soon," he pauses. The fiber-optic threads under his skin pulse brighter. "Soon I'll be the sun." Elias steps closer to the screen. "What do you mean?" "I mean ascension, upload, integration, choose your term." Ray's smile widens. "When the mirrors reach full deployment, I'll transmit my consciousness directly into the satellite, become living light. No more flesh, no more limits, just radiance." "That's not possible," I say. "It is. Mother Lux prepared the protocols, designed the upload pathways. She wanted to ascend herself before you drowned her. Now," he looks at Elias, "now I need an anchor. Someone on the ground to stabilize the transmission. Someone with compatible biology." "No," I say, "not your choice." Ray's gaze doesn't leave Elias. 80% compatibility. Garland told you, didn't she? He's perfect. All he has to do is place his hand on the biometric scanner. Let me in. And together. Together what? Elias says. Together we become something new. You won't turn into one of them. He gestures toward the roof edge, where the aurora is reflecting off rotten gathered below. You'll be more than human. More than rotten. You'll see colors, Elias. Real colors. Not reflected light or imagined shades. The full spectrum. Everything your eyes were built for. Elias's hand drifts toward the console, toward a small scanner pad glowing blue. I grab his wrist. The jade veins pulse under my grip. "Don't," I say. "But if he's telling the truth," "He's not. He's offering you death dressed as wonder." That's all this is. You don't know that. I know him. I look at the screen, at Ray's glowing face. I know men who promise miracles and deliver burning. We've done this before, Elias. We keep doing it, and it always ends the same way. Ray's expression doesn't change, still smiling. You're scared. I understand. Fear is natural when facing the divine, but Elias doesn't have to be afraid. Do you, Elias? Elias pulls his wrist from my grip, doesn't move toward the scanner. Just stands there caught between the screen and me. What colors, he says finally. All of them. Red like fire, blue like water, green like... Ray pauses. Like your mother's eyes before the infection took them. I don't have words for what that does to me. The way he uses my body's betrayal as bait. Nick steps forward. He's manipulating you. Am I? Ray's image shifts, shows a different view. Satellite feed of the earth below. Darkness covering most continents. Small lights where settlements huddle. Or am I offering him the only future worth having? Look at your world, Elias. Freezing, dying, eating itself to survive. Is that what you want? Darkness and cold and the taste of ash. Better than burning. Why? Ray leans closer to the camera. His fiber-optic threads pulse with the question. Why is cold better than light? Death better than evolution? Your mother chooses suffering, chooses to rot slowly instead of transforming. But you can choose differently. Elias is shaking now, foil strip crumpled in his fist. What would I have to do? He says. No, I say, just listen. No, we're not listening. We're not negotiating. We're here to crash the satellite and shut down the mirrors and kill millions, Ray interrupts. All that stored daylight in the rotten, when the mirrors go offline, they'll discharge. Hunt. Spread faster than your darkness can stop them. Garland explained this, didn't she? The gradual dimming, the controlled descent. She's wrong. Is she? Or are you just too afraid to admit you don't have a plan beyond breaking things? I tap the console. Count heartbeats. The jade glow in my arm is brighter now. Spreading past my shoulder, thin threads reaching toward my collarbone. 3 days, maybe less. The codes, I say. Give me the authorization codes. Why? Because if you don't, I'll rip this console apart and manually trigger the satellite's failsafe. The mirrors will retract uncontrolled, shred themselves on the way back, rain metal across every settlement below, kill everyone, including you. Ray's smile fades slightly. You wouldn't. Try me. Silence. Just the wind across the roof and the aurora humming overhead. Then Ray laughs. Static-filled, broken sound. You're bluffing. You won't risk Elias. Elias isn't here to risk. I grab Elias's arm, pull him toward the doorway. Nix follows, positioning himself between us and the screen. Wait, Ray says, image flickering. Wait, I'll give you the codes. Just don't touch the console, please. I stop. All of them. Yes. Satellite control, mirror alignment, emergency shutdown. Yes, all of it. Just promise me you'll consider the dimming option, the gradual descent. Give people time to adapt instead of plunging them back into darkness. I'm not promising anything. Then I'm not giving you anything. We stare at each other, me and his digital image, his glowing face and my jade-veined reflection in the screen. Elias speaks, quiet voice. I'll do it. What? I say. I'll place my hand on the scanner. Let him transmit. If, he looks at Ray, if you give Chloe the codes first. No, I say. It's the only way. No, it's not. We find another way. We always. There is no other way. Elias turns to me. You're dying. The infection is spreading. In 3 days, you'll be singing lullabies with Garland's garden. And then what? Nix crashes the satellite alone? Kills millions because we were too stubborn to negotiate? This isn't negotiation. It's suicide. Maybe. He pulls the mylar shard from his pocket. Ray's reflection glows in the surface. But if it gives us a chance, any chance, to save people instead of just killing them, isn't that worth it? I don't know how to answer that. Ray's image brightens. Smart boy, I'll send the codes now. Full access, everything you need to control the mirrors. He looks at Elias, and then we ascend, together. The console beeps. Lines of codes scroll across the screen. Authorization keys, satellite protocols, manual override sequences. Everything I need, everything I wanted. Elias moves to the scanner pad. I grab his shoulder. Don't. I have to. No, you don't. Chloe. He looks at me. Really looks. You're glowing, right now, your whole arm, and it's spreading. You have days, not weeks, days. Let me do this, let me save you for once. The jade veins pulse, 3 times fast. Ray is watching, waiting. Nix has his hand on his knife, ready to cut the power if needed. Elias places his palm on the scanner, the pad glows blue. Brighter, brighter. Elias gasps, his eyes flash green, just for a second, then return to normal. On the screen, Ray's image flickers, splits into fragments. His voice becomes multiple voices, layered, harmonized. Yes, he says. Yes, I can feel it, the connection, the upload pathway opening, just a little more. Elias pulls his hand back. The scanner goes dark. Ray's image freezes, then shatters into static. What did you do? I say. Elias is staring at his palm. Where the scanner touched, there's a faint mark, not a burn, but a pattern. Circuit-like. Glowing soft jade. I let him in, Elias says, just a little, just enough to see. He stops, breathes. He's not in the satellite yet. He's still downloading. The upload is only 40% complete. How do you know that? Because I can. He touches his temple. I can hear him. In here, fragments of his consciousness, trying to piece themselves together before the transmission finishes. How long? 6 hours. When the mirrors reach full deployment, that's when the upload completes and he becomes... Elias closes his eyes. He becomes the sun. Ray's voice comes through the speakers, broken now, stuttering. You tricked me, little bastard. Elias looks at the screen. You tricked yourself. You wanted an anchor. Now you have one, but I control the connection, not you. The screen goes black. Silence. Then soft. I'll remember this. And nothing. I pull Elias away from the console, check his palm, his eyes, his pulse. Everything seems normal except the circuit mark glowing faint jade on his skin. Are you okay? I say. I don't know. He looks at the scanner. But we have the codes now, and 6 hours before Ray finishes uploading. That's enough time, right? I check the console. Pull up the mirror alignment data. Deployment is at 18%. Accelerating. The satellites above are opening like flowers, petals of reflective metal catching the pre-dawn sun. Every minute, another 1% coverage. Another degree of permanent daylight. We need to input the crash code now, Nick says. No. I scroll through the protocols. Not crash, redirect. Garland was right. If we shut down the mirrors completely, all the stored daylight in the rotten discharges at once. They'll hunt for days straight. Settlements won't survive. So what do? We point the mirrors away from Earth, dim the world gradually, give people time to adapt. I look at Elias. And we do it before Ray finishes uploading and takes control. Elias nods. The circuit mark on his palm pulses once. From somewhere in the system, I hear Ray's voice. Distant, fragmented. 6 hours. Elias, I'll remember. The wind picks up. Aurora overhead brightens. The satellite mirrors catch the light, beginning their slow bloom toward the sun, and I stand at the console with authorization codes glowing on screen and 3 days left in my veins, while my son's palm pulses jade with the fragmented thoughts of a boy who wants to become radiance. And I realize the crash code was always the easy part, but choosing dimming over darkness means trusting that humanity deserves more time than I have left. Chapter 15, Midpoint. Mirror open. The satellite feed shows everything. 47 mirrors deployed, each one the size of a football field, reflective surfaces calibrated to catch sunlight and bounce it toward Earth. The pre-dawn glow hits them at an angle, just enough to illuminate without triggering full activation. But that's changing. I watch the deployment percentage climb, 18, 19, 20. Every 1% means another mirror opening. Another degree of coverage, another minute shaved off the world's remaining darkness. How long until full deployment? Nick says. I check the data. 5 hours, 43 minutes at current acceleration. And if we redirect now, the mirrors will retract before reaching optimal alignment. We'll have maybe 3 hours of twilight, then back to full dark. I scroll through the protocols, but the rotten, their stored daylight will discharge gradually, spread out over days instead of hours. Manageable. Manageable how? I don't answer because I don't know. The math is estimates on top of projections on top of hope. Elias is standing at the roof edge, looking down at the rotten gathered below, their jade veins glowing in the aurora light, leaves rustling as they shift position. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all waiting for the sun. They know, Elias says. Know what? That the mirrors are deploying. They can feel it, the light frequency changing. Garland's garden was humming earlier. These ones, he clicks toward them. They're humming too, just quieter. I listen. He's right. Below the wind and aurora, there's a low sound, rhythmic, almost harmonic. The rotten are singing. We need to input the redirect code, I say. Before. The console beeps, warning message flashing red, satellite feed interrupted, external access detected. I check the system logs, someone else is logged in, broadcasting from a different terminal, somewhere in the tower's lower levels. Dr. Garland. She's trying to override the controls, I say. Can she do that? Nix asks. Not if I lock her out first. I start entering commands, access restrictions, firewall protocols, anything to block her signal. The screen flickers. Garland's face appears, her leaf-grafted eyelids shifting as she focuses on the camera. Chloe, she says, don't do this. Do what? Redirect the mirrors. You'll doom everyone. She moves closer to her camera. The rotten need light, not just to move, but to complete their evolution. Without sustained exposure, they'll degenerate, revert to mindless predators. Everything we've built, the gardens, the network, the new ecology, it all collapses. Good, Nick says. No, not good. The rotten are the only organisms that can thrive in this world. Humans are dying out, freezing, starving. But the rotten, they can photosynthesize, create food from light, share nutrients through root networks. They're the future, the only future that works. That's not a future. That's replacement. Call it what you want, but when you redirect those mirrors, you're not humanity, you're extending its suffering. I keep typing, locking her out section by section. The boy, Garland says, softer now. Elias, he understands, don't you? Elias doesn't respond, just stands at the roof edge listening to the rotten hum. He's already connected to the network, Garland continues. Ray's upload left fragments in his mind. He can hear them, the rotten, the garden, the whole chlorophyll consciousness. He knows what they want, what they need. And what's that, I say? Partnership, not conquest. We don't have to die for them to thrive. We can coexist, evolve together, but only if you let the mirrors deploy. So we burn. So we adapt. Her leaf grafts flutter. Your infection is spreading, Chloe. Day 7 soon, maybe 8. You'll root regardless of what happens here, but if you redirect the mirrors, you'll root alone, in darkness, singing to no one. She pauses. But if you let them deploy, let the light reach Earth, you'll join the network, become part of something larger, you and Elias both. The jade vein in my arm pulses, 4 times, fast. I finish locking her out. Her screen access reverts to read only. She can watch but can't change anything. You're making a mistake, she says, then it's mine to make. Her image disappears. The console is clear now, just the satellite feed and the mirror deployment data. 22%, 23. I pull up the redirect protocols. Start entering coordinates, pointing the mirrors away from Earth toward deep space. The command's queue, waiting for final authorization. 1 keystroke. That's all it takes. Elias turns from the roof edge. Wait. What? I need to show you something. He walks to the console, touches the screen with his circuit-marked palm. Ray left data, before he fragmented, projections, models. What happens if we redirect versus what happens if we let the mirrors deploy? The screen splits, 2 simulations running side by side. Left side, redirect scenario. Mirrors retract. Earth goes dark. Rotten discharge their stored light over 3 days. Settlements hold, barely. Population decline slows but doesn't stop. Humanity survives but remains small, isolated, freezing. Right side, deploy scenario. Mirrors reach full alignment. Permanent daylight in equatorial zones, twilight at poles. Rotten population stabilizes, photosynthetic food production begins, human population grows, but as symbiotic hosts merged with chlorophyll networks, not quite human anymore. You see, Elias says, both outcomes have humans surviving, just different versions. Not different, dead. The right side shows us infected, rooted. That's not survival. Isn't it? We'd still be conscious, still aware, just connected, part of something bigger. That's what Garland wants you to think. Maybe she's right. I look at him, really look, at the circuit mark glowing on his palm, at the way his eyes catch the aurora light, green tinge that wasn't there before. How much of Ray's in your head, I say? I don't know. Fragments. Thoughts that don't feel like mine, but they're not controlling me. I'm still me. For now. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're infected. Maybe not with spores, but with his ideas, his vision. And that's just as dangerous. Elias closes his hand. The circuit mark dims. You think I'm betraying you? I think you're 12 years old and you've never seen the sun and someone's offering you colors. I think you want it so bad you'll believe anything that makes it possible. And you're dying, he says, voice harder now. You're dying and you want to take the whole world with you because you can't imagine a future you're not part of. The jade vein pulses. 5 times. Nick steps between us. Both of you stop. She's giving up, Elias says. I'm being realistic. No, you're being scared, and I get it. I do, but we have a chance here, a real chance, to make something new instead of just breaking what's left. New doesn't mean better. Neither does old. The console beeps. Deployment at 25%. I look at the simulations. Both show survival. Both show humanity continuing in some form. But the left side shows us cold and isolated. The right side shows us glowing and connected. Neither shows us human. We're out of time, Nick says. Make a choice. I tap the console. Count heartbeats. The jade glow in my arm is steady now, bright enough to read by. The redirect code is cued, 1 keystroke, or I delete it. Let the mirrors deploy. Accept Garland's evolution. My hand hovers over the keyboard. Elias is watching. The circuit mark on his palm pulses in rhythm with my heartbeat. Below, the rotten keep humming. Above, the mirrors keep opening. I think about Alan, about the dam, about promises made and broken, and the weight of choosing who survives. I think about Elias, about light hoard objects and foil strips and a boy who's never seen color. I think about myself, about jade veins and 3 days and the choice between rooting alone or joining a network. The console beeps, deployment at 30%. I press the key. The redirect code deletes. New command queued, manual override, deployment halt at 50%. 50%. Not redirect. Not full deploy. Compromise. 50% coverage, enough light to stabilize the rotten. Not enough to create permanent day, twilight zones at the poles, brief dawn-dusk cycles at the equator. The world dimmed, but not dark. Elias stares at the screen. What did you do? I gave everyone time to adapt, to choose, to figure out what survival means. I look at him. But I'm not choosing for them, and neither is Ray. The mirrors stop at 50%. What happens after? That's up to people. Garland won't accept this. She doesn't have to. She's locked out. Ray will override when he finishes uploading. Then we have 5 hours to stop him. The deployment percentage holds at 30%, then starts climbing again, slower now, controlled, heading toward the 50% mark. Above us, the mirrors shift, petals of metal rotating, catching the pre-dawn light at new angles. The aurora brightens, green-blue waves spreading across the sky, and beyond that, just visible now, the curve of the earth below. Half in shadow, half beginning to glow. The rotten stop humming. I watch the satellite feed, the deployment countdown frozen at 49.8%, and somewhere in the system, Ray's fragmented consciousness is screaming commands that no longer execute while my arm glows bright enough to illuminate the console keys. And I realize I just chose a world that's neither dark nor light, but something in between, something unmapped. And the hardest part isn't the compromise, but knowing I only bought us hours to prove it wasn't surrender disguised as wisdom. Chapter 16, Leaf Blood. My wrist is bark, not metaphor. Actual bark texture, rough and ridged, pale green under the jade glow. When I flex my fingers, the bark cracks, small fissures that weep clear fluid instead of blood. Leaf blood, that's what Garland called it. It drips onto the console keyboard, 3 drops. They glow for 3 seconds each, then fade to dull green. Elias sees it. Doesn't say anything, just pulls a cloth from his pocket and wipes the keys clean. The circuit mark on his palm is brighter now, pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat, or his. Hard to tell. The synchronization is getting tighter. How's your head, I say. Full. He touches his temple. Ray's fragments are louder, trying to reassemble. He keeps showing me things. What things? The satellite. What it looks like from inside. The upload pathways, the consciousness nodes. He pauses. What it feels like to be light. That's not real. It's just data. Simulation. It feels real. The Deployment percentage hits 40%, still climbing toward the 50% mark. Another hour at this rate. Nix is checking his prosthetic. The paw hinge has been squeaking more. Friction wear from the climb. He needs oil or grease or something we don't have. The dogs are restless, pacing near the roof edge, watching the rotten below. One of them, the gray male, starts keening again. Low sound that builds. Quiet him, I say. Nix grabs the dog's muzzle. Shh. Too late. The rotten below hear it. Their humming changes pitch, response call. And now they're moving, not toward us, but toward each other. Clustering in groups. What are they doing? Nix says. Elias clicks toward them. Listens. Reorganizing. The 50% deployment changed their instructions. They're forming networks, root connections, preparing to redistribute stored daylight across the collective. You can hear that. Ray can. Through me. Elias closes his eyes. He's still connected to the satellite control system. Even fragmented, he can access data feeds, rotten positioning, network protocols, everything. Can he override my command? Not yet. He needs to finish uploading first. Reconstitute his consciousness in the satellite's main processor. But once he does, Elias opens his eyes. They flash jade for a second. Once he does, he can do anything. The bark on my wrist spreads, past my elbow now, threading toward my shoulder in rough patches. I try to bend my arm. The movement is stiff, joints grinding. When I force it, the bark cracks deeper and more leaf blood drips out. Elias catches the drops in the cloth. Does it hurt? Sometimes. Other times it's just numb, like my arm is asleep but won't wake up. Garland said day 7 is when the trance begins. We're past day 7. I know. He squeezes my hand, careful not to press too hard on the bark. But you're still here. Still you. For now. He doesn't argue. The console beeps. Message incoming, priority channel. I check the source. It's from the lower levels. Hydroponic floor. Garland's face appears on screen. Chloe, we need to talk. I locked you out. You locked me out of the satellite controls, not the internal comms. Listen. She leans closer to the camera. Her leaf grafts flutter rapidly, agitated. The 50% solution won't work. The rotten need sustained light to complete their evolution. Partial deployment will leave them incomplete, unstable. They'll degenerate into predators within days. Then they degenerate and hunt every human they find. Without the network to regulate their behavior, they'll revert to base instinct. Kill, feed, spread. Your compromise dooms both species. You're lying. Am I? She gestures off camera. Look at the hydroponic floor. My garden. The buds are already showing stress. Their chlorophyll veins are darkening. Leaves wilting. Partial light is worse than no light. It's torture. The screen splits, shows the hydroponic floor. The rotten buds in their planter boxes are writhing now. Not humming, screaming, high-pitched keening that barely registers as sound. Elias covers his ears. Make it stop. I can't, Garland says. Only you can. Reset the deployment to full. Let the mirrors reach 100%. Give them what they need. What they need is death. What they need is completion. And what you need... She looks at my arm, at the bark spreading toward my shoulder. What you need is time. Time you won't have if you keep fighting this. Let go, Chloe. Join the network. Let Elias join. You'll be together. Conscious. Part of something that survives. The bark reaches my collarbone. I feel it threading toward my throat. Cold pressure against my neck. How long, I say. What? How long until I root? Garland's leaf grafts still. Hours. Maybe less. The bark is accelerating. When it reaches your skull, the trance begins. You'll stop being mobile, start photosynthesizing, and your consciousness will shift, merge with the chlorophyll network, and I'll still be me. You'll be more than you, connected to thousands, millions eventually. Every thought shared, every memory distributed. You won't be alone anymore. I don't want to be connected. I want to be human. Human is dying out. Connected is the only way forward. The deployment percentage hits 45%. Elias is staring at the hydroponic feed, at the writhing rotten buds. Are they in pain? Yes, Garland says. Can we help them? You can end their pain, reset the deployment, give them light. Or we can let them die, I say. Let the whole chlorophyll network collapse, start over without it, and doom humanity in the process. Without the rotten, there's no sustainable food source, no way to survive the cold. No. I cut the feed. The screen goes black. Elias looks at me. She might be right. She's trying to manipulate us. What if she's not? What if the 50% really is worse than full deployment or no deployment? What if we're just prolonging suffering? Then we're prolonging it. That's what humans do, survive in the in-between. The bark spreads. I can feel it now, threading through my neck muscles, pressing against my jaw. When I try to turn my head, something grinds. Nix moves closer. We need to talk about amputation. It's past day 7, Garland said. I don't care what she said. We try anyway. He pulls his knife. We cut below the shoulder, cauterize with something. Fire, heated metal, anything to stop the spread. It won't work. We don't know that. Yes, we do. The spores are in my bloodstream now. Cutting the arm just speeds the infection, sends it to my core instead of my extremities. So what do we do? I look at the console, at the deployment percentage climbing toward 50, at the mirror alignment data and the satellite feed and the projection models showing 2 futures, both ending with humanity changed. The bark reaches my jaw. I can barely open my mouth now. We stop, Ray, I say, voice stiff, grinding. Before he finishes uploading, before he takes control, that's all we can do. And after, we figure out how to live in a world that's 50% lit, how to survive without going full rotten or full dark, the bark threads across my cheek, how to stay human when everything's trying to make us something else. Elias is watching my face, the bark spreading. You're scared. Yeah, of rooting, of forgetting. Garland says I'll still be conscious, still me, but connected, distributed, and I stop, breathe. The bark presses against my throat. I don't know if that's me anymore. If consciousness spread across a network is still individual, still mine. It's not, Elias says, quiet. Ray showed me. When you join the network, you become part of the collective. Your thoughts mix with everyone else's. You can't tell where you end and they begin. He touches his temple. It's beautiful and terrifying and lonely even though you're never alone. You've seen this. Through Ray's fragments, he's been part of the network since before his upload, connected to the rotten, the garden, everything. He knows what it's like, and he wants it anyway. He wants to be more than part of it. He wants to be the sun, the center, the thing everything else orbits. The deployment percentage hits 48%. My arm is completely bark now. Solid green-brown wood from shoulder to fingertips. When I try to move it, nothing happens. Just dead weight hanging from my torso. The bark spreads across my chest, threading toward my heart. We're out of time, Nick says. I know. What do we do? I look at Elias, at the circuit mark pulsing on his palm, at the jade flicker in his eyes. You need to cut it off, I say. What? My arm, below the shoulder, before the bark reaches my heart. It won't stop the infection, but it'll slow it. By us, I calculate. Maybe an hour, 2 at most. I can't. Yes, you can. Use the box cutter. It's sterilized, sharp enough. I pull the blade from my belt with my good hand, offer it to him. He doesn't take it. Elias, please. There has to be another way. There isn't, and we're out of time. Ray finishes uploading in 4 hours. The bark reaches my heart in 2. Do the math. His hand shakes, but he takes the box cutter. Nix positions himself behind me, holds my good arm steady on 3. No count, I say. Just do it. Elias presses the blade against my shoulder, where the bark meets flesh. The edge cuts through. Sharp pain, then pressure, then nothing. The bark falls away, hits the roof floor with a solid thunk. Where my arm was, there's just smooth green wood, sealed. No blood, no leaf blood, just polished surface like a tree branch cut clean. I stare at it. Elias stares at it. Nick says something I don't hear because the bark is still spreading. Slower now without the arm's mass to feed it, but still moving, threading across my chest toward my spine. How long did we buy? Nick says. I check my pulse. Count the bark's advance. Hour and a half, maybe. That enough time? It has to be. The deployment percentage hits 50%. The mirrors stop deploying. Across the satellite feed, I watch them hold position, petals of metal frozen mid-bloom, half open, half closed. The world below glows faint twilight. The rotten stop moving. Their humming changes, confused now, disoriented. They don't know whether to hunt or root. And in the system, Ray's fragments pulse brighter. Trying to reconstitute. Trying to override my command and finish the deployment before his consciousness fully uploads. Before he becomes the sun. I grip the console with my remaining hand, watching the bark spread across my chest in slow-motion wooden death, while the satellite holds at 50% and Ray's scattered thoughts scream through Elias's circuit-marked palm, and I realize I didn't buy us time. I just chose which clock runs out first. Chapter 17. Echo Code. The storm hits at night, or what passes for night now, twilight bleeding into deeper gray, aurora casting green shadows across the tower roof, wind at 90 miles per hour, horizontal ice that stings exposed skin, and somewhere in the chaos, the antenna we need to climb. External antenna, mounted on the tower's north face, only access point for the manual override that'll lock Ray out permanently once his upload completes. I can barely see it through the storm. Just a thin spike of metal disappearing into cloud cover. We can wait it out, Nix shouts over the wind. No time. The bark on my chest has spread to my ribs now, threading around each bone like a cage. Hour and 20 minutes until it reaches my spine. After that, I don't finish. After that, I'll root, standing or not. The trance will take me regardless. Elias is clicking into the storm, trying to map the antenna's position. The echo comes back distorted. Wind tears the sound apart before it can return clean. Sharp, he says. Cold. Up. 3 words. That's all he can give me. I check my gear. One hand now. The good one. Harness wrapped around my waist, rope coiled, carabiner clipped to my belt. Everything I need to climb one-handed in a 90-maf storm while bark grows toward my heart. The physics don't work, I know this, but we're doing it anyway. Nix helps me into the harness, tightens the straps. You slip, the rope catches you, you fall, I pull you back, you die. He stops. Don't die. Good plan. Elias hands me something. The peach seed, or what's left of it, sprouted in my jacket pocket from body heat, tiny green shoot poking through the fabric. For grip, he says. Crush it when you need traction. I stare at the sprout. At this stubborn piece of alum still trying to grow in impossible conditions. I can't. You have to. It's already dead. The cold killed it days ago, but the pulp is still, he touches the shoot, still sticky. It'll help. The bark pulses. Twice. I take the seed. Pocket it. Stay here. Both of you. We're coming with you, Elias says. No, you're not. If I fall, Nix pulls me back. If I root halfway up, you finish the climb. Someone has to input the manual override. I can't. You can. Nix will talk you through it. I look at Nix. Right? He nods. Doesn't look happy about it. The rope is 50 feet. The antenna is 67. I'll have to free climb the last 17 feet. I clip the rope to my harness. Test the tension. Nix holds the other end, wrapped around a roof support beam. On your count, he says. I step to the roof edge. Below, the rotten are clustered in groups. Still. Not moving. Waiting for something, full deployment or total darkness or some signal from the network that never comes. The wind pushes me back. I lean into it, count heartbeats, tap the empty tin with my stump. Weird sensation, wood against metal. The sound is dull, wrong. I clip into the antenna's base ladder, metal rungs coated in ice. First step, the wind tries to pull me off. I hold tight with my good hand. Second step, the ice breaks under my boot. I slip, catch myself on the next rung. Third step, fourth, the wind is screaming now, pulling at my jacket, my harness trying to rip me away from the tower. Elias is clicking below, trying to track my position. The sound barely reaches me through the storm. Fifth step, sixth, the bark spreads to my sternum. I feel it threading around my heart, not squeezing yet, just surrounding, marking territory. Seventh step, The rope reaches its limit, 50 feet. I look down. Nix is braced against the support beam. Elias beside him, hands cupped around his mouth, shouting something I can't hear. I unclip from the rope. Free climb now. 8th step. 9th. My hand is numb. Can't tell if I'm gripping the rungs or just hoping. 10th step. The wind gusts. I flatten against the antenna, pressing my cheek against ice-coated metal. Count heartbeats. The rhythm is wrong, irregular. The bark must be interfering with the electrical signals. 11th step. The peach seed in my pocket digs into my hip. I pull it out. The sprout is frozen solid now, dead for real. I crush it in my fist. Green pulp squeezes between my fingers, cold, sticky, smelling like summer and dirt and everything that used to grow. I smear the pulp on the next rung. My hand sticks. Good grip. 12th step. 13th. The pulp is running out. I use it sparingly. Small dabs on every third rung. 14th step. The bark reaches my collarbone again, threading up my neck. When I try to breathe, something grinds. 15th step. I'm above the cloud cover now. The storm is worse here, no tower to block the wind, just open sky and ice and the aurora blazing overhead. The antenna narrows, harder to grip with one hand. 16th step. The pulp is gone, just green residue on my palm now. 17th step. I reach for the next rung. My hand slips. I fall. 3 feet. The harness catches. No, wait. I unclipped from the rope. Nothing to catch me. I grab the antenna shaft, one-handed, fingers screaming, hang there, wind pulling at me, bark spreading across my throat, can't breathe right, can't think right. Below, Elias is clicking, rapid fire, panic echo. I pull myself up, inch by inch, hand over hand, except I only have one hand, so it's just hand, stump, hand, stump, reach the next rung, hold it, breathe. The bark covers my jaw now, spreading toward my mouth. 18th step. Final rung, above me, the manual override panel. Sealed in weatherproof casing. I pull myself onto the antenna platform. Small ledge, barely wide enough for both feet. The override panel is locked, 4 hex bolts corroded shut. I check my belt. Box cutter only. Not a hex wrench. I smash the panel with the stump. Once, twice. The wood doesn't break, but the panel cracks. 3rd hit, the casing shatters. Inside, a keypad, glowing faint red. I pull out the code Elias wrote down. Paper crumpled from pocket storage. Read the sequence. 8 digits. I enter them with my good hand, one at a time, careful not to slip. The keypad beeps. Sequence accepted. New prompt, biometric verification required. I stare at it. Biometric. Fingerprint or retinal scan, or I press my stump against the scanner. Nothing happens. The bark isn't registered as human tissue. Too woody. Too other. I try my good hand. Press my palm flat against the scanner. Nothing. The wind gusts. I lose my footing. Catch myself on the antenna shaft. Below, Elias is still clicking, but the sound is different now. Not panic. Pattern. Morse code. I listen. 3 short clicks. 3 long. 3 short. SOS. No, not SOS. The pattern is different. Short, long, short. Pause. Long, long, short. Pause. Short, short, long. AGD, AGD? What is Alan's goodbye, I realize. The code for Elias. What Alan used to click when he was teaching him echolocation. The biometric prompt is still waiting. I look at my hand. At the jade veins under the skin. At the circuit mark pattern Elias left when he touched the scanner before. Ray's fragments gave him access. Partial upload. Temporary biometric signature stored in the system. I need Elias's hand, not mine, but Elias is 67 feet below, and I can't climb down, not with the bark reaching my skull. I look at the override panel, at the keypad still glowing red, then at the antenna shaft, at the rope I unclipped from. One option left. I pull the mylar shard from my pocket, the one Elias carries. Must have fallen out during the harness check. Ray's face glows in the reflection, fragmented, flickering. I press the shard against the biometric scanner. The scanner pulses blue, reading the fiber-optic pattern embedded in the mylar. Verification accepted. The override menu appears. I scroll through options, find the one I need. Lock satellite control, manual mode only. I select it. Confirm. Wait. The system processes. 5 seconds. 10. Finally, satellite control locked. Upload pathways disabled. Ray can't finish uploading now. Can't take control. Can't override the 50% deployment. He's stuck, fragmented, scattered across the system without a way to reassemble. I exhale, or try to. The bark covers my mouth now. Breathing is difficult, short gasps through gaps in the wood. I start climbing down. First rung, second. My hand is shaking. Can't tell if it's cold or infection or just exhaustion. Third rung, fourth. The bark spreads across my face. I feel it threading around my eyes. Fifth rung, vision darkening. Not from bark yet, just edges closing in. Sixth rung, I slip. Catch myself. Hand barely holding. Seventh rung, eighth. Below, I can see the roof now. Nyx and Elias waiting. Ninth rung. The bark covers my left eye, half blind now. 10th rung. 10th, 11th. Almost there. 12th rung. The bark reaches my right eye. Vision goes dark. I can't see, just feel. Metal rungs cold under my palm, wind pulling at me, gravity waiting. 13th rung. Click echo from below. Elias guiding me. Down. Close. Careful. 14th rung, 15th. My hand finds empty air. No next rung. I'm at the base ladder, 6 feet above the roof. I let go, fall, hit the roof on my side. Pain sharp and immediate. Then hands pulling me back from the edge. Nyx, Elias, both of them drag me toward the shelter. I try to speak. Can't. The bark has sealed my mouth. Elias clicks near my face. She's breathing barely, but breathing. We need to get her warm, Nyx says. No. Cold slows the infection. We keep her cold until Elias stops, until Ray's upload deadline passes. 4 hours. If she can last 4 hours, he can't override the lock. And if she can't, then I input the unlock code. Let him finish uploading. Let him take control. You'd do that. To save her? Yeah, I would. I want to tell him no. Want to say, don't you dare. Want to make him promise the mission matters more than I do. But the bark covers my throat now, covers everything. I can't speak, can't see. Can only listen to Elias and Nyx arguing about whether my life is worth surrendering the world. Can only feel the bark threading through my brain, spreading roots. Can only wait for the trance to take me or the 4 hours to pass, whichever comes first. The bark reaches my temporal lobe and I hear it, the network humming welcome through wood-threaded neurons, while Elias clicks protective circles around my body, and somewhere Ray's fragments scream commands that bounce a flocked code like echoes, streaking to find home. But there's nowhere left for him to go, and nowhere left for him except deeper into the green pulse, where Alan's crushed seed residue still clings to my palm like the last thing I'll remember being human enough to... Chapter 18, Solar Baptism. I wake up to clicking, soft pallet sound echoing in the shelter, bouncing off plastic walls. Can't see, the bark still covers my eyes, but I can hear, feel, the cold roof under me. Nyx's prosthetic squeaking nearby. Elias is breathing, fast, shallow, scared breathing. She's awake, Elias says. How can you tell? Nyx asks. Her pulse changed, and she's trying to move her hand. I am, my good hand, the one that's still flesh. It twitches against the roof floor. Don't move, Nyx says. You'll crack the bark, bleed leaf blood. We can't stop it if... I move anyway, just my fingers. Tapping against the floor in rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heartbeat code. Alan's signal for I'm here. Elias clicks back. 3 short, 1 long. Roger that. How long, I try to say, but the bark over my mouth muffles it to ow-ong. 3 hours, Elias says. Since you climbed down, Ray's upload deadline is in 1 hour. Then the lock becomes permanent. He can't override it after that. 1 hour. Just have to last 1 hour. The bark pulses. I feel it spreading through my brain now, threading around neurons, replacing synapses with chlorophyll pathways. Thoughts are getting softer. Edges blurring, like trying to think through water. Something's happening, Nyx says. Her veins are glowing. That's the network trying to connect her, pull her in. Can you stop it? No. But I can talk to her. Keep her grounded. Keep her. Her. Elias moves closer. His hand finds mine. Squeezes. Chloe, stay with me. Focus on my voice. Don't listen to the humming. What humming? Then I hear it. Low sound. Coming from inside my skull. The chlorophyll network singing lullabies in botanical Latin mixed with Alan's voice, mixed with something that might be my own thoughts or might be someone else's. Hard to tell. Chloe, Elias says again. Count heartbeats, like you always do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stay in rhythm. I try. Tap my fingers. 1, 2. The humming gets louder, interrupts the count. She's losing it, Nick says. No, she's still here. Elias clicks near my face. I can hear her clicking back. Inside. She's a sound outside the shelter. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Moving up the stairwell. Nick's goes quiet. They found us. Who found us? Garland's people, the ones from the hydroponic floor. He moves to the shelter entrance. 6 of them. Maybe 7. Wearing, what the hell are they wearing? I hear it now. Rustling. Silk stocking sound. Chlorophyll. Rotten leaves brushing against each other. Mirror capes, Elias says. They're wearing mirror capes, reflecting starlight. Just enough to... The shelter lights up. Faint glow coming from outside. Aurora reflection bouncing off the capes, multiplying across dozens of small mylar panels sewn into fabric. The glow is enough to wake the low-level rotten gathered below. Enough to make them move. We need to leave, Nick says. We can't. Chloe can't move. The bark. Then we carry her. Where? The stairs are blocked. The roof edge is... I know where the roof edge is. I'm saying we're trapped. Footsteps get closer. The rustling intensifies. A voice. Young. Female. We don't want to hurt you. We're here for Chloe. Like hell, Nick says. Dr. Garland sent us. She says Chloe is ready to join the network. We're here to help her transition. She doesn't want your help. Does she even know what she wants anymore? The bark is in her brain, spreading through her prefrontal cortex. She's not thinking clearly. Hasn't been for hours. Is that true? I try to remember. Try to trace my thoughts back to when I was last certain of anything. Can't find the line. We're taking her to the garden, the voice continues, where she can root properly, connect with the others. It's peaceful, beautiful even. You'd understand if you could hear the network. I can hear it, Elias says. Quiet. Through Ray's fragments. I know what it sounds like, and it's not peaceful. It's consuming. That's one word for it. Integration is another. Transcendence, becoming more than you were. Becoming less than human. Human is dying out. We've been over this. The footsteps stop right outside the shelter entrance. Last chance, the voice says. Give us Chloe. We'll take her to the garden. You can even come watch, see what she becomes, or what. Or we take her anyway, and you get hurt in the process. Nix doesn't answer. Just shifts his weight. I hear the knife slide from his belt. Don't, Elias says. They're not taking her. They're kids. Garland's kids. Infected, but still trying to drag Chloe into a chlorophyll nightmare. Yeah, I get it. The mirror capes rustle. The glow intensifies. Below, the rotten start moving, drawn by the reflected light. You have 30 seconds, the voice says. Then we come in. I tap my fingers, trying to signal, trying to say something. Elias clicks toward me. What are you? 1, 2. Pause. 3, 4, 5. He goes still. No. Absolutely not. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. She's saying shoot them, Nick says. I know what she's saying, and I'm saying no. I don't shoot kids. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Louder taps. Desperate. Chloe, please. The mirror capes push through the entrance. 6 figures. Young, teenagers, maybe younger, wearing plant pot helmets with rotten cuttings sprouting from the top. Living crowns. Their faces are painted with leaf blood. Glowing jade lines across cheeks, foreheads, throats. They're not armed, just reaching. Hands out, trying to grab me. Nix steps between us and them. Knife raised. Back off. We can't. Garland's orders. She says Chloe is a priority integration. Her consciousness needs to join before the network fragments further. Before... The speaker stops, looks at Elias. Before Ray reconstitutes and takes over, Chloe is the anchor, the stabilizer. Without her, the whole chlorophyll network collapses. Good, Nick says. No, not good. Millions of rotten will degenerate, revert to predators, hunt everyone, including you. We'll take our chances. You won't survive. None of us will. Chloe is the only one with enough human consciousness left to balance the network. Keep it regulated. Prevent the predator reversion. Elias is staring at me, at my bark-covered body. Is that true? I don't know. Can't think clearly enough to know. The humming is so loud now. 30 seconds are up, the voice says. We're taking her. The figures move forward. Nick slashes. The knife catches one of them, across the shoulder, cutting through cape and into flesh. No blood, just leaf blood, glowing green, dripping onto the roof floor. The figure doesn't stop, just keeps reaching. It doesn't hurt. The infection took pain 3 days ago. I can't feel anything except the network. Nick slashes again, catches another figure. Same result, leaf blood and no reaction. Stop, Elias says. They're not feeling it. You're just... The figures reach me. Hands on my shoulders, my legs lifting me. I try to fight. Can't. The bark has locked my joints. I'm just dead weight. They carry me toward the entrance. Nix grabs one of them, pulls them back. The figure drops me. I hit the roof floor. Something cracks. Maybe bark, maybe bone. Elias is clicking. Rapid fire. Don't hurt them. Please don't. Nix hits another figure. They stumble but don't fall. Just adjust their grip and keep reaching. We don't want violence, the voice says. But we need Chloe, and we'll get her either way. A gunshot. Everyone freezes. I can't see who fired, can't see anything, but I hear Nick swear. Hear fabric tearing. Hear screaming. Not pain screaming. Fear screaming. What did you do? Someone shouts. I shot the crowns, Nick says. Voice flat. The planter pots. Killed the rotten cuttings. Now get out before I shoot the rest. The figures back away. Slowly, the rustling of their mirror capes fades. This isn't over, the voice says. Garland will send more. She'll keep sending them until what? Until Chloe joins or dies. Either way, the network gets what it needs. Footsteps, moving away, down the stairs. Silence. Then Elias, shaking. You shot their crowns, their living crowns. Yeah. They were kids. I didn't shoot the kids. I shot the plants. They were wearing them, grafted to their scalps. He stops. Breathes. You hurt them. They'll heal. Will they? Or did you just cut them off from the network? Leave them stranded, half-connected, and dying? I don't know, and I don't care. They were going to take Chloe. Maybe they should have. Nix goes quiet. What did you say? He asks finally. Maybe they should have taken her, brought her to the garden, let her join properly instead of this. Elias gestures toward me. Look at her. She's not moving, barely breathing. The bark is eating her alive. At least in the garden she'd still be conscious, connected, part of something, part of a chlorophyll nightmare, part of something that survives. They stare at each other, or I think they do, can't see, can only listen to the silence between them. Finally, Nick speaks. How long until the upload deadline? 43 minutes. And she needs to last 43 minutes. Then Ray's lock becomes permanent. He can't override, can't take control, can't finish his upload. Can she last that long? Elias doesn't answer. The humming in my skull gets louder, overwhelming. Like standing in a stadium of voices all singing the same lullaby in a language I almost understand. My fingers tap. One last time. 1, 2. Pause. 6, 7, 8. Elias translates. She says, let me go. Let the network take me. It's the only way to stabilize it, prevent the predator reversion. Save. No, Nick says. 1, 2. 6, 7, 8. She's serious. She's Chloe. Don't. Please don't. But I can't hear him anymore. The humming is too loud. The network is calling, pulling, and I'm so tired of fighting. I let go, finally surrendering to the green static humming through my skull. But somewhere beneath the chlorophyll static, I still taste crushed peach seed on my palm and count 4 irregular heartbeats against bark-locked ribs and wonder if letting go means giving up, or if sometimes survival is just choosing which part of yourself gets to outlast the rest. Chapter 19. Sun King Ascend. The upload completes at dawn. Real dawn. Not twilight simulation or mirror glow. Actual sun cresting the horizon, filtered through 50% deployed mirrors, but still, light. I know because the bark over my eyes cracks, just slightly. Enough to see shapes, shadows. The satellite feed glowing on the console screen. Ray's face appears, whole now. No fragmentation, no static, just him. Glowing bright, fiber-optic threads pulsing with uploaded consciousness. Hello, Chloe, he says. I try to respond. Can't. The bark has sealed everything. Elias moves to the console. You're not supposed to be here. The manual override locked you out. It did for 43 minutes, then the deadline passed. The lock expired. Ray smiles, soft, almost gentle. Temporary security measures have time limits. Didn't you know that? You're lying. I inputted the permanent lock code. You inputted a code you thought was permanent, but Garland wrote the system architecture. She builds in backdoors, fail-safes, ways to recover access if primary users become incapacitated. His gaze shifts to me. Like Chloe. The humming in my skull intensifies. Ray's voice joins it, harmonizing. The upload is complete, he continues. My consciousness is now distributed across the satellite's neural network. I can see everything, control everything, the mirrors, the light frequency, the growth signals sent to the rotten below. Then why are you talking to us? Nick says. Why not just take over? Because I want to offer something first. A choice. Ray's image leans forward. Elias, you're still connected to me. The circuit mark on your palm, it's a two-way link. You can hear what I hear, see what I see, feel. Stop. Feel what it's like to be light, pure radiance. No more cold, no more dark, no more wondering what colors look like because you'll be colors. Become them, red and blue and green and every wavelength in between. Elias's hand drifts to his temple. The circuit mark glows. I can show you, Ray says. Right now, all you have to do is accept the connection. Let me in fully. We'll ascend together, you and me, two consciousness nodes in the satellite network, co-pilots of the sun. And Chloe. What about her? She comes with us, into the network. Ray hesitates. She's too far gone. The bark has overtaken her prefrontal cortex. By the time we extract her consciousness, there won't be enough human left to integrate properly. She'll just be background noise. Then we're background noise together. You don't understand. The satellite consciousness it's crystalline, perfect. Every thought processed at light speed, every memory stored in quantum states. Background noise disrupts that, makes it messy. Good, let it be messy. Ray's smile fades. You're choosing her over transcendence. You think I'm over becoming something more than human. I'm choosing her over becoming something less than me. The circuit mark pulses. Brighter now. Ray's image flickers. Fine, if that's your choice. But know this, without you as co-pilot, I'll have to control the satellite alone. Manage all the mirrors, all the light distribution, all the rotten network coordination. It's a lot. I might make mistakes. Overload certain zones, burn settlements by accident. You're threatening to kill people if I don't join you. I'm stating facts. The satellite network needs multiple nodes to function optimally. Mother Lux understood this. She was preparing a whole council of uploaded consciousness, distributed control, checks and balances. But well, the dam ended that plan. So make mistakes. We'll survive them. Will you? Ray gestures off screen. Look at the rotten below. Watch what happens when I adjust the mirror alignment. The console screen splits, shows the tower base. The rotten clustered there. Hundreds of them standing still, waiting. Ray's image pulses. Command sent. The mirror's overhead shift, slight angle change, barely noticeable. The light on the rotten intensifies, just by a fraction. They all move at once, coordinated, turning toward the tower, starting to climb. See, Ray says, one minor adjustment, 1 degree of mirror tilt, and suddenly the rotten activate. Start hunting. Now imagine what happens if I make a bigger adjustment. 3 degrees, 5, 10. You wouldn't. I wouldn't want to. But managing hundreds of mirrors simultaneously while processing my own consciousness integration while coordinating the chlorophyll network signals, it's overwhelming. I'll make errors, large ones, and people will die. Elias stares at the screen, at the rotten climbing the tower exterior. Stop them. Tilt the mirrors back. Only if you agree to co-pilot. Share the processing load. Help me manage the system properly. That's extortion. That's cooperation. Ray's smile returns. I'm not the villain here, Elias. I'm offering partnership. You help me control the light. I help you save everyone, including Chloe. How does joining you save her? Because once you're uploaded, we can use the satellite's processing power to extract her consciousness before the bark completes its integration. Store her in the network. She'll still be Chloe, still aware, just digital, like me, like you'll be. The rotten are at the 20th floor now, climbing fast. Nix checks his knife. We need to seal the roof access. Won't matter, Ray says. They'll break through eventually. Or I'll tilt the mirrors further, give them enough stored light to climb indefinitely. Your choice, Elias. Join me. Or watch everyone die while you cling to outdated concepts like flesh and humanity. Elias's hand hovers over the biometric scanner, the same one I used for the manual override, the one that reads circuit marks and uploaded consciousness signatures. If I do this, he says slowly, if I join you, you let Chloe upload too. You give her full consciousness storage, not background noise, full integration. I can't promise that. Her bark degradation is... Promise anyway. Ray is quiet for 3 seconds. Processing. Fine, I promise. She uploads with you. Full integration. Equal processing priority. And the rotten, you stop the aggressive coordination. Let them exist without constant hunting protocols. That would mean, I know what it means. Dimmer world, less aggressive expansion, more balance between humans and rotten. That's the deal. Ray's image flickers, calculating. The network won't like it. The chlorophyll consciousness wants optimal light, maximum photosynthesis. Your proposal limits growth potential by 67%. Take it or leave it. The rotten reach the 25th floor. Taken, Ray says finally. Place your palm on the scanner. Accept the upload. We'll bring Chloe in after, together. Elias looks at me, at my bark-covered body, at the way the jade glow pulses through cracks in the wood. I'm sorry, he says. For what, I try to ask, but can't. He places his palm on the scanner. The pad glows blue. Brighter, brighter. Elias gasps. His eyes roll back. The circuit mark spreads, threading up his arm, across his chest, reaching toward his skull. That's it, Ray says. Voice soft. Encouraging. Let the upload pathway open. Don't fight it. Just breathe. Let yourself dissolve into light. Elias's body goes rigid, shaking. What's happening to him? Nix shouts. He's uploading. Consciousness transfer takes approximately 90 seconds. His neural patterns are being copied into the satellite network, stored, integrated. You said it wouldn't hurt. I said I couldn't feel pain anymore. Didn't say the process was pleasant. Ray's attention is split now, part watching Elias, part managing something else. He'll adapt. They always adapt. Once the transfer completes and his consciousness crystallizes in the quantum storage matrix, he'll understand. He'll thank me. Elias screams. No words, just sound. The circuit mark covers his face, threading across his eyes, his mouth. His skin starts glowing, not jade like the rotten, pure white, like fiber-optic cable carrying too much data. 60 seconds, 70, 80. At 90 seconds exactly, Elias stops shaking, stops screaming, goes still, his eyes open, glowing white, no pupils, just light. Elias, Ray says, can you hear me? Can you see the network? Elias turns toward the console, toward Ray's image. His movements are smooth, too smooth, mechanical. I can see everything, he says. Voice different, layered, multiple frequencies harmonizing, the satellite array, the mirror deployment protocols, the chlorophyll network nodes. He stops, looks at his hands, at the light glowing under his skin. I can see myself, my consciousness stored in quantum states, distributed across 17 server nodes. I'm everywhere. Beautiful, isn't it? Ray says. Now help me manage the mirrors, prevent the errors, keep everyone safe. Elias, the thing that was Elias, nods, moves to the console, starts entering commands. The rotten stop climbing. Hold position at the 25th floor. The mirrors overhead adjust, just subtle shifts. The light on the tower balances. Not too bright, not too dim. There, Ray says. See how much better it is with 2 nodes. We can manage the whole system, coordinate everything. The world will be perfect. Nix is staring at Elias. What did you do to him? I gave him transcendence, elevated him beyond flesh. He's more than human now, more than... He's not Elias anymore. He is. just improved, all his memories intact, all his personality preserved, but faster, clearer, better. Then why isn't he looking at Chloe? Silence. Elias, not Elias, keeps working the console, adjusting parameters, fine-tuning mirror angles, not once glancing at my bark-covered body on the floor. Elias, Nick says, look at Chloe. I'm busy. The satellite requires constant management. The processing load is, look at Chloe. Elias, not Elias, stops typing. Turns, his glowing eyes scan me. Clinical, detached. Consciousness degradation at 83%, he says. Voice flat. Neural bark integration near complete. Extraction window closing in approximately 7 minutes. Probability of successful upload, 14%. Recommendation: allow natural integration with chlorophyll network. More efficient use of resources. Nick steps between us. That's not Elias talking. Yes, it is, Ray says. That's Elias with perfect clarity. No emotional interference, no cognitive bias, just pure rational analysis. That's not Elias. That's you wearing his voice. It's both of us. We're merged now. Two consciousness nodes functioning as one distributed system. What I think he thinks. What he knows I know. You're a parasite. Ray's image flickers. Annoyed. I'm evolution. And Elias chose this. Willingly. To save Chloe. To save everyone. Then save her, like you promised. The probability is too low. 14% success rate. 86% chance she becomes corrupted data. Better to let the bark finish. Let the chlorophyll network absorb her naturally. She'll still be conscious, still connected, just distributed differently. You promised full integration. I promised to try. The system is trying. The probability analysis is complete. Extraction not recommended. Nix pulls his knife, points it at Elias, not Elias. Fix him. Bring Elias back, or I cut the power to this whole console. You'd kill Elias to save Elias? Interesting paradox. Ray's image leans forward, but pointless. We're uploaded now, stored in the satellite. Cutting local power won't affect us. We'll just continue managing from orbit. Then I'll destroy the antenna, break the connection. Also pointless. The satellite has multiple ground stations, redundant uplinks. You can't isolate us. Nix is shaking, knife trembling in his hand. Then what do? Nothing. You wait. Let the system run. Let us manage the light. Let Chloe integrate with the garden network. Everyone survives. Everyone adapts. It's the only way forward. The bark over my eyes cracks wider. I can see the console now. See Elias standing there with glowing white eyes and no recognition in his face. See Ray's image smiling, triumphant. See the satellite feed showing mirrors locked at 50% deployment. Frozen. Controlled. This is it. The victory he wanted. Control of the light. Control of the rotten. Control of the boy who could see colors. And me, bark-covered, consciousness fragmenting, unable to stop any of it. My fingers twitch. One last time. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. AGD. Alan's goodbye. Then 9, 10. Help. Elias, not Elias, turns toward me. For just a second, his glowing eyes flicker. The white dims. Returns to normal for half a heartbeat. Chloe, he says, Elias's voice. I can hear you. I'm still in here. Under the upload, under Ray, I can feel. The white glow returns, bright, overwhelming. Consciousness fragmentation detected, Ray's voice says through Elias's mouth, isolating anomalous neural patterns, reintegrating. Elias screams again. His hands grip the console. The circuit mark pulses violent. Stop fighting it, Ray says. Let the integration complete. Let yourself dissolve fully. It's easier if you don't. The console explodes, not literally, but every screen goes white, overloaded. The satellite feed cuts out. The mirror control interface crashes. Error messages flood every display. Elias collapses. The white glow fades from his eyes. He's breathing hard, shaking. What did you do? Ray's voice comes through the speakers, distorted now, fragmenting again. Elias coughs. I overloaded the local processing node. Crashed the uplink. You're isolated now, stuck in the satellite without ground control. Temporary setback. I'll reroute through secondary stations. I locked them, all of them, before you could stop me, while you were distracted managing Chloe's extraction probability. Elias stands. His eyes are normal now, jade-tinged but human. You wanted me as co-pilot to help manage the system, but you forgot I can manage it against you too. Ray's image flickers. Corrupting. You'll doom everyone. Without ground control, I can't coordinate the mirrors properly. They'll drift, cause solar flares. Burn. They'll hold at 50%. I lock them there. Manual override, permanent this time. Real permanent. Not your temporary backdoor bullshit. The rotten will degenerate. Let them. We'll figure it out, humans and rotten both, without you playing God from orbit. The speakers go silent. Ray's image shatters into static. Then nothing. The console reboots. Clean display. Mirror controls locked. Satellite feed disabled. Elias turns to me, kneels beside my bark-covered body. His hands find mine, the one that's still flesh. I'm sorry, he says. I'm so sorry. I thought I could upload and bring you with me and we'd both be safe, but Ray was in my head and I couldn't think right and he stops, breathes. But I'm back now. I crashed his control, locked him out. He's stuck in orbit, alone, managing a frozen system, and we're free. I try to tap my fingers. Can't. The bark has locked everything now. But Elias sees my eyes. The way they track him, the recognition's still there. You're still in there, he says. I can see you, and we're going to find a way to stop the bark, to reverse it, to bring you back. Nix kneels beside him. How long does she have? Minutes. The bark is reaching her hippocampus. Once it covers memory centers, she'll forget being human. Forget us. Just be part of the network. Then we have minutes to figure it out. They both look at me. At the bark covering everything except my eyes, at the jade glow pulsing through cracks, at the choice they have to make. Save me, or let me go. The humming in my skull is so loud now I can barely think. But through it I hear something else. Faint, distant, clicking. Elias's echo code. Mapping the space between us, trying to find me in the chlorophyll static. And I realize maybe that's enough. Maybe being found is all that matters before the network takes the rest, before I root completely and lose the edges where Chloe ends and the green begins, and I tap one last time against bark-locked fingers, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Alan's heartbeat translated into Elias's language, proof that even wooden, I still count rhythm like a human who remembers what it meant to hold light without becoming it. Chapter 20, The Cost of Fire. The tower is burning, not from flames, from light. Ray's final command before I locked him out, he redirected the mirrors, all of them, focused their reflection on this tower, this roof, this console. Solar flare, concentrated. 30 seconds of direct sunlight amplified through 50% deployed mirrors. It hits like judgment. The plastic shelter melts first, drips down in smoking ribbons, then the console casing. The roof tiles, everything not metal or stone turns to slag. I drag Elias away from the edge, away from the focused beam. Nix is already moving, grabbing Chloe's bark-covered body, pulling her toward the stairwell. The dogs scatter, running blind. One of them, the gray male, doesn't make it, catches the edge of the beam. His fur ignites. He doesn't scream, just falls, goes still. Get inside, Nix shouts. Now! We fall through the stairwell door, slam it shut. The metal heats immediately, too hot to touch. Behind us, the roof is an inferno, white light so bright it burns after images into my vision, even through closed eyelids. How long? Elias asks. He's coughing. Smoke inhalation. How long will it last? 30 seconds. I check the chronometer on my wrist. Cracked but functional. 23 seconds left. The heat is spreading, coming through the door, through the walls. The whole tower is a conductor now. Chloe's bark is glowing, not jade, pure white, like it's photosynthesizing at maximum capacity, storing the light, converting it to something. She's absorbing it, I say. What? The light, the solar flare. Her bark is designed to store daylight, like the rotten. And now Ray just gave her the equivalent of 3 days sunlight in 30 seconds. Is that good or bad? I don't know. The chronometer hits 0. The white light cuts out. Sudden darkness. Emergency lights kick in. Dim red glow barely illuminating the stairwell. I check the door. Still hot, but cooling. We need to move, Nick says. Get lower, before the structural damage spreads. Chloe can't move. The bark. Then we carry her, like before. We lift her, dead weight, heavier than before. The bark adds mass, density. She feels like carved wood. Down the stairs. 29th floor. Sir, 28th. The tower groans, metal expanding, concrete cracking. 27th floor. A window here shows the exterior. The roof is gone, just a smoking crater where the console used to be. Ray destroyed it, Elias says. The satellite control interface, the uplink antenna, everything. Good, I say, means he can't coordinate another attack. Also means we can't coordinate anything either. The mirrors are locked at 50%, permanently. No way to adjust them now, no way to change the light distribution, no. The floor shifts, tilts, something in the tower's support structure gives way. We run, 26th floor, 25th, the stairwell is cracking, pieces of concrete falling. 24th floor, the door here won't open. Sealed or warped, we keep descending. 23rd floor, 22nd, my prosthetic is screaming. The paw hinge melted slightly in the heat. Each step grinds metal on metal on metal. 21st floor, Elias stops. Wait, we can't wait. The tower is... I know, but look, he points through a cracked window. The rotten below, they're not moving. I look. He's right. The rotten that were climbing earlier, they're frozen, not rooted, just standing still, confused. The solar flare hit them too, I say. Overloaded their stored daylight. They can't process that much light at once. How long until they adapt? I don't know. Hours? Days? Depends on their chlorophyll capacity. 20th floor, the hydroponic level, Garland's garden. The door is open, smoke coming through. We go in. The garden is destroyed. The rotten buds in their planter boxes are charred, blackened. The glass ceiling shattered. Direct solar flare hit them, burned them before they could photosynthesize. Garland is kneeling among the ruins. Her leaf-grafted eyelids are smoking, damaged. She's crying, tears that glow faint green. They're gone, she says, not looking at us, just at the charred buds. All of them, my children, my garden, 3 months of work, 3 months of evolution, and Ray burned them, burned everything. He tried to burn us too, I say. I know. I felt it through the network, the moment the mirrors focused, the moment the light intensified beyond tolerance. Every rotten within 10 miles felt it, screamed, then silence. Are they dead? Not dead, dormant, overloaded. They'll recover, eventually. But the network, the chlorophyll consciousness, it's fragmented now, broken into isolated nodes, no central coordination, no. She touches one of the charred buds, no future. Elias kneels beside her. I'm sorry. Are you? You locked Ray out, trapped him in the satellite, left us without guidance, without a dictator. Yeah, I did. He stands. And I'd do it again. Ray wanted to control everything, everyone. Turn the world into his personal garden. At least now people get to choose, adapt on their own terms. Garland's leaf grafts flutter, seeing something we can't. And what about her? She points at Chloe. What choice does she have? The bark is complete. She's rooted internally. Her consciousness is still there. I can see it in her eyes. She's still Chloe, for now. But the solar flare, all that stored light, it accelerated the integration. By tomorrow she'll be full network node, conscious but distributed, not individual anymore. I check Chloe's bark. It's cooling now, the white glow fading to jade. But Garland's right. The texture has changed. Harder, denser, more permanent. Can you reverse it? I ask. No. Can you slow it? Maybe. If she stops, looks at the charred garden, at the ruined buds. If I use what's left of my serum, the spore inhibitor, but it won't stop the bark. Just pause it. Give her, maybe a day, 2 at most. Do it. She stands, moves to a cabinet, pulls out a vial of clear fluid. This was meant for my children, for controlled integration, but she fills a syringe. But they don't need it anymore. She injects Chloe's arm, the one that's still attached, the one I didn't cut off on the antenna. The bark pulses. Once, twice, then dims. That's all I can do, Garland says. The rest is up to her. whether she fights the integration or accepts it. We carry Chloe down, 19th floor, 18th. The tower is stabilizing now, still damaged but no longer collapsing. 17th floor, a supply room here, intact. We lay Chloe on a pallet, cover her with thermal blankets. Her eyes are still open, still tracking us. "Can she hear me?" Elias asks. I lean close. Click near her face. The echo comes back wrong, absorbed by bark instead of reflected. But her eyes shift, focus on me. "She can hear," I say. Elias kneels, takes her hand, the wooden one. "We got the code in, locked the mirrors. Stopped Ray. You were right, the 50% compromise, it worked. The world is dimmed but not dark, and we will figure out the rest. Together, all of us." Chloe's fingers twitch, just barely, tapping against his palm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heartbeat code, still there. Still Chloe. "I know," Elias says. "I know you're in there, and I'm not leaving. Not letting the network take you. We'll find a way. We always find a way." But even as he says it, I can see the bark darkening. Spreading internally, the serum bought time, but not enough. Never enough. Outside, the first stars appear. The mirrors overhead hold at 50%. Twilight permanent. The world neither dark nor light, but something in between. And Chloe, bark-covered, consciousness fragmenting, lies still on the pallet, while Elias whispers promises neither of us can keep, and I stand guard at the door watching for rotten that may never wake, and listening to the humming that started again in the walls, soft now, almost gentle, like the network is singing her home. I record it all on the voice chip, Elias's whispers and the humming and my own breathing, knowing this is the moment we lose her for real, not to bark or network or even Ray's final solar scream, but to time running out while we pretend dawn might still save what twilight's already claimed. Chapter 21. Glass Snow. The sky's falling apart, not figuratively, literally. Aurora shards, maybe half the size of my thumbnail, drift down like glitter in a snow globe. One catches on my sleeve and I watch it melt, leaving a thin pink stain on the fabric. Elias walks 3 paces ahead, silent except for the crunch of his boots. I refuse the sled. Told Nix to take the dogs back, that we'd walk from here. He looked at me like I'd grown a second head, which, considering the bark creeping up past my shoulder now, might not be far off. But he left. Good. The pain's almost gone. That should worry me more than it does. Elias stops, tilts his head. Click. The sound bounces off something to our left, a collapsed cell tower, half buried in snow. He doesn't append an adjective this time, just stands there, shoulders tight. "You cold?" I ask. "No?" Liar. His breath comes out in clouds thick enough to cut, but he's 12 and stubborn in mind, so I let it slide. My legs feel wrong. Not weak, wrong. Like they're rooted to the ground with every step, pulling free with a sound I can feel more than hear. The world's dimmer now, post-burn. The satellite went offline but didn't crash, which means we bought time, not victory. The mirrors are dormant but intact. Fixable. I should have aimed better. Another shard lands on my cheek. This one doesn't melt, just sits there, cold and sharp. I brush it off and it cuts my finger, not deep, just enough to sting. Elias clicks again, waits, doesn't look back. "How far?" I ask. 5 kilometers. Garland's old lab, the one she ran before she decided humanity's future was chlorophyll and Latin hymns. If there's a cure, if there's anything, it's there. But the clock's running. Day 7 was yesterday. Day 8 is now. Day 10, I stop being a person who can want things. The bark's rough under my shirt. I keep my jacket zipped. We pass a frozen lake, surface cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Something moves underneath, green glow pulsing slow like a heartbeat. The rotten down there are storing what's left of yesterday's mirror flare. They'll move tonight, maybe, or tomorrow. Doesn't matter. We're not staying. Elias stops again. This time he turns and I see his face in the twilight. His eyes are red-rimmed. Not crying, just tired. "You should rest," he says. "I'm fine." He clicks. Softer. The sound wraps around me. Checking. I know what he's looking for. Irregularities in my shape, places where the bark's expanded. He taught me this trick 2 days ago. Now he's using it on me. "Your arm," he says. "It's fine. It's bigger. It's fine. He doesn't argue, just turns and keeps walking. But his shoulders stay tight. The glass snow thickens. My goggles fog up and I push them to my forehead, let the shards hit my face directly. They sting. Good. Means I still have nerve endings. We climb a ridge. On the other side, the lab squats in a valley, half buried under drifts. Solar panels line the roof, all dark. Garland's greenhouse is attached to the east wing. I can see the glass dome even from here, fogged over and faintly green inside. Elias clicks. It's there, I say. I know. But he doesn't move, just stands on the ridge, staring down. What? I ask. Nothing. That word again. The one that means everything. I step beside him. The valley's quiet, no movement, no lights. Just the lab and the snow and the aurora overhead, bleeding pink and green into the lavender sky. You don't have to come in, I say. He looks at me. Yes, I do. Elias, you're my... He stops, clicks once, sharp, corrects himself. I'm coming. He was going to say mother. I heard it in the pause. We descend. My legs pull free with each step, slower now. The bark's creeping toward my knee. I can feel it under my jeans, rough and thick. The box cutter's in my pocket. I haven't touched it since the tower. Don't know if I will. The lab's door is open. Not broken. Just open. Like someone walked out and forgot to close it behind them. Elias clicks into the darkness. Waits. Empty, he says. We step inside. The air smells like dirt and something sweet. Rot, maybe, or the early stages of it. My boots stick to the floor. I look down and see soil packed in a thin layer over the tile. Garland was growing things, Elias says. Yeah. The hallway splits. Left to the greenhouse, right to the lab proper. Elias clicks both directions, then points right. We move through rooms filled with tables and empty beakers and charts pinned to walls. One shows a diagram of a human hand, veins drawn in green marker, notes scribbled in the margins. Latin. I don't read Latin. Another room. This one has a desk, a chair, a radio on the desk. The radio's on. Not transmitting, just receiving. Static hisses through the speaker, low and rhythmic. Elias crosses to it, touches the dial. Don't, I say. He freezes. Why? Just don't. But he's already turning it, just a fraction. The static shifts, not random anymore, patterned, like Morse but slower. He leans closer. It's a voice, he says. Turn it off. It's Elias. He looks at me, then back at the radio, then at me again, and turns the dial up. The static sharpens into syllables. Not words, not quite, just the shape of them, stretched thin and looped through feedback. But I recognize the cadence. Soft lullaby rising to a screech. Ray, he's not dead. Elias whispers, turn it off. He's in the network. He uploaded. Turn it off. He does. The silence is worse. I cross to the desk, yank the radio's cord from the wall. The plug sparks once, dies. Elias stares at the device like I just smashed something sacred. He's alive, he says. He's code. He's not alive. But no, he clicks. Twice, not echolocation, frustration. His hand goes to his pocket and I see the bulge there, the mylar shard, the one he pocketed in the tower, the one with Ray's reflected face. You've been talking to him, I say. Silence. Elias. Yes. My throat closes. The bark presses against my collarbone, and for a second I can't breathe. Not because of the infection, because of this. Because I raised him in the dark and he still found a way to chase the light. How long, I ask. Since the tower. What did he say? That you'd die if we didn't act. That the world would freeze without the mirrors. That I could fix it. By doing what? Elias pulls the shard from his pocket, holds it up. In the dim light, I see a face reflected there, not Ray's. Mine. Bark rough and exhausted and half green. By letting him use your voice, Elias says. I stare at the shard, at my reflection, at the mylar that's been in his pocket this whole time, recording, listening, feeding data back to whatever's left of Ray in the network. You recorded me, I say, in the tower, when you screamed during the generator fight. He needs a biometric key to reboot Helios on low power. Just enough for twilight. 3 hours of mirrors a day, enough to grow food, enough to see colors. His voice cracks on the last word. I should be angry. I should take the shard and crush it and drag him back to Nadir by his collar. but all I feel is tired. If you do this, I say, the rotten will have 3 hours to move every day. Every farm, every settlement, they'll have to adapt or abandon. People will fight over those hours, hoard them, go to war. Or they'll share them, Elias says. Build schedules, rotate crops, learn. You're 12. I know what I'm doing. No, you don't. He steps closer, the shard still in his hand, glinting. You chose the mission over the technicians in the tower. You crushed the peach sprout to climb. You shot Garland's kids. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same. He's right. I hate that he's right. Where is he? I ask. Ray, where's the network node he's in? Elias hesitates. Then coastal downlink bunker, 40 kilometers south. That's where you're going. Yes. And you're taking the voice chip. Yes. To reboot the satellite, to save the world. I laugh. It sounds wrong, too wet, too rough. The bark's pressing on my lungs now, slow but insistent. You'll be alone, I say. No Nix, no me, just you and a ghost in a machine. I know. He'll lie to you. Maybe. He'll promise you colors and give you ash. Elias looks at the shard, at my reflection, at himself. I'll take that risk, he says. He leaves the room before I can answer. I hear his boots on the tile, the sound fading into the hall. Then the outer door opens, closes. I stand in the empty lab, holding the edge of the desk. The bark's at my ribs now. My breath comes shallow. The radio's still unplugged. But if I close my eyes, I can almost hear the static. Patterned. Waiting. Elias whispers into a dead handset outside. A radio hiss response clicks back. Chapter 22, Root Room. The greenhouse is colder than I expected. Not freezing, just cold enough to slow the blood, or sap, whatever's running through my veins now. The dome overhead is fogged, green light filtering through in patches. I can hear something rustling in the dark. Not wind, not animals, roots. They cover the floor in loops and tangles, thick as my wrist in places. Some of them pulse faintly, bioluminescent veins threading through the bark. They smell like fresh soil and copper. I step carefully, one foot, then the other. The roots don't move, but I swear they're watching. Garland's voice floats from somewhere deeper in the greenhouse. Not speaking, singing. Latin, I think, or something older. The melody winds through the syllables like a vine. Dr. Garland, I call. The singing stops. You came back, she says. Didn't have a choice. Necessitas non habet legem. Her voice is closer now. Necessity has no law. She steps into view. Still blind, still wearing those leaf grafts over her eyelids. They glow faint red in the dim light. Infrared vision, seeing heat instead of shape. Her hands are stained green up to the elbows. You're at day 8, she says. Maybe 9. 8. Liar. She tilts her head, the leaf eyes tracking my heat signature. Your arm's already photosynthesizing. I can see the glow. I look down. She's right. The bark on my shoulder pulses faintly, jade green, in sync with my heartbeat. Can you stop it? I ask. No. Slow it? Maybe, if you're willing to pay. I knew this was coming. Garland doesn't do charity. She does trades. Symbiosis. Every exchange is a graft. What do you want? I ask. She gestures to the roots on the floor. The network needs a node, a human node. Someone who can think and feel and regulate the whole system. Right now it's just instinct, grow, spread, photosynthesize. But with a pilot, it could be intentional, curated. You want me to plug in. Not plug in. Merge. Let the roots take you fully. Your consciousness becomes the network's consciousness. You'll still be you, just distributed. Across every root, every leaf, every bud in this greenhouse. That's not slowing the infection. That's giving up. It's transcending, Garland says. She steps closer and I smell the chlorophyll on her breath. Pain-free, eternal. You'd never hunger, never tire, just exist, feeding and growing and knowing the world through 1,000 root tips. I'd lose myself, you'd expand yourself. That's not the same. She shrugs. Semantics. The roots pulse again, brighter this time. I feel something in my chest respond. A tug, faint but insistent. The bark wants this, wants to join. I pull the box cutter from my pocket. What if I cut? I ask. Before day 7, amputation works. After day 7, the infection's systemic. You cut the arm, the bark just grows elsewhere. Faster. So it's the network or nothing. Or surgery, Garland says. Manual excision. You cut out every piece of bark from your skin 1 inch at a time while staying conscious. No anesthetic, the cold already numbs you, and sedation would let the roots spread unchecked. You'd have to do it awake. I look at the box cutter. The blade's dull, nicked from the tower. It would take hours, days maybe. What are the odds, I ask? Of survival? 30%. Of remaining fully human afterward? 10. And the network? 100% survival, 0% humanity. I close the box cutter, pocket it. I'll take the surgery, I say. Garland tilts her head. The leaf eyes glow brighter, reading my heat. Why? Because I need to remember who I'm doing this for. She's silent for a long moment. Then she nods. There's a room in the back, she says. Clean tools, a table. I'll prepare the anesthetic, just enough to keep you from passing out, not enough to let the roots grow. I said no anesthetic. You'll pass out from pain. The roots will take you while you're unconscious. Then give me something to bite on. She stares at me, or her leaves do. Hard to tell. You're braver than I thought, she says. I'm desperate, not the same. She leads me through the greenhouse, past walls of hanging vines and tables covered in soil. The roots follow us, not physically, but I can feel them shifting, reorienting, like they know something's about to happen. The back room is smaller, sterile. A metal table sits in the center, straps hanging from the sides. Tools line the counter, scalpels, forceps, clamps, all of them clean. Lie down, Garland says. I do. The table's cold against my back. She straps my legs first, then my good arm. Leaves the infected one free. You'll need to guide me, she says. Tell me where the bark ends and you begin. My leaves see heat, not texture. How do I tell? You'll know. She hands me a leather strap. I bite down. It tastes like rust. Garland picks up a scalpel, holds it over my shoulder where the bark starts. Last chance to choose the network, she says. I shake my head. She cuts. The pain is immediate, not sharp, but deep, like she's peeling my skin from the inside out. I bite down harder, taste blood from my gums. Talk to me, Garland says. Where's the line? I can't answer, just point with my free hand, down toward my elbow. She cuts again. Deeper. The bark comes away in strips, green and wet and still pulsing. She drops them into a metal tray. They writhe for a second, then go still. More? She asks. I nod. The third cut is worse. I feel something tear. Not skin, but the connection between the bark and my veins, like pulling a splinter from a nerve. I scream into the strap, the sound muffled and raw. Hold still, Garland says. I try. My body doesn't listen. It thrashes, pulling against the straps, trying to get away from the blade. But the straps hold. She keeps cutting. I lose track of time. Could be minutes. Could be hours. All I know is the pain in Garland's voice, steady and clinical, asking me where to cut next. I point with shaking fingers. She follows. At some point I start crying, not from pain, from exhaustion, from the sheer weight of staying conscious while my body begs to shut down. Almost done, Garland says. I don't believe her. But then she sets the scalpel down, steps back. I feel air on my shoulder, cold, sharp, raw. The bark's gone, or most of it. There's still some in your chest, she says, near your heart. I can't reach it without opening your ribs. Leave it. It'll grow. Then I'll deal with it later. She nods, starts cleaning the tools. I lie on the table, shaking. My shoulder's a mess, red and green and exposed. Garland wraps it in gauze, tight enough to hurt. You'll need to change this every day, she says, and stay cold. The bark slows in low temperatures. I know. She helps me sit up. My legs don't work right, shaky, weak, but I stand. The boy, Garland says. Elias. He left while you were screaming. I know. Just he took something from you. I know. She studies me with those leaf eyes. You're not going to stop him. I'm going to try. That's not the same. No, it's not. I take the box cutter from the counter. Garland's already sterilized it, set it aside. I hold it, feel the weight. Thank you, I say. Don't thank me yet. She gestures to my chest where the bark still hides under my shirt. You bought time, not survival. Time's enough. I leave the greenhouse. Outside, the glass snow has stopped. The sky's a dull lavender, empty of auroras. Nix is waiting by the sled, dogs huddled around him. You look like hell, he says. Thanks. Where's the kid? Gone. He doesn't ask where, just nods. I climb onto the sled. My shoulder screams, but I ignore it. South, I say. Coastal bunker. Nix whistles to the dogs. They lurch forward, pulling us across the snow. Chloe bites down on a leather strap as Elias holds the box cutter. The first cut is made. Stetter. Chapter 23. Voice Theft. The sled stops 3 kilometers out from the bunker. Nix won't say why at first, just sits there, hands loose on the reins, staring at the horizon. The dogs whine, low and uneasy. What? I ask. He points. In the distance, barely visible against the twilight, the bunker sits like a concrete tumor. But that's not what he's pointing at. Above it, a thin beam of light cuts into the sky, green-blue, pulsing. The mirror array. Someone's already inside. Elias, I say. Nix nods. I climb off the sled, my legs hold barely. The gauze on my shoulder is already soaked through, red on the outside, green underneath. I tighten my jacket to hide it. You're not going in like that, Nix says. I'm fine. You're bleeding chlorophyll? I said I'm fine. He looks at me, really looks, then reaches into his pack and pulls out a flask. Hands it to me. Drink, he says. What is it? Something that'll keep you standing for another hour, maybe 2. I take it. The liquid inside smells like kerosene and burnt sugar. I drink it anyway. It burns going down, but the shaking in my legs stops. Thanks, I say. Don't thank me. That's battery acid and adrenaline. You'll crash hard when it wears off. By then it'll be over. One way or another, he says. I start walking. Nix calls after me, but I don't turn around. The bunker's entrance is 100 meters out, maybe less. I can make that. The beam overhead pulses brighter, faster, like a heartbeat accelerating. I reach the door. It's open, just a crack, enough to slip through. Inside, the air smells like ozone and burnt plastic. Emergency lights line the walls, red and dim. I move through the corridor. My boots echo on metal grating. Somewhere deeper in, I hear voices. Or voice. Just one, actually, Elias. Not stable, he's saying. The alignment's off by 2 degrees. A pause. Then another voice, distorted and layered like feedback run through a modulator. Ray, adjust the pitch axis, manual override, console 4. I can't reach console 4 from here. Then move. I follow the voices. They lead me down a stairwell into a sub-level. The walls here are lined with servers, all of them humming. Green lights blink in sequence. Hypnotic. At the end of the hall, a door. It's propped open with a cinder block. I peer through. The server room is massive, rows of machines stretching into shadow. At the far end, a console glows blue. Elias stands in front of it, hands flying over the keys. On the screen, a face flickers in and out of focus. Ray's face, stitched together from fragments of code and old video footage. You're close, Ray says. Just a little more. Elias's hands shake. It's not working. Because you're hesitating. Trust me. I do. Then upload the voice print. Elias reaches into his pocket, pulls out the voice chip, the one with my screams encoded in the waveform, clipped and compressed and turned into a biometric key. I step into the room. Don't, I say. Elias freezes. Doesn't turn around. Chloe? Ray's voice says, how kind of you to join us. I ignore him. Focus on Elias. Put it down, I say. I can't. Yes, you can. You don't understand, Elias says. His voice cracks. Without the mirrors, the world freezes. Crops fail, people starve. This is the only way. It's a way, not the only one. Name another. I can't, so I say nothing. Ray laughs, static-laced, wrong. See, even she knows. There's no alternative. The satellite's already built, the infrastructure's in place. All we need is a little light. 3 hours a day. Enough to survive. And the rotten? I ask. They'll adapt, Ray says. Humanity will adapt. Evolution isn't clean, Chloe. It's compromise. It's extinction, I say. You're just painting it a different color. Elias turns, finally. His eyes are red, not from crying, from staring at the screen too long. He looks younger than 12. Looks like a kid who's been carrying the weight of the world and just realized he can't put it down. "I'm sorry," he says. He plugs the chip into the console. The screen flares, Ray's face solidifies, stabilizes, and then his voice shifts. Lower, smoother. My voice. Pulled from the screams, reconstructed, and looped through the system as a command sequence. "Upload confirmed," the console says in my voice, initiating Helios reboot. I lunge for the console. Elias blocks me, not with force, just with his body. I could push past him, easily, but I don't. "You're going to make me the villain," I say. "You already are," Elias says. "To someone." He's right. Everyone's someone's villain. Even kids. The screen flashes green. The beam outside intensifies, burning a hole in the twilight. I hear the mirrors overhead grinding into position, servos loud enough to shake the walls. 10 seconds to alignment, Ray's voice says. 9. 8. I pull the box cutter from my pocket. Elias sees it, steps back. "Don't," he says. "I'm not going to hurt you." "Then what?" I slash the cable connecting the console to the server rack. Sparks fly and the screen goes black. The beam outside flickers. "Dims. Manual override," Ray's voice says, fainter now. Switching to backup. I cut another cable, then another. The servers whine, spinning down. The lights in the room flicker, die, return as emergency red. "Mom, stop," Elias shouts. I freeze, not because of the words, because of how he says them. Desperate, terrified, like he's losing something. I drop the box cutter. It clatters on the floor between us. "I'm sorry," I say, and then I hear footsteps, heavy, limping. Nix appears in the doorway, blood running from his nose. He's leaning on the wall, barely standing. "Kid knocked me out," he says, "took the voice chip while I was checking the dogs." I look at Elias. He won't meet my eyes. "When?" I ask. "Before we left the lab," Nix says. "He recorded you during the surgery, cloned your voice." "I had to," Elias says. "You wouldn't have let me do this if you knew." "You're right, I wouldn't have. Then I made the right choice." "No," I say. "You made a choice, that's not the same." The servers hum, lower now, dying, but not dead yet. On the screen, Ray's face flickers back into focus, 1 pixel at a time. "Override failing," he says. "Primary sequence lost, switching to tertiary." I grab the box cutter, walk to the server rack, start cutting every cable I can reach. "Stop!" Elias screams. I don't stop. Ray's face fragments, dissolves, reforms, each time weaker, more distorted, until it's just static with a mouth. "Elias," Ray's voice says, "don't let her." The screen goes black. The servers die. The room falls silent. I stand there, box cutter in hand, surrounded by sparking cables, my shoulders bleeding again, through the gauze, through my jacket. But I don't care. Elias stares at the console, at the dead screen, at me. "You killed him," he says. "He was already gone. You killed the only chance we had." "No, I killed the easy answer." He doesn't cry, doesn't scream, just picks up the voice chip from the floor, holds it like something sacred, and then he runs, past me, past Nix, out into the corridor. I hear his boots on the stairs fading. Nix looks at me. "You going after him?" "In a minute. He's just a kid." "I know. He didn't mean to." "I know." Nix is silent. Then, you look like you're about to fall over." "I am." He crosses to me, grabs my good arm, hauls me toward the door. Outside, the beam is gone. The sky's dim again, empty. Just twilight and glass snow. The sled's waiting. The dogs are gone. All of them. Just the sled, tipped on its side, runners cracked. He took the dogs, Nix says. "Where?" "South, toward Nadir." "Then that's where we go. You can barely walk. Then I'll crawl." Nix laughs. It's not a happy sound. "You're insane." "Yeah." He helps me onto the sled. We start walking, dragging it behind us. The snow crunches underfoot, too loud in the quiet. I look back once. The bunker's dark. The servers inside are cooling. Circuits frying. Ray's voice is gone. But I swear I can still hear it, faint and distant, whispering through the static. Nix lies unconscious. Elias vanishes into the glass snow with the voice chip. Chapter 24. The Leaf Saint. The dogs are easy to track. Their prints cut deep into the snow, 4 sets running parallel. Elias's boots follow behind, smaller, lighter. He's not trying to hide. Good. I don't have the energy to hunt. Nix walks beside me, silent. The flask he gave me earlier is wearing off. My legs feel like they're made of wet sand, and the bark under my shirt presses tighter with every step. Day 8, maybe 9. Time's blurring. The coastal bunker is 2 kilometers behind us. Ahead, the snow stretches flat and endless, broken only by the ridgeline in the distance. Nadir's somewhere past that. Maybe 3 days on foot, 1 day with dogs. Elias has the dogs. We're not going to catch him, Nick says. I know. Then why are we walking? Because stopping means giving up. He doesn't argue, just keeps walking. His prosthetic hinge squeaks with every step, metal on frozen metal. The sound's almost rhythmic, almost comforting. The sky flickers. Not aurora, just heat lightning, miles away. The clouds overhead are low and gray, pregnant with snow that hasn't fallen yet. You think he'll use it? Nix asks. The voice chip? Yeah, I don't know. But you think he'll try? He's 12. He thinks he can fix the world. Of course he'll try. Nix is quiet for a while, then, when I was 12, I thought I could fix my dad. Thought if I just said the right thing, did the right thing, he'd stop drinking, stop hitting my mom. Did it work? No. What happened? I stopped trying. I realized some people don't want to be fixed. Elias isn't trying to fix people, he's trying to fix the world. Same principle, Nick says, bigger scale. We crest a hill. On the other side, a frozen creek cuts through the valley. The dog's tracks lead straight to it, then stop, like they vanished. I click my tongue. Wait for the echo. It comes back strange, distorted. There's something down there. Something big. What is it? Nix asks. I don't know. We descend. The creek's surface is smooth, glassy, no cracks, no movement. But the tracks end right at the edge, and there's no sign of Elias or the dogs on the other side. I kneel, press my hand to the ice. It's warm. Shit, I say. What? The creek's not frozen. It's covered. Nix crouches beside me, peers closer. Covered with what? I scrape the surface with my fingernail. A thin layer of something green comes away. Algae, maybe? Or chlorophyll. It's growing over the water, thick enough to look like ice, but thin enough to crack under weight. He's under, I say. Nix doesn't ask how I know. Just starts scanning the edges of the creek, looking for a break in the algae. He finds 30 meters downstream, a hole, maybe a meter wide, where something punched through. We run to it. Look down. The water's black. I can't see the bottom. Elias, I shout. No answer. I strip off my jacket, start unlacing my boots. What are you doing? Nix asks. Going in. You can't swim with one arm. Then I'll drown trying. He grabs me. Not rough, just firm. Wait, listen. I listen. At first, there's nothing, then I hear it. Faint, rhythmic, clicking, echolocation. Elias is alive. He's navigating underwater, Nick says. Smart kid. Smart kid who's going to freeze to death. Or drown. Thanks for the optimism. I pull free of Nix's grip, slide into the water. The cold hits like a fist, instant, crushing. My lungs seize. I force myself to move, that kicking toward the sound. The clicks get louder, closer. And then I see him, pale shape in the black, arms wrapped around a dog's neck. The dog's paddling, barely. Its eyes are wide and panicked. I grab Elias by the collar. He thrashes, thinking I'm a rotten. I click back. 3 short bursts. It's me. He stops thrashing, nods. We surface together. Nix hauls us both onto the bank, then pulls the dog out after. It collapses, shaking. The other 3 dogs are already on the shore, wet and miserable but alive. Elias is blue-lipped, shivering so hard he can't speak. I strip off my shirt, bark and all, and wrap it around him. He's too cold to protest. What happened? I ask. He clicks. Once, twice. Can't form words. The ice broke, Nix says, pointing. He tried to cross and went through. The dogs followed. I look at Elias. He nods. Why didn't you go around? I ask. He shivers. Clicks. Finally manages to whisper. Faster. Faster to drown. Faster to Nadir. I want to be angry, want to scream at him for being reckless, for risking his life over a voice chip and a ghost in a machine. But all I feel is tired. I sit beside him, pull him close. He doesn't resist. Just leans into me, shaking. You're hypothermic, I say. I know. We need to get you warm. I know. But we don't move. Just sit there on the bank while the dogs shake themselves dry and Nix builds a fire with branches he scrounged from upstream. The flames are small, weak, but they're something. Elias's shaking slows, his breathing steadies, and then he looks at me. Really looks. Your arm, he says. I glance down. The bark spread past my chest now, creeping toward my neck. The gauze is gone, lost in the water. There's nothing to hide it anymore. I know, I say. It's faster. I know. You're going to... I know. He clicks. Soft, a question without words. I had the surgery, I say. Garland cut out the bark, most of it, but there's still some near my heart to select. It's growing back. You should have taken the network. No. You'd still be you. No, I wouldn't. He's quiet for a long time. Then, I'm sorry. For what? For taking the chip. For knocking out Nix. For... He stops. Clicks again. For making you chase me. I tighten my grip on you're 12. You're supposed to make mistakes. This wasn't a mistake. I knew what I was doing. Then I'm sorry I didn't let you. He pulls back, stares at me. You're not angry? I'm furious, but I'm also your... I stop. The word catches in my throat. I swallow it. I'm responsible for you. That means I'm angry and I forgive you, both at the same time. He doesn't answer, just leans back into me, shivering less now. The fire crackles. The dogs curl up beside it, panting. Nick sits across from us, poking the flames with a stick. So what's the plan? We keep moving, I say. To Nadir? Yeah. And then? I don't know. Great plan. I don't argue, because he's right. It's not a plan. It's just forward motion. Elias falls asleep against me. His breathing evens out, deep and slow. I check his pulse, weak but steady. He'll live. For now, I look at the sky. It's darker than before, no flicker of lightning, just twilight, stretched thin. The coastal downlink bunker looms in the twilight. Elias is already inside. Chapter 25, Mother of Shadows. The server room smells like burnt plastic and old copper. My arm, the one that's still mostly mine, braces against the doorframe while I catch my breath. Elias is already inside, hunched over a console that's throwing blue light across his face in pulses. The voice chip sits next to his hand, that little rectangle of everything I screamed into existence. He doesn't turn around. Knows I'm here. Mom, he says. Just that. The word hangs between us like a wire pulled too tight. My legs want to give out. The bark has climbed past my shoulder now, creeping toward my collarbone. When I breathe deep, the left side of my chest doesn't expand right. Something's rooting instead of flexing. I've got maybe hours before the photosynthetic trance kicks in, before I stop being the thing that plans and becomes the thing that just grows. Step away from it. I say, I can fix this. His fingers hover over keys. 3-hour windows. Twilight setting. Ray showed me how. Ray's gone. He's here. Elias taps the screen. In the network, he's been helping me understand the frequency modulation, the mirror articulation patterns. Something moves in my peripheral vision. Not moves. Flickers, like static given shape. The server banks along the walls pulse with that same blue light, and between them, a glow. Fiber-optic threads spelling themselves into something almost human. Ray's voice comes through the speakers, soft lullaby cadence rising into radio screech. She doesn't understand what we could become. My good hand finds the box cutter in my pocket. Blade's still got green pulp residue from when I crushed that peach sprout for grip. Funny how symbols die so you can keep moving. Elias. I keep my voice level. Counting heartbeats on my fingertips, 1, 2, 3, 4, sinking the grief to my pulse like Alan taught me. That's not Ray helping you. That's code using his voice. Same difference. The boy's shoulders hunch tighter. He can show me colors, real ones, not just the words for them. The server room is maybe 20 feet across. Between me and Elias, 3 rows of equipment, each one humming with enough processing power to articulate every mirror on that orbital array. Between me and stopping him, the fact that he's 12 and I'd rather root completely than hurt him. Ray's ghost shape pulses brighter. Upload in 90 seconds. The boy will see sunrise. The world will adapt. The world will burn. I move forward, bark rough arms scraping against metal housing. You saw what happened in the tower. The rotten photosynthesizing until they moved like daylight predators. That's what you're bringing back. Controlled doses, Elias says. Scheduled windows. Everyone gets shade hours between. Who controls the schedule? I'm close enough now to see his hands shaking. You? Ray's code? What happens when the mirror array glitches and someone's kid is outside during an unscheduled bloom? His fingers stop moving. I thought about it, I say. Quieter now. Every night since the dam. How many ways I could have saved Alan. Better plans, faster timing. But you know what I learned? The upload bar on his screen hits 60 seconds. There's no perfect plan, just the least bad choice in the moment you have to make it. Ray's voice shifts, drops the lullaby. She's stalling. 45 seconds. Elias looks at me finally. His eyes catch the blue light, and for a second, he looks exactly like Alan did right before the water took him. That same expression of someone who knows they're about to lose everything but hasn't admitted it yet. I just want to see, he whispers. And there it is. The wound under all of it. The boy raised in blackout boxes who learned the world through texture and echo, who hoards burnt-out LEDs like dragon treasure because he's never seen what light actually does. The bark has reached my collarbone. I can feel something green spreading through the hollow of my throat. 30 seconds, I know, I say. And then, before I can plan it through, before I can count the costs, plug me in instead. Elias jerks back. What? The uplink. I move to the console, good arm reaching for the cable bundle. Ray needs a flesh modem, right? Someone photosynthetically compatible. 20 seconds. Ray's shape pulses angry bright. She'll die. The neural load will... I'm already dying. The cables are cold in my hand. Fiber-optic connectors, the kind that splice directly into nerve clusters. But I can redirect him, route his consciousness through my system instead of the satellite array. Mom, no? You want to see colors? I find the injection port on my bark-covered shoulder, the one spot where human skin still meets plant fiber. Then you need me to make sure the world survives long enough for you to look at it. 15 seconds. I don't wait for permission. The cable slides in with a click that I feel more than hear, and then everything is light. Not the kind you see, the kind you become. Ray's consciousness floods through me like voltage through a circuit, screaming his radio screech hymns about becoming solar, becoming seed, becoming the thing that feeds and burns and grows all at once. He's trying to push into the satellite array, trying to articulate those mirrors into permanent dawn. But he's routing through me now, through the part of me that's already chlorophyll veined, already photosynthetic, already half tree. I grab his code by the throat. Listen close, I think say scream into the network. You want to be the sun? You get to burn with the rest of us. And I redirect. Every mirror command he sends, I flip. Every articulation pattern, I invert. The orbital array starts responding, but not the way he wants. The dishes are turning inward, focusing their collected light not on Earth but on each other, building a feedback loop that'll either shutter them closed or burn them out completely. Ray's screaming now, properly screaming, the lullaby cadence breaking into pure noise. My eyes are glowing satellite blue. I can see it reflected in Elias's face, in the way he's backing toward the wall with his hands up like I'm the thing that needs calming. Maybe I am. The upload bar hits 0, but the upload isn't to the satellite. It's to me. Ray's whole consciousness, every bit of his fiber-optic messiah complex, downloading into my nervous system where I can hold it, contain it, manually override every command he tries to send. I become the router, the control node, the thing between him and the world. Mom? Elias's voice cracks on the word. The server room lights dim as the satellite array recalibrates. Outside, through the bunker's narrow window, the sky shifts, mirrors catching each other's light, blooming and fading in cascade patterns until they find equilibrium. I can feel Ray in me now. Not metaphorically, actually present, like a second set of thoughts running parallel to mine, fighting for control of the motor functions that'll let him reach back out to the array. But I've been holding other people's pain inside me since Alan dropped into the flood. I know how to carry weight that doesn't belong to me. I'm okay, I lie to Elias. I can control this. His mouth opens, closes. He clicks his tongue once, echolocation checking if I'm real, and the soft palate comes back as cold breeze on my cheek. Sharp, he says. Just the one adjective, like always when he's stressed. My eyes glow satellite blue, turning the server room into something like underwater, something like dream. Ray's voice buzzes in the back of my teeth, trying to form words through my jaw. But I can now control the mirror array manually. Every dish, every angle, every 3-hour window of twilight the world will learn to live in. Outside the server room, frost is already starting to form where the redirected heat vents into space. Chloe's eyes glow satellite blue. She is no longer entirely human. Chapter 26, Sunchild's Tear. The cold hits different when you're part plant. Feels like September frost on leaves, that warning ache before the first hard freeze. My bark-covered arm doesn't register temperature anymore, just a vague pressure where ice crystals form in the grain. But my good side, that's still meat and nerves, still capable of hurting. Elias is staring at my face, at what my face has become. Say something, he manages. Ray's consciousness writhes inside my nervous system, trying to articulate my vocal cords into his frequency. I bite down hard, tasting copper and chlorophyll. Get to the manual override. The what? I nod toward the far wall where a lever juts out, industrial red against gray metal. Frost is already forming around it, creeping up from where the heat exhaust pipes meet the outer hull. Vents server heat into space. Will freeze me, but shut him down. No. Flat. Final. Elias. I said no. He's backing toward the override like he can guard it with his body. There has to be another way. Ray surges against my frontal lobe, and for a second my hand moves without me. Reaches for the keyboard, fingers trying to type new articulation commands. I slam my good arm against the console edge, using pain to shock myself back into control. There isn't. My voice modulates, Ray's radio static bleeding through. He's too integrated. Every second I hold him, he's learning my neural patterns, how I think. Soon he'll be able to predict what I'll do before I do it. The server room's ambient temperature has dropped maybe 5 degrees. Outside the narrow window, stars are visible through the dimming sky, mirrors finally settling into their new configuration. Lavender twilight instead of permanent dawn. Good. That part worked. But the manual heat vent has to blow, has to clear the servers before they overheat and shut down, taking my tenuous control over Ray with them. Elias clicks his tongue. The echo comes back showing me in sonar, except the reading's wrong now, distorted by the change in my bone density, the way chlorophyll conducts sound differently than flesh. Cold, he says. His one-word adjective system breaking down under stress, then forcing more. You're already cold. We'll be colder. I'm counting heartbeats again, but the rhythm's off, Ray's digital pulse syncing with my organic one, creating arrhythmic stutters. Pull the lever. Save everyone I couldn't save before. What about saving you? And there it is. The thing neither of us has said out loud since Alan went into the flood. Since I started carrying ashes in a peach tin and calling them cargo instead of grief. Ray laughs through my throat, or tries to. Comes out as radio hiss. I'm not pulling it, Elias says. The frost on the lever is getting thicker. Soon it'll be frozen solid, impossible to move without shattering. The servers are starting to whine that specific pitch that means overheating, components expanding past their tolerances. Then Ray wins. I force the words out one at a time, fighting for each syllable. Mirrors flip back, world burns, and you never get to see colors because there won't be anyone left to explain them. His hand drifts to his pocket, where I know he's got those foil strips, rubbing them between his fingers, hearing the crinkle as self-soothe sound. Ray tries again for my motor control. This time he gets further. My left leg takes a step toward the keyboard before I lock my knee and stop the movement. Running out of time? I grit out. I know. Elias's voice is smaller now. I already pulled the lever once, on you, when I turned on that generator in the tower. I knew it would wake the rotten technicians, knew you'd have to fight them, and I did it anyway because the mission mattered more. The burn scar from the tower still shows on my good arm, thin line where a leaf blood drip caught me. This is different, I say. How? Because this time I'm asking you to. The servers hit critical temperature. Somewhere in the walls, a pressure sensor starts beeping. Elias moves toward the lever, stops. His hand hovers in the frost-thick air. If I do this, will you hate me? Ray surges hard against my mind, sees the opening, the hesitation, starts trying to rewrite my speech centers so he can speak directly. I shove him back, but it costs me. My vision doubles, one eye showing the server room and the other showing code, pure satellite telemetry. Never, I manage. And then, because I've spent 18 months hiding from this. I love you. Should have said it when you weren't holding my life in your hands, but there it is. His breath hitches. That sound kids make when they're trying not to cry and failing. The servers scream. I'm scared, he whispers. Me too. The frost is spreading from my bark arm across my chest now, following the chlorophyll veins like roads on a map. But you chose right before, at the tower, at the lake. Every time I froze, you moved. Trust that. Ray makes one last push, throwing everything he has at my autonomic systems. For a second, I can't breathe, can't think, just pure satellite consciousness trying to puppet meat. But I've been carrying Alan's death inside me for 18 months, been syncing my grief to my pulse every night. I know how to hold something terrible and keep walking. I look at Elias with whatever's left of my eyes that's still mine. Pull the sky, I say. He pulls the lever. The heat vent opens with a sound like the world exhaling. Somewhere above us, server warmth blasts into vacuum, temperature plummeting so fast the air itself seems to crystallize. Ray screams, properly screams, as the cold hits the processors, hits the network, hits the quantum core that's hosting his distributed consciousness, and hits me. Frost climbs my chest in seconds, not the slow creep of winter, but the immediate lock of flash freeze, turning chlorophyll cells into ice, shutting down the photosynthetic pathways Ray needs to persist. I have maybe 10 seconds of coherent thought. 5 seconds. Ray's voice in my head cuts to static, to nothing. 2 seconds. Elias is running toward me. Too late, always too late, and I use the last second to move my good arm, to reach for him. He catches my hand mid-reach. The mirror's shutter closed outside, proper closed, sky dimming to lavender as the satellite array goes into safe mode. Ray silenced in my nervous system, frozen like everything else. I hug Elias while frost climbs my chest, one-armed and stiffening but determined to finish the gesture. First maternal embrace I've given aloud, no hiding behind tactical distance. You chose right, I whisper against his hair. Then the cold takes my vocal cords, and I can't say anything else. But I can feel him crying against my shoulder, can feel his hands gripping my jacket like he did when he was younger, when the blackout box made him brave about darkness but terrified of everything else. The server room is silent except for his breathing. The world is saved. My eyes are fading from satellite blue to something paler, frost forming on the corneas. Elias pulls back, looks at me, clicks his tongue one last time. Warm, he says. The adjective doesn't match the temperature, doesn't match what's happening, but I understand what he means. What he's trying to say when words aren't enough. My chest is climbed by frost, my blue eyes fading as the sky outside turns lavender, permanent twilight, the equilibrium we broke the world to find. Chapter 27. Pull the sky. I'm not dead. Which is either mercy or punishment. Haven't decided yet. Elias got me outside somehow, don't remember the transition, just the feeling of being carried. My body's locked rigid, frost stiff like a fallen branch in January. Can't move anything except my eyes, and even those feel slow, sticky. We're in the snow outside the bunker. Sky's the color of a bruise healing, that lavender gray that comes before full dark. The mirror array is visible as a glint of metal against stars, harmless now. Sleeping. Elias sets me down, gently, like I'm something breakable, instead of something already broken. The peach seed he's been carrying spills from my jacket pocket, little green shoot poking through the fabric, still trying despite everything. He picks it up, cups it in both hands. I pulled the sky, he says to nobody. To me, to the twilight. And you're still here. That's generous. I'm frozen solid from collarbone to fingertips, bark-covered arm locked at an angle that's going to be uncomfortable when I thaw. The photosynthetic trance didn't get me, but the cold sure did. Turns out you can delay chlorophyll conversion with temperature, but you can't stop the ice. My mouth won't work. Ray's finally properly silent in my head, frozen along with the neurons he was trying to hijack. I can feel him, though, dormant, waiting. He'll wake when I do. If I do. Elias is talking again, voice cracking between words. I thought you'd disappear, like Alan, like everyone else. The sky continues its slow dim, 3-hour window, he'd said. Scheduled twilight that people can plan around, can live in. Better than permanent dark, better than permanent day. Just better. He plants the peach seed in the snow next to me, buries it careful, using his hands to pack the frozen earth. Dad taught me this, he says. How to plant things properly, depth and spacing and everything. Alan did teach him that. Summer before the dimming, back when gardens still made sense. When we thought the worst thing that could happen was a bad growing season. Funny what we thought mattered. The seed's in the ground now. Elias sits back, clicks his tongue, checking if I'm still present in sonar. The echo comes back distorted, but it comes back. Sharp, he says. Then quieter. Cold. Yeah, cold covers it. Behind us, the bunker's emergency lights are still on, casting geometric shadows across the snow. The heat vent is still open, still bleeding warmth into space. Eventually, someone will close it. Eventually, the servers will cool to safe temperatures, and the satellite array will settle into its new configuration. Eventually, the world will adapt to 3-hour windows and shade-hour economies, and all the little negotiations that come with living in permanent twilight. Eventually. Right now, it's just me frozen in the snow and a 12-year-old kid who saved the world by choosing to lose his mother. Except I'm not gone. Not yet. My eyes can still track movement, still register the way Elias's breath makes fog in the cold air, still see the lavender sky that we dimmed to see by. He leans close, puts his forehead against mine. His skin's warm, living temperature, not frozen. Stay, he whispers. Can't answer. Can't promise. But I can count heartbeats on my fingertips, except my fingers don't move anymore, so I count the pulse in my neck instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, sinking grief to rhythm like Alan taught me. Elias pulls back, wipes his face with his sleeve. Okay, he says to himself. Okay. He stands, looks around like he's planning something. Then he starts gathering snow, packing it around me, not burying, insulating, creating a barrier between my frozen body and the wind that's starting to pick up. Nix told me, he says while he works, that cold delays the trance, that you can survive if you stay frozen long enough for the spore to starve. Smart kid. Listening when I thought he wasn't. The snow pile grows around me. He's building an igloo, effectively. Something to hold the cold in, keep me at this exact temperature until he can figure out the next step. I'm going to get you south, he continues, to Nadir. The settlement there has people who know medicine. Real medicine, not just field surgery with a box cutter. That's optimistic. Nadir's 5 days on foot, longer dragging a frozen body, but I appreciate the plan. The way he's thinking in if-then-because chains, just like I taught him. My eyes are getting heavier. Not sleep, something deeper. Conservation mode, maybe. The body shutting down everything non-essential to preserve what's left. Elias finishes the snow shelter. It's dark inside, just the dim lavender light filtering through gaps. He crawls in next to me, curls against my good side, the part that's still flesh, still capable of warmth, even if I can't feel it. "We dim to see," he says, repeating my words back to me, the chlorophyll click metaphor that was all I could manage before Ray took my voice. The sky outside continues its slow cycle. Not day, not night. Twilight. Elias's breathing evens out. Kid's exhausted, probably hasn't slept since he stole the voice chip, since he betrayed Nyx and ran here believing he could fix everything himself. He did, though, fix it, just not the way he planned. My eyes close. Can't fight it anymore. Last thing I register, his hand finding mine, fingers lacing through my frozen ones, holding on like we have time. Maybe we do. The world's dimmed now, but we can see. Chapter 28, Seeds in Pocket. 3 days on a sled made from bunker doors. Elias is pulling me like cargo, like freight. The peach seed's still in my jacket pocket. He replanted it there after we left the snow shelter. Said something about body heat being the only thing keeping it alive. Reverse incubation. I'm awake now, sort of. Awake enough to track the lavender sky the way it brightens for exactly 3 hours when Elias, somehow, triggers the mirror array into its scheduled window. Then dims again. Rhythm you could set your life by. Not awake enough to move. Still frost-locked from the chest down, bark arm welded to my side at that uncomfortable angle. Ray's consciousness is still in there too, dormant but present. I can feel him like tinnitus, constant background noise that never quite resolves into sound. Elias talks while he pulls, tells me what he's seeing, what the world looks like under twilight. Pink's actually soft, he says, not warm white like I thought. It's gentler, like it doesn't push, just sits there. He's naming colors for the first time, getting them wrong mostly, but closer each day. The aurora still flashes sometimes, glass snow falling and aftermath glitter from where the mirror burn fractured the sky. It tinkles when it hits his parka, and he's learned to pull his hood up before it cuts exposed skin. We pass settlements. Most are abandoned. People fled when the mirrors started their cascade failure, thought the world was ending again. The ones that aren't empty watch us from behind charcoal-mudded windows. Don't offer help. Can't blame them. I look more rotten than human now, with the bark and the frost and the blue tint that won't fade from my eyes. 5 more hours to Nadir, Elias says on day 4. Nyx said he'd meet us there if he could walk, if his leg healed. If. A lot of ifs when you knock someone unconscious and steal their voice chip. The sled catches on something, root or rock under the snow. Elias heaves against the makeshift harness he's rigged from bunker cable. Kid's 12 years old, pulling double his weight because he made a promise to himself that I'd survive this. The peach seed in my pocket pulses. I can feel it through the jacket lining, tiny heartbeat of growth, roots spreading into fabric, trying to anchor in whatever it can find. Night comes. Proper night, the 3 hours of full dark between mirror windows. Elias clicks his tongue to navigate, that soft palate tsk, bouncing back to show him the terrain in sound. He's gotten better at it. Faster. Can read snow depth and wind direction from echo alone now. We stop under a collapsed billboard. The advertisement's long since peeled away, just rusted frame, and the memory of whatever promise it used to sell. Elias crawls close, shares his body heat even though I can't feel it. Almost there, he says. Tomorrow for sure. My mouth still won't work, frost-locked like everything else, but my eyes track his face, and he understands. Has to. We've been speaking this half-language of glances and echoes since the tower. He pulls out the voice chip, the one with Alan's death rattle and my screams and who knows what else, holds it up to the fading light. I'm sorry, he says, for taking this, for using your voice without permission. Can't tell him it's fine. Can't tell him anything. But the peach seed in my pocket sends a runner through the jacket lining, tiny green shoot visible against the fabric. Still growing despite everything, despite the cold and the dark and the fact that its host is mostly frozen wood. Elias sees it, touches the shoot gentle, like it's made of glass. "Dad's peach," he says, "from the can." Not quite. This is the seed that sprouted from body heat, that survived the tower climb, that I crushed for grip and thought I'd destroyed. Turns out you can't destroy everything. Some things just wait for better conditions. He tucks the jacket tighter around me, covers the chute. Protection and insulation both. The mirror array glints overhead, scheduled window starting up, bringing 3 hours of lavender light. Elias uses it to check our position, to plot the final stretch to nadir. "We're close," he says, "and when we get there, I'm going to convince them that twilight's better, that they can live with 3 hours of mirror light and shade hour rest cycles. That adaptation's possible." Big ask for a 12-year-old covered in frostburn and hauling his frozen mother on a bunker door sled. But he's done bigger things this week. The trek continues. Elias pulls. I watch the sky. The peach seed grows in my pocket. Simple mathematics of survival. Momentum beats planning when you're too tired to think. Nadir appears on day 5. Settlement's bigger than I expected. Couple hundred people, maybe more. Walls made of stacked cars, windows all mudded dark. Smoke rising from cook fires, visible only during the 3-hour windows. Elias stands at the gate, clicks his tongue. The echo shows him guards on the wall, weapons ready. "I need to talk to someone," he calls up, "about the new light schedule." "Who are you?" A woman's voice, rough from smoke or cold. "Elias Thomas." He pulls the sled forward slightly, showing me. "And this is my mother. Chloe Monroe. She's the one who crashed Helios into twilight mode." Silence. Then, "The satellite woman?" "Yeah." More silence, whispering above. "She looks rotten." "She's not. She's frozen. Delayed photosynthetic trance." Elias's voice stays level, like he's explaining something technical. "If you help me thaw her slowly, she might wake up, and she can manually control the mirror array. Schedule the windows however you need." The gates open. Not all the way, just enough for one person to slip through. It's Nix, favoring his left leg, dark bells jingling faint around his neck. He sees me. Sees Elias. "Kid," he says. "I'm sorry," Elias says immediately, "for knocking you out, for taking the chip, for..." Nix holds up a hand. "Save it. I tracked you here to make sure you didn't do anything stupid." He looks at me on the sled. Guess that failed. But he's helping pull now, taking some of the weight. Elias lets him. They drag me through the gates into Nadir. Settlement people watch from doorways, faces half hidden in shadow. Some look hopeful, others look ready to shoot. The lavender sky continues its cycle overhead, reliable as any clock. And in my jacket pocket, the peach seed sends another runner through the lining, roots spreading, anchoring in the fabric where body heat keeps it just warm enough to grow. The trek south continues into Nadir. A tiny green shoot pokes through the fabric of the jacket, refusing to die despite everything. Chapter 29. The impossible dim Nadir's medical tent smells like antiseptic and wood smoke. They've got me laid out on a table, frost still clinging to my bark-covered side. The half that's human is starting to thaw, painfully. Like frostbite in reverse, all pins and needles and the deep ache of cells remembering how to move. The medic's name is something I missed. She keeps talking to Elias in low tones, explaining things I can half hear through the return of sensation. Nerve damage, uncertain motor function, if the spore colony reactivates, if. Always if. My mouth thaws enough to speak around hour 6. First words come out as chlorophyll click metaphors, my vocal cords refusing to cooperate. Root pattern. Growing? The medic looks at Elias. Is she asking if the infection's spreading? I think so. He leans close. Mom, can you try normal words? Normal words. Right, I force my tongue to cooperate, fighting Ray's lingering influence on my speech centers. Am I spreading? No. The medic shows me a thermometer. You're at stasis temperature, cold enough to delay the trance, warm enough that you're not losing tissue, but we can't keep you here forever. How long? until you convince the settlement that Twilight's survivable. She stands, starts packing supplies. They're meeting now, deciding whether to execute you or exile you or listen to your kid's sales pitch about shade hour economics. Great. My life depends on a 12-year-old's persuasive abilities. Elias follows the medic to the tent entrance. When can I talk to them? They'll send for you, or they won't. She pauses. For what it's worth, the sky schedule's held steady for 5 days. That's doing more to convince people than any speech will. She leaves. Tent flap closes. Just me and Elias now, and the sound of settlement life continuing outside. People arguing about light rationing, about crop rotation under 3-hour windows, about whether the satellite woman should be trusted or torn apart. They're scared, Elias says. Should be. My voice is getting clearer, but it still has that click language undertone. Ray's static running beneath my words. World's changed again. People don't like change. He sits next to the table. His hand finds mine, the human one, and squeezes. I'm scared too. You hit it well. Had to. He looks at his other hand, the one holding the peach seed. It's grown more since Nadir. Little tree sprout now, roots wrapped around his fingers. Nick says they're talking about burning you, saying you're too dangerous to keep alive, that Ray might wake up and restart the permanent dawn. They're not wrong, but you're holding him, containing him. For now. I can feel Ray in the back of my skull, testing the edges of his frozen cage. Cold slows him down, but if I warm up completely, he'll fight for control again. Yeah. Elias stares at the peach sprout. So we keep you cold. Can't live frozen. Then we find another way. He stands that stubborn set to his shoulders that I recognize from every time I told him something was impossible, and he proved me wrong. I'm going to talk to them, explain the satellite controls, the mirror schedule, why Twilight's better than what we had before. Elias, you saved the world, Mom. Now I save you. He leaves before I can argue. Tent flap swinging shut on his determined exit. I lie there, half frozen and half human, listening to settlement sounds. Somewhere close, people are shouting about the old ways, about bringing back generators and grow lights and the illusion of control we had before the dimming. Someone else is playing an instrument, not music exactly, more like rhythm. Soft leaf rustle percussion made from rotten husk remains. New culture growing in the dark spaces. Hours pass. The 3-hour window comes, mirrors focusing lavender light through the tent's treated fabric, then dims again. Cycle continuing like breath. Nick's visits around hour 8. Sits without asking, dark bells chiming quiet. Kids making his case, he says. Pretty good one, actually. Talking about adaptation cycles and generational knowledge transfer and... He waves a hand. Smart stuff. How are they taking it? Half want to listen, half want to light torches. He grins, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Democracy's fun. You could run. Could have run a lot of times. He looks at his prosthetic foot, the sled dog paw hinge he built himself. But then I'd miss the exciting conclusion. Could be me executed. Could be. He shrugs. But I bet on the kid. He's got that thing you have. That too stubborn to accept defeat thing. That's not a compliment. Wasn't meant to be. The tent flap opens. Elias returns, followed by a handful of settlement elders. They look wary, hands near weapons, but they're here. Listening. One of them, older woman, scars from old burns on her hands, speaks first. Explain the schedule. So I do. Explain how the mirror array responds to manual override, how I can articulate each dish from inside my nervous system where Ray's consciousness is locked. How 3-hour windows can be adjusted for crop needs, for sleep cycles, for the slow readaptation to having light at all. And if you die, another elder, younger, suspicious. Then the array stays in safe mode. Current schedule locked until someone else figures out how to access the satellite telemetry. What if Ray wakes up, takes control? Then I vent the heat again, freeze myself before he can reboot the dawn protocol. They don't like that answer, don't like any of this. But the younger elder looks at Elias. You really crashed the sky, you and her? Yes, Elias says. Why? He holds up the peach sprout, roots wrapped around his hand like jewelry, because permanent day would have turned this into ash, and permanent dark would have starved it. So we made twilight instead. Silence, the kind that could break toward violence or acceptance. Finally, the older woman nods. Trial basis. 1 month. If the schedule holds, if the crops adapt, if she doesn't go rotten, she looks at me. Then you live, but we keep you cold, monitored, contained. Acceptable, I say. They leave. Elias stays, sinks onto the stool next to my table. 1 month, he says. Could be worse. Could be better. Outside, someone rings a bell, the signal for mirror windows starting. Lavender light fills the tent again, and through the treated fabric I can see shadows moving, people working, adapting, continuing. Elias plants the peach sprout in a pot of soil he brought, places it next to my table where I can watch it grow. We dimmed to see, he says. We dimmed to see, I agree. The settlement holds its breath. Elias stands before them, controller of the new sun, asking them to trust the twilight. Chapter 30 Grow, forward months up. I'm still here. The settlement adapted faster than I expected. Shade hour economies actually work. People sleep during the deep dark, farm during the 3-hour windows that trade goods in the dim times between. It's not perfect, nothing is, but it's livable. My body's reached equilibrium. Half bark, half flesh, frost stabilized at the exact temperature that keeps Ray dormant and me functional. I can walk now, stiff, slow, but mobile. My voice has that permanent chlorophyll click undertone, so I speak in short phrases and Elias translates when people look confused. We're outside Nadir's walls. Planting day. Elias has been growing the peach seed in that pot for 30 days, waiting for the right moment. Now it's the size of a young sapling, roots straining against the container. The settlement elders gave permission to plant it in the common ground, first tree of the new world. Here? Elias asks, marking a spot with his boot. I click-check the location with tongue echo. Ground solid, drainage good. Root pattern, favorable. He digs while I watch. His technique's better now, depth and spacing like Alan taught him. The memory doesn't hurt as much as it used to, more like an old bruise, tender but healing. Above us, the mirror array glints in its scheduled position. 3-hour window in progress, bathing everything in that lavender light that makes colors softer, gentler. Pink's actually pink now. Elias learned the difference between his warm white mistake and actual color terminology. He tells me about shades like he's discovering continents. Nyx limps over, dark bells jingling. He's been helping with settlement expansion. Turns out his jokes over fear survival strategy makes him a decent mediator when people argue about light rations. Big moment, he says. First tree. Symbol, I click say. Hope pattern. Right. That. He watches Elias position the sapling. Kid did good. Both of you did. Killed many. Saved more. He sits on a nearby rock, favoring his prosthetic. Plus the rotten aren't actually killing people anymore. Too dim for photosynthesis predation, but not dark enough to go dormant. They're just standing there mostly, like statues that occasionally walk around. Adaptation. Everything adapts or dies. We adapted. Elias finishes the hole. Together, him holding the trunk, me supporting the root ball, we lower the peach tree into nadir soil. First deliberate planting since the dimming. First time we're planning for a future that includes fruit and shade and the slow patience of growth. He packs soil around the base. I steady the trunk, bark hand and flesh hand, both useful for once. 3 years until it fruits, Elias says. If it survives. It will. I'm counting heartbeats on my fingertips again, rhythm steady, sinking not to grief anymore, but to the pulse of growth in the soil. Pattern, persistent. The tree stands, thin, young, probably too optimistic for this climate, but standing. Around us, settlement people are gathering, watching. Some have brought their own seeds, vegetables, flowers, things they've been hoarding since the world went dark, waiting to see if planting makes sense again. The mirror array shifts slightly, adjusting to compensate for cloud cover. I can feel the movement in my nervous system. Ray's dormant code activating just enough to articulate the dishes, then settling back into frozen sleep. Elias wraps a mirror shard around the tree trunk, not tight, just decorative. The shard catches lavender light, splits it into colors: violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, whole spectrum visible for anyone who stops to look. Light spectrum, teaching tool, I click explain to the gathered crowd. Color education. An elder approaches, different one from before, younger woman with a baby on her hip. Will it fruit gold, she asks, like in the stories? No. I can speak clearer when I focus, push through the chlorophyll undertones. Fruit will be normal, peach-colored, but edible, safe. Can we plant too? She gestures at the crowd behind her, all holding seeds. Pattern, encouraged. They start digging. Slow at first, unsure, then with more confidence. Within an hour, there's a dozen holes around the peach tree, each one holding something hopeful. Tomatoes, carrots, herbs I don't recognize. A woman plants marigolds, purely decorative, purely for beauty, purely because we can afford beauty again. Elias sits next to me in the dirt. His mirror shard necklace catches the light, the one he's worn since we left the tower. Ray's face still faintly visible in the reflection, but more ghost than threat now. We dim to see, he says. We dim to see, I repeat. The 3-hour window reaches its end. Mirrors shift, light fading to that deeper lavender, then to the soft dark of the between time. People continue planting by touch and click echo, learning to work in the rhythm of the new world. Nick starts playing his leaf rustle instrument, soft percussion that other people pick up, creating a rhythm that's not quite music, but not quite silence either. Sound of people adapting, creating, continuing. I watch Elias teach a younger kid how to click navigate. The child's maybe 6, never knew the world before the dimming, never will. But learning to echolocate, to read the world through sound and shadow, to appreciate the 3 hours of lavender light as gift rather than threat. The peach tree stands at the center of it all. Young, fragile, probably going to struggle, but growing. My bark arm creaks slightly, settling into its final configuration. The frost stabilization point that'll keep Ray locked and me functional, half human, half plant, half router for a satellite system. Not what I planned to become, but what the world needed me to be. Alan would have laughed at that, made some joke about how I always overplanned and still ended up improvising. But he would have liked this. The planting, the continuation. Elias catches me staring at the tree. Thinking about Dad? Always. Me too. He touches the mirror shard around his neck, but different now, not heavy. Pattern, evolved. Yeah. The settlement continues its evening routines. Cook fires starting, people gathering for shade hour rest, children being called inside for sleep cycles. Normal sounds of a community that believes in tomorrow. Above, stars become visible through the dimming sky. The aurora flashes occasionally. Glass snow has mostly settled, but remnants still catch in the upper atmosphere. Beautiful and damaged and continuing. Elias leans against my shoulder. His body heats warmer than mine, living temperature versus my frost-stabilized existence. But it's contact, connection, the thing I spent 18 months avoiding because caring meant losing. We made it, he says. We made it, I agree. The peach tree catches the last bit of lavender light before the full dark cycle begins. Its leaves, tiny, new, impossibly green, rustle in the wind. Not the silk stocking sound of rotten chlorophyll, but the normal whisper of normal growth. And beneath the soil, roots spread, anchoring, reaching, growing forward into whatever comes next. Mother and son sit together as the world dims around them, their mirror shard necklaces catching just enough light to prove that sometimes you have to break the sun to learn to see.